Last term, I was concerned with trying to build up a unified picture of the narrative and the imagery of the Bible, and the emphasis consequently was on the imaginative unity, the unity as revealed by myth and metaphor in the structure of the Bible. The Bible's disregard for unity is quite as impressive as its observance of it, and that is, it's just as possible to look at the Bible as a large miscellaneous heap of badly established texts, and everything that could possibly go wrong with a book has gone wrong with the Bible at some stage or other in its history. So the Bible, therefore, is a unity which has passed beyond unity. It is not a matter of having failed to achieve it, but of having got past it to something which includes it. There are two senses, in other words, in which we can use the word imperfect. We can think of it as a limited or inadequate quality which falls below perfection. Or we can think of it as the tenses of the Hebrew language suggests, as the difference between the perfected, that which is finished and complete, and that which is still continuous and alive. And the Bible has tried to present its unified message in that deliberately imperfect way. And I tried to show you something of that at the end of the book of Revelation, which, as I said, is a remarkably open end for a book of that length. Now, what I want to do this term is to examine a series of what seem to me to be phases in what the Bible has to say, and which is what is traditionally called Revelation. And it's a rather tricky business to try to understand what the Bible means by revelation, because in the course of centuries we have eventually realized that its revelation is not the communicating of either historical knowledge or scientific or natural knowledge. And it's at the same time, revelation does seem to imply the communicating of some kind of knowledge, and that is what I want to examine. It seems to me that there is a progressive sequence in the Bible of stages of not so much of revelation itself as of the understanding of it. And I could give you the sequence as first creation, then as revolution, which is the Exodus from Egypt, then law, which follows the Exodus, then wisdom, or the individualizing of the law, then prophecy. And those 5 stages are all stages with their center of gravity in the Old Testament, and then there are 2 others with their center of gravity in the New Testament, the gospel and the second coming, or the apocalypse. So that will be our general outline for this term, and that means, of course, that we have to begin with the conception of creation in the Bible as it's set out at the beginning of Genesis and referred to elsewhere. There are certain questions that obviously come to mind when you're reading the biblical account of Genesis. One is, why is there such an insistence on days of the week? And why does the Bible talk about the first, the second, and the third day before the sun was created to measure time? And that is one problem. Another one is, why is the account of creation in the Bible so intolerably patriarchal? That is, the Bible, the creating God in the Bible is assumed to be male, which obviously must be a metaphor because he's the creator of both male and female. We are also told that at the beginning of things, the first woman's body was created out of the body of the first man in a violent reversal of everything that has happened since. And for questions like that, there are always immediate answers. That is, the emphasis on the 7 days was put in to rationalize the law of the Sabbath, and the emphasis on the maleness of the creating agent was put in to rationalize the doctrines of male supremacy in ancient society. Now, I have no doubt that those questions are true, those answers rather, are true as far as they go. They don't go far enough to be very interesting, so I'm going to ignore their truth and try to get a little further. First of all, in the beginning, the Hebrew simply says in beginning, Bereshith, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, one of the first questions that's likely to come to a child's mind is, what happened before that? Or, more accurately, what was God doing sitting around all that time before making the world? St. Augustine said that what God was doing before creation was preparing a hill for those who ask questions of that kind. Which perhaps tells you more about St. Augustine than it does about God. But to be told that we should not ask a question, of course, merely increases its urgency in any healthy mind. So, what took place before the creation? Well, in the first place, you are getting fouled up with the category of time, because the category of time is the fundamental way in which we perceive reality. Considering that the category of time is divided into 3 dimensions, the past, present, and the future, that none of these dimensions actually exists, because the past doesn't exist any longer, and the future doesn't exist yet, and the present never quite exists at all. It seems a funny way to grasp reality, but that's the way we do grasp reality. We grasp it with a category which is totally non-existent. Further, when you try to think of the category of time, you will see that it is entirely impossible to think of a beginning of time. You can talk about a beginning of time, talk about it forever, but you cannot actually think the notion. A beginning of time is unthinkable. Consequently, all notions of the eternal in religion, which mean endless time, are notions which have not got clear of the category of time. Popular Christianity tells us that after death, we live forever, either in heaven or in hell, meaning endlessly in time. But in saying eternal, when you mean endless time, you are not getting clear of the category of time at all. Jesus uses the term aionios, which the King James Bible translates as everlasting. And if you think carefully about that word everlasting as a translation for aionios, you'll see that it's a little masterpiece of question begging. Everlasting means persisting indefinitely in time. However, early Christianity discovered that Christianity would be much more saleable if you perverted its good news into bad news, and in particular, if you put at the center of your teaching the doctrine that you would, after death, unless you did what you were told at this moment, you would suffer tortures for eternity, meaning endlessly in time. And every system of organized priestcraft has had a doctrine of that kind, and the only thing to be said in favor of it is that it makes sin creative. That is, we owe a great deal more to the people who went on sinning in spite of it than we do to the people who tried to restrain sin by threatening it. But that is merely an example of what John Bunyan says, that the mouth of hell is open at the gate of heaven, and that turning God into the devil is one of the commonest of all theological errors. So, whatever the word eternal means, try to think of it as something that transcends the category of time altogether. And then you'll get a little closer to what the Bible is talking about. So, negatively, that brings you to a partial and tentative answer to the question, why does the Bible insist on an absolute beginning? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the answer is, among other things, clearly, it is trying to assert that the category of time is not the ultimate category, and that the activity of God, as the Bible understands it in Genesis, cannot be put on the same level as this moving belt of past, present, and future that we experience as time. And the doctrine of an absolute beginning, which, as I say, is something you cannot think as long as you're talking about the category of time itself, is there to indicate that the creation comes out of a world which is above time. In the 17th century, the age of Galileo and Newton, biblical scholars, including Newton himself, were gravely explaining to each other that the creation probably took place in 4004 BC. I think I've explained that earlier. probably at the spring equinox, probably around 10 in the morning. So the discoveries of the 19th century geology, which eventually pushed the age of the Earth back to about 2 billion years, if not 3, but as the government will be saying in the future, what's a billion? The impact that made was out of all proportion to its importance. But scientists, of course, like anybody else, find that they can't get along without creation myths, and eventually we have a Big Bang creation myth, which says that the world exploded, we'll say 3 billion years ago or thereabouts, and has been scattering in all directions ever since. Well, that's fine. What happened before that? And you immediately are up against the fact that as long as you are thinking of the order of nature, the conceptions of beginning and end do not apply. But we begin and we end. And because of what Thomas Pynchon calls creative paranoia in the human consciousness, we insist that because we begin and we end, beginnings and endings must be much more deeply built into the scheme of things. And so we start out. The biblical creation myth was an absolute beginning and associate it at the end of Revelation with an absolute end. Any question there? Now, I think I've referred to the Christian view of the creation, which it draws from its interpretation of the verse, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. In other words, it was the Word that brought the thing into being, so that the creative agent was the Word of God. And to speak, of course, is also to enter into all the conventions of language, which is on a plane of life and death. And so if you push it another stage, you can say that as soon as God speaks and transforms himself into a word, he has already condemned himself to death. In any case, what he says is, "Let there be light." And yet the sun, moon, and stars were not created until the fourth day. This, therefore, was a primordial light, which is not that of the sun. So, however one looks at it, the first products or first phenomena of creation were light and sound. And in one of Chaucer's poems, an eagle picks up the poet and takes him on an airplane flight to the House of Fame and keeps talking the whole time, which makes Chaucer very nervous because he's held in the eagle's mouth and he doesn't want the eagle to drop him. And the eagle gives him a long speech on the nature of sound and of words. And he says, among other things, sound is not but air broken. That is, words are air. It's a traditional enough association. My point here is that the Creed speaks of God as having made all things visible and invisible, and there are systems of thought, including some Christian ones, which assume that there are two orders of existence, one invisible and the other visible, and that the invisible world is a higher order of reality. That doesn't seem to be the way the Bible thinks of things at all. As soon as you start trying to think of things that you can't see but know exist, the first thing you would think of would be the air. You can't see the air. If you could see nothing else. You'd be living in a dense fog, and fog is in fact an extremely important metaphor in the Bible, as we'll see when we get to the book of Ecclesiastes. It's the basis of the word which is translated in that book as vanity. And in a sense, paradoxical as it sounds, we don't really see light either as distinct from seeing a source or a reflection of light. What we see is symbolically and metaphorically fire rather than light, the source of light. So the Bible doesn't think of the invisible world as a superior order. It thinks of it as that by means of which the world becomes visible. That is, the invisible world is the medium of the visible world. It is the emptiness which permits things to exist. The 20th century philosopher Heidegger says that the first question of philosophy is, why are there things rather than nothing? And he eventually winds up with the answer that if there were not nothing, there would be no things. Yeah. Well, God is invisible for the same reason that air is invisible. If he were directly visible, well, then you've been in an entirely different metaphysical setup. But what you see when Isaiah says that he saw the Lord high and lifted up, or when Ezekiel has the vision of the chariot, they mean that they see a source of visibility. Just as when we look at the sun, we see the source of visibility. And that's what I mean by the doctrine of the invisible in the Bible. That the invisible is the medium by which the world becomes visible. If God were not invisible, the world would not be visible. That is, he would not be a creator.
You said at the beginning of the Gospel of John is an attempt to be an exception and not start with an absolute beginning.
Well, I think that the opening of the Gospel of John is a Christian commentary on the opening chapters of Genesis. And the point of the commentary is to identify the creating agent in the book of Genesis that speaks and says, let there be light, to identify that as the Logos or Word of God, and then to go on and identify that Word of God or Logos with the person of Christ. So it's really an attempt to give a Christian typological reading of the opening of Genesis. Now, I've spoken of myth and metaphor as, in my view, the basis of literal meaning in the Bible rather than the historical or the doctrinal. And so the question arises of what is the metaphorical kernel, let us say, of this conception of beginning. It might be as I suggested a few moments ago, the metaphorical kernel of getting born. That is, we begin when we join a continuum of living creatures, and we end when we drop off it. But actually, a much clearer metaphorical basis is that of the experience of waking up in the morning, where you dismiss a dark, chaotic, confused world. You simply abolish that world. And with the help of your alarm clock, you enter a world which you consider, for practical purposes, more real, though any philosopher could tie you in any number of knots about its reality. Still, as far as you're concerned, it's the real world, and you get up and get dressed. And this metaphorical kernel of abolishing a world of chaos and finding a world which, for practical purposes, is your real world in front of you, is as close as we get to the experience of an actual beginning. Now, I've previously said that many creation myths begin with a hero god killing a dragon who represents the chaos of the world before the creation. And I've cited the Babylonian poem Enuma Elish, where Marduk, the hero god of Babylon, kills the sea monster Tiamat and chops her in two, makes heaven from half of her and earth from the other half. And we've tried to suggest that this dragon fight, which is referred to many times in the Old Testament, lies close behind the account of creation in Genesis. And one reason why it is not mentioned there is that the dragon, by this time, is being conceived in negative terms as pure inertness. That is, you don't have to kill the dragon is death. And to kill death is to bring to life. And I suspect that it's this immediate connection or the experience of waking up that accounts partly for the metaphor of days in the creation. Of course, there are historical and cultural reasons. There's the law of the Sabbath. The law of the Sabbath itself derives from the probably an original lunar cult, and in a sense, the symbolic or metaphorical moon is older than the sun, because that is, well, first of all, let's take it culturally. A tribe of desert wanderers would find that the sun was a killer and that the moon was a friendly guide on their night journeys. And hence, they would be very apt to make a friendly deity out of the moon. And there are many traces of a very early lunar cult in the, among the Hebrews in pre-biblical times. And one of these traces is the emphasis on the number 7, the 7 days of the week, marking the phase of the moon. And in the Gospel of John, the Word of God is spoken of as a light shining in darkness. And of course, a light shining in darkness suggests the moon or a bright star, like the Star of Bethlehem, rather than the sun. And so that the moon is to that degree a more eloquent symbol of beginning even than the sun is. And we're told that the words like hallelujah, which have to do with the praising of God, were in pre-biblical times connected with new moon festivals and with the greeting of the new moon in the sky. The 3-day rhythm of the old moon, the dark night, and the new moon has woven itself very intricately into the Christian Passion symbolism. And so, as I say, I think it is the metaphorical connection between the idea of a beginning and the experience of waking up that accounts for the emphasis on the day, which begins, you notice, with the evening and the morning were the fourth day, and so on, even though the machinery to regulate days did not appear until, as I say, on the fourth day. Now, so far I've been talking about the account of creation in the first chapter of Genesis. That comes from what scholars call a priestly narrative, which is much the latest of the major documents that make up the first 5 books of the Bible. A second and much older account of the creation begins in chapter 2 of Genesis, verse 4. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. The one that comes first is the later, the more philosophical account, where creation is thought of metaphorically as the creation of dry land out of the waters. That is, chaos is metaphorically identified with the waters or the face of the deep, and the creation is connected with practically the first act of the creation, is the separating of the dry land from the sea. In the older account, which begins in Genesis 2:4, you begin with the universal drought, and the creative act starts with what the King James Bible calls a mist. In verse 6, but which in the Septuagint is pege, fountain, which makes a great deal more sense. Now, if you examine creation myths across the world, you'll find that certain recurring types seem to sort themselves out. And one very common kind of creation myth is the sexual creation myth, which says, essentially, the world came to be in the first place in the same way that it still comes into being in the springtime when lambs are born from sheep and new seeds sprout out of the ground. So you have, in that kind of myth, a sexual creation myth, and it is essentially a myth which accounts for the origin of life, for the beginning of things that live, animals and plants. They first came into being in the same way that they still do. Now, in the world that we know, everything that lives has been born from a female body, and so in mythology, the sexual creation myth is very frequently and very naturally associated with some kind of earth mother. And this earth mother has both a cherishing and a sinister aspect. Cherishing because everything comes to birth from her body, and sinister because everything that dies returns to her body. She is both the womb and the tomb of all forms of life. The mother of life and the mother of death. As I say, there is no rule without many exceptions in mythology, but that is a very common type of creation myth. Now you notice that that creation myth has underlying it the notion of an endlessly turning cycle. The new life comes in the spring. What was before that? Well, there is the winter. What was before the winter? The last spring, and so on back. It's a myth which conforms to the facts of nature to the extent that it does not try to answer the question about an absolute beginning. Sexual creation myths turn on the question which came first, the chicken or the egg, and there is no answer to that question. You simply go back in an endless cycle of time. Now, I tried to show in my analysis of the imagery and narrative of the Bible that the Bible strongly resists this conception of cyclical fatality. It talks more about absolute beginnings and absolute ends, and that goes back to the particular kind of creation myth that it has. In the Bible, the creation myth is an artificial one. That is, the world originally was made. In a play of Bernard Shaw, somebody quotes the Horatian tag that poets are born and not made, and somebody else says that's a silly thing to say because everybody's born and not made, but not according to the book of Genesis. According to the book of Genesis, everything at first, including the first man and the woman, were made just as chairs and tables and watches are made. And the cycle of birth was instituted later. And just as it is natural to associate a sexual creation myth with an earth mother, so it is natural to associate this artificial creation myth that the world was originally made with a sky father. One reason for the fatherhood of God is that he's a mysterious being who goes to his work and whatever office you can't follow him to without nursing his children. And again, I've spoken of the biblical resistance to the idea of cyclical fatality, and the parent, father or mother, is, as we're taking it here, a metaphor for what is really an extension of our own personality without being ourselves. But the mother is the parent that we have to break from in order to get born. And the creation myth of the Bible expresses this conception of the break from the mother, in this case the earth mother, with that cycle that goes around and around forever without ever stopping. Then again, I said that the sexual creation myth was a myth about living things. Whereas if you put some kind of myth-making Robinson Crusoe into a landscape by himself and took all his social conditioning away from him, it isn't possible, but we could think of it experimentally, and said, now, you produce a creation myth. The kind of creation myth he would produce would depend on whether he was looking up or looking down at the point at which you released him. If he were looking down, he would see the cycle of animals and plants, the new seeds coming out of the ground in the springtime, the sap moving in the trees, the new lambs born, and so forth. And that would condition him in the direction of an earth mother, a sexual creation myth. But if he looked up, he would see the sun going across the sky, and what was unmistakably the same sun coming back again the next morning. So if he looks down to the cycle of animals and plants, he sees what Plato would call the cycle of the different, because the new life is never the same as the old life. The flowers that bloom in the spring are never the same flowers that bloomed the previous spring. But up in the sky, there is the sun with its daily recurrence, the moon with its slower recurrence, and eventually the planets with theirs. And that suggests something more like planning and intelligence. And hence the artificial myth tends to become associated with the upper cycle, where the cycle is that of the same rather than of the different. Any question that far? Yeah.
Why would it not be the cycle of the same, the cycle of nature? It's a repeating thing as well.
Because there are always different forms of life. The particular form of life never comes back again. That is, unless you believe in a very literal theory of reincarnation, and our Robinson Crusoe mythmaker hasn't got that far yet.
I can't put the connection between the cycle of the eternal recurring and the artificial.
The cycle of the same thing recurring, suggests rather a sense of planning and intelligence and ordering. That is, this sexual creation myth suggests what Spinoza would call the natura naturans, nature as a living organism, whereas what you collect from the movements of the sun and moon in the sky is rather the sense of natura naturata, nature as a structure or system, where all things return to their sources. Yes, I think you get the conception of nature as structure or system when largely from contemplating the sky. It depends, of course, on the social organization that man belongs to. The notion of a sky creator is said to be an extremely ancient one, but in early or primitive societies, this sky creator doesn't do anything. He leaves the government of the world to inferior beings, and that reflects a kind of tribal organization of society. But when you get into more highly developed societies, like the late Roman Empire, you find that all the effective gods have retreated into the sky, and that there then becomes a connection between the sense of a starry order and a moral order.
Of course, part of the same process is, I guess, how does this sky god theory or idea relate to the whole lunar system that you were talking about earlier? Did you see anything? Or I thought you were saying that it was the lunar cycle that had more to do with the creation myth than the sun did.
Well, I don't know that there's necessarily a priority. I mean, in the Roman civilization, the sun and the moon were brother and sister, and the point is that they both belong to this sense of recurring order, where the identity is continuous, even though the appearance is not.
There was one connection that you made that I don't quite understand. You were talking about the parent being an extension of our own personality, and then the mother being the one that we must break from in order to be born. And then you were talking about the creation myth of the Bible expressing this, in the cycle that goes around and around without stopping. I don't see the connection between those two.
Well, if you are in a cycle that goes around without stopping, then you are, in a sense, an embryo. That is, there's a bigger womb that you've never escaped from. And what's more, this endlessly turning cycle is when you analyze it closely, is a mechanical symbol. And the Hebrew word for embryo is golem. And in Jewish legend, the golem became a mechanical monster like the one of Frankenstein's. It means that Jesus' emphasis on the Father has a great deal to do with this sense of an order higher than time and the sense of the urgency of waking up into this order which is above time and is above the area of Mother Nature.
So when we die, we are born out of the womb of the cycle into the new life?
Well, of course, that's another thing. That's what Christianity calls resurrection. That's moving up into a higher order. Well, we'll try to go ahead with that next day then. I suggested that while there's a great variety of creation myths, if you look at the creation myths of Mediterranean countries and the general cultural orbit of the Bible, you find certain typical forms emerging. And one of these we described as the sexual creation myth, which simply takes the natural cycle and assumes that the creation was the starting off of this cycle of new life coming to birth, and that while there are many exceptions in mythology, still one very common, natural, and frequent figure for this kind of creation myth to focus on would be an Earth Mother. And that seems to be, as far as we can see, the general type of creation myth that we find in the East Mediterranean countries in pre-biblical times. At any rate, the one that we find in the first chapter of Genesis is an artificial creation myth where the world is originally made rather than simply coming into being, and where the focus is a sky father rather than an earth mother. And I suggested that one significance in that contrast is that in an earth mother or sexual creation myth, you have simply the cycle of nature and the seasons extended, and that in the Bible there is a belief in a historical process, in a sense of the process of time going somewhere and meaning something, which involves a revolt against all cyclical conceptions of reality. A cyclical conception of reality is essentially the deification of a kind of machine. That is, it illustrates the ineradicable tendency of the human mind to invent something and then abase himself in front of it. That is, no sooner has the human mind invented the wheel than it starts inventing projections of a wheel of fate or a wheel of fortune as something ineluctable and mysterious and stronger than man himself. And it seems ironic that these projected images should almost invariably be taken from man's own inventions. anyway, the first chapter of Genesis, the later or priestly account of creation, seems to think in terms of a cosmos emerging from chaos and as being associated with an awakening of consciousness, which seems to be symbolized in the emphasis on the metaphor of days of a week. The second or Yahwist account, which begins in the second chapter, is much older, and not all the old sexual mythology has been eliminated from it. That is, the second account begins with the watering of a garden, and we've already seen a suggestion in the Song of Songs and elsewhere of the garden as the bride's body, and it's in this older account again that Adam is made from the dust of the ground, Adamah, which is a pun in Hebrew, but Adamah is feminine, and so there's a sense in which Adam had a mother as well as a divine father. What is more important in this contrast for us at the moment is this: a sexual creation myth focused on an earth mother has no problem with the conception of death, because it is a myth which concerns very largely living things, animals and plants, all of which die. So that in a sexual creation myth, death is built in. It is not only an inevitable part of the myth, it is, in some respects, the only element that really makes sense of it. But we suggested that the artificial myth thinks more in terms of sky metaphors, of the sun that sets in the evening and comes up again as the same sun the next morning. And the bodies in the sky, the sun, the moon, the planets, are not living things in the same way, though they may be deified, as animals and plants are, but they suggest a recurrence of the same thing, and they suggest also a sense of planning and of intelligence. That is, a control of affairs in which the same recurring phenomena are brought back and back. So it's clear from this and from many other considerations as well that in the biblical account of the creation, God could have created only a perfect and model world in which there could be no death or sin or misery or pain. And that is the reason why we are told in that account in the first chapter of Genesis that God made something and then saw that it was good. And as Bernard Shaw says in one of his essays, what would he say now? And the answer is, of course, that he would say, according to the traditional Christian interpretation, this is not the world I made, this is the world you fell into, and it's all your fault, and not the least little bit my fault. See Paradise Lost, books 1 to 12. Now, obviously, we can only get to that interpretation by doing a certain violence to the biblical account. For one thing, it is traditional, and you find it in Paradise Lost as well as elsewhere, that everything that we find inconvenient in nature, from mosquitoes to earthquakes, is the result of a fall in nature which accompanied or was part of the original fall of man. But that is, of course, pure reconstruction. There is nothing about a fall of nature in Genesis. It is said that God cursed the ground, but he removed the curse before the flood, so that doesn't count either. The essential point is that it is a matter of belief in the biblical religions, Judaism and Christianity, that the original world created by God must have been a model world, and consequently an artificial creation myth must have an alienation myth like that of the fall of man to account for the difference between the world that such a God must have made and the actual world that we're living in now. Of course, this implies that the perfect or model world was made primarily for man's benefit, and that is a belief which has obvious psychological links with paranoia, but as Thomas Pynchon remarks in a very remarkable novel, Gravity's Rainbow, man cannot live except in a paranoid state. He has only the choice between creative and destructive paranoia. So it is not the fact that the world was created for man's sake, which is the difficulty, but simply that for an artificial creation myth which assumes an intelligent and planning God, one needs to complete it, the myth of the fall of man. The fall of man is described very obliquely in the book of Genesis. There are two trees, we are told, a tree of life and a tree of knowledge. And again, if you think of the principle of metaphor, they are clearly the same tree. The forbidden tree has a cursed serpent crawling limply away from it on its belly, and as the serpent is very frequently a sexual or a phallic symbol, one would expect that the tree of life in an original version of the story would have had an erect serpent climbing up through its branches, as it still does in certain symbolic systems like those of Kundalini Yoga in India. And elsewhere, too, the serpent is the symbol of wisdom, so that the knowledge that man gained by the fall through the subtle serpent, the deceiving serpent, must have been, in some respects, an illusory knowledge. It is also, of course, a knowledge which has something to do with the discovery of sex as we know it, because as soon as the knowledge is acquired, Adam and Eve knew that they were naked and looked around for clothing. So that the original unfallen state is apparently conceived as being a sexual ideal of a kind that we have since lost the key to. The Freudian psychologist Jacques Lacan speaks of the myth of the lost phallus as being one of the most widespread of human conceptions, and it certainly seems involved in the Genesis account as well. Now, is it? Are there any questions on this point that the artificial creation myth goes along with an alienation myth of fall in order to make it fully intelligible? Yes.
One thing I have difficulty understanding is why it has to be assumed that the person who creates is male. Why it would be a sky father and not a sky mother who creates artificially?
Yes. Well, as I was saying last day, I thought that I think that the reason for the patriarchal emphasis in the Genesis account is only partially and up to a point a rationalizing of a patriarchal society. I think that the parent is the metaphor for the whole aspect of reality, which is not oneself, but is nevertheless completes oneself. And that of the two parents, the mother is the parent that we have to break from in order to get born. So that the emphasis on the creating activity of a male God has to do with the Bible's revolt against conceptions of an indefinitely turning cycle, such as we have in most Earth Mother mythologies. I'm passing over, for the moment at any rate, the flood story, which in a sense completes the account of the fall of man. And if there are no further questions on the myth of creation, I'd like to go on to the next phase that I want to deal with, the phase known as Exodus, or the revolutionary phase. That begins in the first chapter of Exodus, and there we are told that the Hebrews had entered Egypt under the patronage not merely of Joseph as the advisor of the Pharaoh, but of the Pharaoh himself. And that is consistent with what we find all through the Bible, that the world ruler is not necessarily thought of as an evil or wicked man in the Bible, but he rules over the kind of world in which sooner or later a successor of his will be evil. That is, the Pharaoh who welcomed the family of Jacob into Egypt was a benevolent Pharaoh, but in the course of time there was a Pharaoh who knew not Joseph and attempted to get rid of the Hebrews by genocide. The first Persian monarchs, Cyrus and Darius, are spoken of with the greatest respect, but before long we have Ahasuerus and Esther, the Xerxes of history, who attempts again another pogrom of genocidal proportions. At the time of the Roman Empire, Paul insists that the powers that be are ordained of God, but in no time at all we have Nero and the other persecuting Caesars. And although Alexander the Great is represented by Josephus as being welcomed into Jerusalem by the high priest, in course of time the Syrian Seleucian Empire produced Antiochus and that persecution there. So in many respects the account in the Bible might have been simpler if it had begun where the story of Israel in effect begins, with God appearing in a burning bush to Moses. If you start the Bible with that story, where Moses in Egypt, having escaped from the original massacre of Hebrews and having been brought up as an Egyptian, looks over the landscape and sees a bush burning without burning up, And once again, the emphasis is on the ear rather than the eye. The fact that the bush burns without burning up is merely there to attract Moses' attention, and he goes out of his way to see this strange sight. But it is the voice that speaks from within that is important. Now, if you begin a story there, you have immediately wiped out that whole dreary chess game that is known traditionally as theodicy. That is, how are you going to reconcile the existence of a perfectly good God with a horribly bad world, and yet without involving the good God in the bad world in any causal way? It's a problem of white not to move and win. And it's a silly problem, I think, and a made-up one, and the one that begins the Exodus story is much more intelligible. Here, there is a situation of tyranny and exploitation going on to start with. That is the first datum, is injustice, tyranny, and exploitation. And God then announces that he is giving himself a name and a highly partisan role, and is going to enter history on the side of the oppressed classes. Never mind how you got into this situation, how you get out of it is the important thing. And so Moses grows up and gathers Israel around him. And there is the story in Exodus about the plagues, the hardening of Pharaoh's heart, and then the crossing of the Red Sea, the event which separated Israel from Egypt. And all through the rest of the Bible, this separation of Israel from Egypt is one of the major tonalities of the Bible. It's the theme which comes back again and again and again. And it is a matter of the highest importance for our understanding of our own cultural traditions that the tradition we have derived through Judaism and Christianity from the Bible has this revolutionary factor in it, which the Exodus story gives to it. And all the characteristics of the revolutionary mind are adumbrated right there. And you find most of them repeated in Marxism today. One of those characteristics is the belief in a specific historical event as the starting point. That is, the story of Israel begins with Moses and the Exodus, and the story of Christianity begins with the birth of Christ. It doesn't begin with the Essenes or anything else that might have looked vaguely similar. The story of communism begins with Marx and Engels and not with Fourier or Owen or Saint-Simon or any of the others that looked similar. And Islam begins with Muhammad and the flight from Mecca to Medina. And that historical consciousness is, again, something that I may have stressed already, that it gives to us that typological way of reading the Bible, which I have been concentrating on in this course. And as I tried to explain, typology is not a form of allegorical interpretation. It is a theory of history, or more accurately of the historical process, which says that in spite of all the chaos and confusion in human events, nevertheless, those events are going somewhere and meaning something, and eventually something will happen which will indicate what their meaning is. That is what is distinctive about the biblical tradition, and it is what they have contributed, that tradition has contributed to modern theories of history, both progressive and revolutionary. And it's something which, so far as I know, is confined to that tradition. I don't find it in the Orient or in the classics. Then another characteristic of the revolutionary mind is a dialectical habit of mind in which everything that is not for us is against us, and all the middle ground is progressively eliminated. And as I may have said, the Hebrews made their great contribution to our own cultural traditions, as is the wont of human nature, through their least amiable characteristic. And that was not their belief that their God was true. It was their belief that all other gods were false. And that conception of false God, again, is something that would have been almost unintelligible to, say, an educated Greek or Roman. A Greek merchant traveling in Babylon would naturally commend himself to the gods of Babylon before going to sleep in Babylon. And you can see various traces in the Old Testament of an original belief ascribed to other people, such as Assyrians, that there is nothing non-existent about other people's gods. I think I may have called your attention to a passage in the book of Kings in which the Syrians say among themselves when they're going to war with Israel that Israel's a hilly country, consequently Jehovah must be a God very good at hill fighting. And if we can only get the Israelite army out of the hills and onto the plain, then we'll clean up on them. And of course this resulted in disaster for them because Jehovah, thin-skinned as ever, took offense at the notion that he wasn't equally good in valleys. And similarly, if you look at the Trojan War, you'll see that when the Trojans are defeated, the Trojan gods are defeated with them. And the Trojan gods have to be taken by Aeneas to Italy to get refurbished and have another period of power. And all that is extremely remote from things like the contest between Elijah and the priests of Baal on Mount Carmel, where the object is to prove not that Jehovah is stronger than Baal, but that Baal does not exist at all. It is not really a god, but a figment of the human imagination. And that dialectical separation between the God and no God is something which seems to have come in with the teachings of the prophets, and again is almost unintelligible to a polytheistic mind. I think I mentioned earlier that in a tribal organization of society, the gods are local, epiphanic gods, like the nymphs and the satyrs and the fauns of a later mythology. They are immediate deities of trees and stones and mountains, that when tribes are organized into nations, the gods become an aristocracy, and they usually sit on tops of mountains. And when the nations grow into world empires, where the ruler thinks of himself as the ruler of the world, then you do get a kind of monotheism in which all the effective gods retreat into the stars, but there is usually one supreme God. And all through history, you find this type of monotheism associated with world rulers, with an early pharaoh of Egypt who practically wrecked his empire in quest of his one god, Akhenaten his name was, and the early rulers of Persia, Cyrus and Darius, who were very fervent and devout monotheists. But that kind of imperial monotheism is totally different from the revolutionary monotheism of the Bible. Imperial monotheism is a very eclectic religion. That is, it tends to identify local cults with the service of the supreme God and say, oh, well, they're all the same God anyway. And a liberal-minded person in the late Roman Empire, for example, might even go to the point of collecting gods. And he would have no objection whatever to having statues of Jehovah and of Jesus in his collection. That is, he would think of any number of gods as equally ways of reaching the truth of one God. And that is, again, an attitude of mind which is totally opposed to the kind of monotheism one finds in the Bible, where God has a specific name and a specific role in history, and is not simply a God in whom every other conception of deity may be absorbed. All right? Another feature of the same revolutionary mentality, I think, is the tendency to do precisely what the Israelites did, that is to build up a sacred book and to mark it off clearly from other books that are apocryphal or secular or in some other respect peripheral. The conception of a sacred canon is something that seems to have grown up uniquely with the Israelite tradition. And it's possible that there is a scene in the Bible that catches the moment of its birth. I don't know whether I pointed this out to you already or not, but it's in the second book of Kings. And it's the 22nd chapter. Here we have one of the last kings of Judah and one of the few kings that the narrator approves of. And one of the first things he does is to repair the temple. And in the course of repairing the temple, a document is found, the book of the law. And in verse 8, and Hilkiah the high priest said unto Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, and he read it. So then they report this fact to the king. Verse 11, and it came to pass when the king had heard the words of the book of the law that he rent his clothes. And then he said, verse 13, Inquire of the Lord for me and for the people and for all Judah concerning the words of this book that is found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not hearkened unto the words of this book, to do according unto all that which is written concerning us. Now, what is of especial importance in this passage is the king's conviction that it was a matter of the highest importance for the people as a whole to know the contents of a written document. We're a long way from democracy, but democracy is founded on the basis of public access to documents. So you can see history turning a rather decisive corner at this point. And such a book would have to be, in the first place, a law book, because it is the laws which are almost invariably regarded as sacred, as of divine origin, and as something that it concerns everyone to know. Now, it's been practically the only thesis in biblical scholarship that the majority of biblical scholars are agreed on, that this book of the law, which was then discovered, either was or was very closely related to the existing book of Deuteronomy. And that means, therefore, that if that is true, the book of Deuteronomy was the germ, the core, out of which the entire canon developed. It was probably later than that the priests began to conflate the older accounts which they already had in temple records and which survive in such things as the earlier account of creation and the Genesis stories. And the authors of Samuel and Kings are known as the Deuteronomic historians because they follow the general dialectic of Deuteronomy in in their historical attitudes. And the book of Deuteronomy itself seems to have been influenced by the writings and teachings of prophets who came before it, or at least before the time of its discovery. And that seems to leave us with the conclusion that such people as David and Solomon had never heard of Moses, that the notion of the contract at Mount Sinai, which gave the Israelites the law, is a post-Deuteronomic idea and grew up sometime after this discovery of the book by Josiah in the 7th century BC. The notion of a canon of books that seem to belong together as especially sacrosanct seems to be taking shape. We don't know very much about the way it operated, but that it was there seems inescapable. And there's a curious symbolic contrast between the fact that the successful and prosperous empires of Egypt and Babylon and Assyria and the others produced the great temples, whereas the Israelites, who, as I say, were never lucky at the game of empire, produced the book. And to the people who wanted the kind of success that Assyria and Persia and Babylon had, the production of a book must have seemed a good deal like a booby prize. But if you think of the relative durability of a book and a monument, you'll see that the facts are very different. There's a wonderful scene in the book of Jeremiah where Jeremiah's secretary is reading to practically the last king of Judah a prophecy of Jeremiah consisting very largely of denunciations of the king's very foolish and obstinate policy of resistance to Babylon. And we're told that it was a cold day and there was a fire burning in the room of the palace, and every so often the infuriated king would cut a piece off the scroll with his knife and throw it in the fire. Well, that means that it was a papyrus scroll, because if it had been parchment, it would not only have bankrupted the prophet, but it would also have been tough enough to spoil the king's gesture. So you have the contrast between the prophecy of Jeremiah entrusted to the most fragile and combustible material that the ancient world produced, and the king's palace, built presumably out of the stones of Solomon's palace, which had taken him 13 years to build. And after 2,500 years, not the slightest trace remains of the king's palace, whereas the book of Jeremiah remains in reasonably good shape. So the contrast between producing a book which can be wiped out by the merest breath of accident and the great stone monuments that are there to endure forever and actually crumble in a few years. Well, that seems to be a mystery. No scholar has a suggestion as to its ultimate origin or how old it was when it was discovered in the temple. But by certain sociological indications in the book of Deuteronomy itself, most scholars date it about, say, 40 or 50 years before the time of its discovery, which would mean that it was somewhere around the earlier part of the 7th century BC.
I wonder if I understood you correctly. When you were speaking about the construction of a canon then around the book of Deuteronomy, did you say that David and Solomon then would never have known about Moses?
Well, they wouldn't have known about the Mosaic Code, necessarily. That is, the notion of the Israelites going into the desert and they're receiving the code of laws, which was the Mosaic Code, may be a later construct than the time of David and Solomon. I merely say that is a very common scholarly assumption. I'm not an expert in this field, but that's what is called the Wellhausen hypothesis, and because it's German in the 19th century, it ought to be treated with respect. And then finally, in this list of revolutionary characteristics I'm giving, one is the tendency to regard your near neighbor who is separated from you only by a very slight heresy as a much deadlier and more detestable enemy than the agreed common enemy. That is, early Christianity, for example, didn't so much attack the pagans, they attacked the Gnostics or the Arians and called them pagans. And just as in a Marxist struggle for power today, the people attacked are not capitalist reactionaries, they are Trotskyists or supporters of the Gang of Four who are called agents of the bourgeois counter-revolution. And with Judaism, similarly, there is a much greater bitterness against the northern kingdom for its secession, and later on with the Samaritans who occupied the same place, than there is against, for example, the Persians. The word canon is an interesting one. It's in the prophecy of Ezekiel. Ezekiel is told to take a reed and measure the temple of God, and the word for reed is kana, and it's from that word, ultimately, through Greek intermediaries, that we get our word canon. And so that symbolically, at least, metaphorically, there seems to be some connection between this symbol of measuring the temple and constructing a verbal canon. If you look at the 11th chapter of Revelation, the one that I've pointed out before, you will see that that begins with the angel giving the narrator a reed like a rod and telling him to measure the temple of God. And immediately following is the account of the martyrdom of the two witnesses who, as we saw, are connected with Moses and Elijah, the two pillars of Scripture, the symbolic law and prophets. Any question that far then? Well, we'll continue with that next day then. I've been dealing with two phases of the biblical revelation, with, first of all, the creation and the conceptions of fall and deluge, which are part of that complex. Then the revolutionary spirit that is one that crystallizes around Israel in Egypt and the exodus from Egypt. And what follows, the third stage, is the stage of law, which per Judaism became the crucial one. And the first 5 books of the Bible in Judaism are called the Torah, a word which is often translated law, although it means something much broader than that. And the shape of the New Testament turns a good deal on its conception of itself as a reformulation of the notion of law in the Old Testament. And what you get in Paul and the author of Hebrews particularly is a conception of the gospel as having set man free from the law. And the legal material, strictly legal material in the Old Testament is usually divided into 3 groups: the judicial and the ceremonial and the moral. And one of the first controversies in the Christian church was over the question of whether the first generation of Christians, who are all Jews, would be subject to the ceremonial law or not. And that you can read about in the book of Acts, where Paul is the main spokesman of the view that the gospel breaks with all three aspects of the law. And of course, Christianity immediately set up a ceremonial law of its own. And although Paul says twice, circumcision is nothing, the church in his day was saying something much more like baptism is practically everything. And Paul himself supports that view, that is, and similarly, the day of rest simply shifts from Saturday to Sunday. It isn't a question of getting rid of a ceremonial code, but of adopting a new one in a new tonality. There was a good deal of controversy in Christian theology as to how much of this law one got set free from, and there were views that while the judicial, the years of Jubilee, that sort of thing, and the ceremonial code were not binding on Christianity, the moral law, as set out in the Ten Commandments, still was. And Luther makes it a very cardinal principle of his teaching that the Christian gospel makes a break with all three. But one has to understand what is meant by that. What he means by it is that the law becomes internalized and consequently becomes something beyond reach of a legal code. That is, to say that the gospel sets one free of the law doesn't mean breaking the law. It doesn't mean criminal action, because you don't get set free from the law by breaking the law. You just get more fouled up with it than ever. And so that you get set free of the law by transforming it into an internal principle. And as a result, the principles in the teaching of Jesus are concerned with the inner state of mind rather than with the social consequences of action. And so in his commentary on the Ten Commandments, which are on some of the commandments, which forms a part of the Sermon on the Mount, the negative formulation, "don't kill," becomes a positive enthusiasm for human life, and "don't commit adultery" becomes a habitual respect for the dignity of a woman, and "don't steal" becomes an enthusiasm for sharing goods. And in all this, of course, there is nothing that a legal code could be formulated to touch. And if you think, for example, of the 7 deadly sins as they were set out in the Middle Ages: pride, wrath, sloth, envy, avarice, gluttony, and lechery. Those are regarded as the mortal sins, the deadly sins that destroyed the soul, but not one of them necessarily ends in or results in criminal or antisocial acts. That is, in the teaching of Jesus, the the conception sin is totally unintelligible except in a religious context. And it is not antisocial behavior, or nor is it anything that a law can regulate. So that the transmutation of the law into an inner state of the soul, of course, leads to a much stricter and more intensive morality. And if you tried to legalize the teachings of Jesus, for example, you'll get the most frightful tyranny, because the things that offend your own self-respect are usually things that are in too fine a mesh for any kind of legal code to catch. There are certain aspects about this question of law which are of some interest. For one thing, this conception of law is in general moral. That is, the moral is the general category, which to some degree includes the judicial and ceremonial. It relates to the observances that God is represented as prescribing for Israel, laid down on top of a network of social obligations and customs and penalties and so on. Then there is the conception of natural law, and they are both called law, but they have nothing to do with each other, and yet the whole biblical tradition and Western culture has revolved around an extremely strained and illegitimate pun on the word law as meaning, first of all, the morality of human action, and secondly, as the observed phenomena of nature. Now, in the moral sphere, you have a commanding personality, God, and you have those who have the choice of obeying or disobeying. And if that is law, then what we call natural law has nothing to do with law, because the phenomena of nature, in the first place, cannot be broken. You don't break a law of nature, you only manifest it. If you're standing on the edge of a precipice and jump over, you don't break the law of gravitation, you merely manifest the law of gravitation, and the law of gravitation breaks you. There can be no question whatever of feeling that you have a choice of obeying or disobeying a natural law. And in the course of time, we've come more and more to feel that nature is an impersonal order. Now, we got this illegitimate, at least it seems to be illegitimate, association of law in these two senses of human moral behavior and the phenomena of nature through a kind of conspiracy between the biblical and the Greek aspects of our cultural tradition. In Greece, there's a polytheistic religion. That means that gods have separate personalities, and consequently they can fall out and disagree. And the most obvious example is the Trojan War, where, to give them their Roman names, Juno, Minerva, and Venus turned up and they all together in front of Paris with a golden apple and says, we want you to give this to the most beautiful of the three of us. So he had to choose one out of the three. The other two says, well, the hell with you, and went off and took the Greek side in the Trojan War, whereas poor old Aphrodite, who, being what she was, had no talent for fighting at all, was the only one left on the Trojan side. And she did, according to the Iliad, try to get into the melee on one occasion, and one of the Greek warriors, Diomedes, gave her a whack over the wrist, which bruised it, and she went squalling back to Olympus and said to her father Zeus, now look at what that awful man did to me, now you've got to do something to him. And Zeus said, well, you got just what you deserved, you have no business on a battlefield, you have to leave that to Athenia, who knows how to wear armor. And so in this conception of a polytheistic group of gods who may be jealous of each other or have personal disagreements, you obviously have to have something overruling these clashes of divine wills. And there are suggestions that the will of Zeus is being manifested no matter how the gods and goddesses disagree, but that's hardly consistent. Because at one time, when it looks as though the Trojans are about to win over the Greeks, Hera, or Juno, who is on the Greek side, seduces Zeus by getting him to bed and so put out of action. Zeus manages to scramble out of bed in time to help the Trojans, whom on the whole he prefers. But it is clear that while Homer does say from time to time that the will of Zeus is being accomplished, he is also saying that there is a force which has already determined what is going to happen, and that is superior to the will of Zeus in power, and Zeus must obey it. And that is where the conception comes that we often translate very badly as fate. And it is really a conception derived from the sense of the regularity and invariability of natural law, so that we get most of our scientific tradition from the Greeks because they had a polytheistic religion, you see, where you have clashes of divine wills. You have to have a power which overrules these clashes, and that becomes the germ of the conception of natural law. The point is that Zeus, or Jupiter, the supreme god, must obey the will of fate, whether he wants to or not. And so, as men are put there to serve the gods and to behave more or less as the gods want them to, moral and natural law become associated even in the Greek tradition. And one place where they are with particular eloquence and power is in the last of Aeschylus' 3 plays on the murder of Agamemnon and the revenge taken for Agamemnon on his mother by Agamemnon's son Orestes. In the third of those plays of Aeschylus, the Eumenides, you have two levels of balance or order. You have the purely mechanical level, represented by the Furies who are pursuing Orestes to avenge his murder of his mother. And actually, it was a very good thing that Orestes did murder his mother. She had it coming to her. But that couldn't matter less to the Furies. They've been given orders that when this kind of thing happens, they take vengeance. So the whole thing comes into a court of the gods, and eventually the goddess of wisdom, Athene, explains that you have to consider certain aspects of equity in the situation, and that introduces a superior moral principle. But it is also part of a conception of an order in which men and the gods and nature are all involved. The gods ultimately have to ratify the order of nature. Otherwise, they lose their divinity and become something else. So that in the Greek tradition, you get moral and natural law united in that way. In the biblical tradition, the same thing happens, but for quite different reasons. There is also a contract, but in the biblical contract, nature is not a party to the contract. Nature doesn't subscribe to it at all. There is no order of nature which is thought of as representing or manifesting an aspect of law. In the biblical tradition, the same God controls both the moral and the natural orders. And that means, in effect, that there is no natural law as we understand it, except as the functioning of nature under God's permission. That is, the law of gravitation works because God wants it to. But strictly speaking, in the biblical tradition, there is no way of distinguishing a natural event from a miraculous one except by the rarity of the miracle. Because if the same God controls both, and if his will is manifest in both moral and natural orders, then in both moral and natural orders you have a commanding personality and an agent or who can either obey or disobey. So as late as the 19th century, when you get Nietzsche saying God is dead, that statement, in spite of all the attention it has aroused, even in theology, is still subordinate to Nietzsche's main purpose, which was to demonstrate that there is no personality in charge of nature, and that consequently nature has no option of obeying or disobeying, and that all such notions are pure superstition. But in the biblical conception of law, as I say, both moral and natural orders are united under the same will and consequently can be associated under the same name. Any question that far? Yeah.
What does this say to us? We still
Well, it doesn't matter whether you call it law or not, except that it's confusing to call it law when you are also calling law something which is a matter of will and to some degree of choice. What we call natural law are the observations of certain phenomena in nature. And those laws are not broken. If they appear to be, it's because there are other laws operating that we have not identified as such. And the word law is more or less ingrained in the language, but it's perhaps important to remember that it's ingrained in two quite different contexts.
Does this biblical conception of natural law and how it differs from the Greek conception of natural law have an effect on biblical idea of tragedy, or the idea that there is no tragedy?
I think it does. That's a very searching question, and it would take quite a while to answer it fully. But I think that in the Eumenides, that play ends almost as order a comedy. That is, the Furies acquire the name of Eumenides, which means the kindly spirits, because they are absorbed into a higher and more just conception of law, which considers the factors of equity, and Orestes is acquitted, and so the whole play ends in an atmosphere of serenity. But in the whole context of Greek thought and of Aeschylus' dramatic form, I don't think that calm and serene conclusion really turns the trilogy of Agamemnon into a comedy. What it does is to give you a vision of an interlocking order in which man, the gods, and nature are all involved, and it is that sense of interlocking order which lies behind Greek tragedy. It doesn't lie behind the Bible, and that is one reason, as your question implies, why Christian tragedy is a difficult form, something of a tour de force when it does appear, and often its success in Shakespeare, for example, is often the result of certain devices, such as in King Lear, of making the setting a pre-Christian order. And the conception of tragedy in Greek, in Greek literature, rests on the notion of hybris. You usually see that spelled with a U, but that's just illiteracy. It's and makes one feel very cynical about the classical tradition. And this act of hybris is an act of aggression which upsets the balance in the order of nature which the gods are there to ratify. Consequently, because it upsets the balance, a counterbalance must be set up, which is what is called nemesis. And the action of aggression and counterbalance is what makes the scales the emblem of justice, and is what makes the tragic conclusion to an act of aggression not merely morally intelligible, but almost physically intelligible. In fact, one of the earliest and profoundest of all the Greek philosophers, Anaximander, said that getting born was an act of hybris, and death was its nemesis, the reestablishing of the balance in the scheme of things. But that notion of an automatically balancing and righting power inherent in the order of nature itself is not, so far as I can see, a biblical conception. It's not that nature is conscious in Greek thought. It doesn't have to be to have that reacting power, which is almost a mechanical force. But it doesn't have even that role, so far as I can see, in the Bible. Yeah.
The notions of Nemesis and Hebrews, are they of the same kind as that of equity with regard to because they act in accordance with Nemesis?
Well, I think the action itself could exist on various levels. And the lowest level on which it operates is the level of revenge, of the lex talionis, of the eye for the eye, the tooth for the tooth. That's in the Old Testament too, but in a different context. And it's the level of the Furies at the beginning of Aeschylus' play. But the same relationship could also exist on a higher level, which would include the factor of equity. But I think that factor really refers to different degrees of this action and counteraction, which informs the structure of Greek tragedy. One of the words that we translate as fate is moira. As I say, it's a very crude and approximate translation. It means more than that. And at the opening of the Odyssey, Zeus is represented as saying, it's too bad that men are so ready to blame the gods for their own disasters, because for the most part they bring their disasters on themselves. And the example that he gives is the example of the man who murdered Agamemnon, Aegisthus. And he, Zeus says, went hypermoron, beyond fate. And because he went beyond fate, fate had to catch up. It had to make the counterbalancing movement, which destroyed Aegisthus. Yes?
Do you have such a different attitude towards the conception of the world order? Why does tragedy still work so well? Or like, why did it in Shakespeare's time? It doesn't seem to work now, but did they substitute a Christian pride for?
Well, I think that tragedy arose in Greek literature at a certain period, largely in connection with this notion of justice, or dike as it's called, where the poets were concerned with this Greek interaction of gods and men and the order of nature. And so tragedy, which dramatized that interaction, really fitted this 5th century period in Athenian culture. And as it manifests a very fundamental fact about the human situation, it's consequently a structure that can work in any culture, although it is more difficult if the assumptions are Christian ones. And as I say, Shakespeare sometimes adopts special devices because King Lear, as I say, is pre-Christian, and they keep swearing by Apollo and Jupiter and other gods that the audience knows don't exist. And even as attentive a student of Shakespeare as Samuel Johnson says that Shakespeare's tragedies are almost miraculously clever stunts. They're almost tour de force. and that his instinctive and temperamental bent is for comedy. Whether that is true or not, it is true that most religions tend towards some kind of goal for which the literary model is comedy. And Greek religion was one of the very few exceptions that I know of. There's another byproduct of this, which is perhaps worth looking at. If you look at the shape of the biblical story, you can see what we've been pointing out all along, that man is thought of as living on two levels, that is, as a man and as a creature of God. There is the level reached by Adam in the Garden of Eden before the fall of man. Then there is the lower level represented by the fall and of all human history since. And the higher level manifests itself in things like resurrection and apocalypse. So it follows then that in the Christian periods there were two levels of the order of nature. The lower level was the level which man fell into. That is the level of physical nature. And it's a level to which the animals and plants seem to be fairly well adjusted. But man before the fall in the Garden of Eden was in the state in which man intended him to live, and which God intended him to live, So that is an upper level of nature, which is the level of human nature. In teaching Milton's Paradise Lost, I've often had occasion to notice how the description of the life of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden makes them seem like a couple of suburbanites in the nude, preoccupied with their own sexual relations and with domestic details of housekeeping and gardening. And Eve looks in the sky and says there's an angel up in the sky, or at least Adam does, and Eve says, how nice, maybe he'll stay to lunch. And he comes and he eats lunch. He can't eat anything in paradise except a fruit salad, but he he likes fruit salads, and he explains how, being an angel, he can eat without the bother of excretion, which his skin pores take care of. And all that has naturally aroused ridicule among some of Milton's readers, but the point is that Milton thought that Adam's life in the Garden of Eden was the state in which God intended man to live, and therefore man's original state was civilized. There are no noble savages for Milton until Adam has fallen. Adam turns into a noble savage after he's fallen. But before that, he's on the level of human nature. And so there are two levels of nature, one appropriate to man, the other to beings without consciousness. It follows that many things are natural to man that are not natural to animals. And many things are natural to animals that are not natural to man. It is natural for man to wear clothes, to be in a state of social organization, to have degrees of rank, and so on. And so, as Edmund Burke was still insisting in the early 19th century, on the human level, nature and art are really the same thing. It is natural to man to be in a state of art. So, in, for example, Milton's Comus, Comus is an evil spirit who captures a virtuous lady and holds her immobile in a chair and then tries to seduce her. And his argument for seduction rests on the analogy with physical nature. The animals, he says, don't show the least self-consciousness or sense of sin about sexual intercourse. What's holding you up? And the lady tells him that, in effect, that on her level of nature, chastity is what is natural to her. Now that means, of course, that the question, what is natural to man, is a question which has a completely circular answer. That is, on this basis it does. What is natural to man is natural on the level of human nature, and what is on the level of human nature is what custom and authority have decided to be the level of human nature. So questions like, is homosexuality, for example, to be condemned because it's unnatural? The animals don't do it. That is, it was asserted that the animals didn't do it, and they didn't examine animals very closely to see whether it was true or not. Anyway, that was the argument. But it doesn't work on this upper level. There, what is unnatural is what the voice of custom and authority has decreed to be unnatural. There's nothing that you can define as inherently unnatural. In the Reformation, many Protestants took the position that nothing was wrong unless the Bible forbade it. And usually the Bible obligingly comes through with condemnations of most vices, but it forgets about polygamy. It never once condemns polygamy or suggests that there's anything wrong with that state of social organization at all. And as the voice of custom and authority is determined to have a monogamous society to keep the sexual instinct properly regulated, it has to fall back on a conception of natural law for that one thing. But as I say, the argument is totally circular. We don't know what is natural to man as long as we are working on these two levels of nature. And so what we have inherited since the 18th century, coming very largely from issues raised by Rousseau, is the question, does this upper level of human nature represent does this upper level of custom and authority represent the reality of human nature, or is it merely the facade which a structure of power has thrown up? And we're still trying to figure out the answer to that one, but what I'm trying to suggest is not that, but the origin of it in the shape of the biblical myth, which seems to imply that there are these two levels of the natural. Any question that far?
Could you clarify a little by what you meant when you said that man lives on two levels, as man and as the creature of God? How does that fit in with the two levels of nature, human nature and animal nature?
Well, Adam is a creature of God. He was put in a garden, and then Adam fell and was thrown into a wilderness. So you have two contexts for Adam, but in both contexts, he's a creature of God. Yeah.
In the Gospels, where Jesus says, "I will write my law in men's hearts," is that his way of setting up a kind of human nature?
Well, yes, that is, you see, man is born, since the fall of Adam, man has been born into this middle world here, into the world of physical nature, the world that animals and plants are adjusted to and that he's not adjusted to. And so he's confronted from birth with a moral dialectic. Either he moves up to as close as he can to what was intended to be the state for him to live in, or he goes down to the level of sin, which is a level that the animals cannot reach. Now, everything that is good for man, law and morality and education and virtue, all those things, are agents that tend to raise man from the physical level he was born in to the human level he belongs in. And in fact, Milton explicitly defines education as the attempt to repair the fall of our first parents. Meaning secular as well as religious education. Yes?
You know, there's a line from Jeremiah that keeps haunting me, and it's something with the heart is deceitful. Who can fathom its depths?
Yes.
Can you be saying the same thing here, more or less? What is human nature? Can one define it? What is man? Is he talking about the same thing? Is he trying to zero in on what is man?
Yes. Actually, I could deal with that question a little more adequately and more satisfactorily when we come to prophecy and its conception of what man is equipped with. But your question does raise the fact that another inference from the biblical story that Western culture has adopted is the conception of what is called original sin. And original sin arises from the fact that man is born into a world which is alien to him. It really arises out of the fact that man is going to die. And his consciousness is, before it is anything else, a consciousness of death. And so that in man as he is born in this alien world, there is a force of inertia pulling him down. And it is out of that general view, not out of that specific doctrine, which is much later, that Jeremiah says that the heart is desperately wicked. That is, that he formulates the doctrine of the depravity of man, as being born into a level below what he ought to be in, and consequently exposed to all the contagion of that level, which is a contagion not keeping him there, he can't stay there, but pulling him down to the demonic world. Well, we'll go ahead with that next day then. I was speaking of the stage of law and of the peculiar inheritance that is bequeathed to Western civilization, where we have assumed that the operations of observed operations of nature and the obligations incurred in human society are both forms of law, although they actually represent totally different things. In nearly all societies, the laws are accompanied with myths explaining that they are of divine origin. And in the Gilgamesh epic, for example, the story is that of the creation of the world, and after Marduk has killed the dragon of chaos and formed heaven and earth from her body, then the poem goes on to deal with the establishing of Babylon and of the establishing of the laws there. And I'm sorry, this is not the Gilgamesh epic, but Enuma Elish, the creation poem. And there, you go directly from the creation myth to the myth of the origin of law, because law is naturally conservative, and a myth about its origin would naturally be concerned with the establishing of order out of an original chaos. In the Oresteia, which I mentioned last day, the origin of the law court of Athens, the Areopagus, is connected with the closing up of the feud in the house of Atreus, which had climaxed with Orestes' murder of his mother in revenge for his mother's murder of his father. In the Bible, however, law follows immediately upon the revolutionary phase. The Israelites rebel against Egyptian authority. They eventually escape from Egypt and become a separate nation in the desert, and it is in the desert that they receive the law. And the fact that in the biblical myth, the stage of law follows the stage of revolution is one, the significance of which we have to look at. A nation which has gone through the experience of a revolution is often one in which the sense of participation in the part of the people is very strong. And so there's a curious ambiguity in what happens. If you take, for example, the American Revolution of the 18th century, when de Tocqueville came to America in the 19th century and looked at it, one of the things that struck him most forcibly was the sense of popular participation and involvement with the social order and with what has since been called the American way of life. That does not mean, of course, that there is a close connection between the revolutionary experience and the reign of law as such. because the moral of a successful revolution is violence pays, and hence a great deal of law breaking, a great deal of violence might be a quite normal outgrowth of the revolutionary experience. What de Tocqueville felt, however, was that this sense of participation and involvement with the American national experiment might eventually produce another kind of tyranny, a kind of tyranny that would not be imposed from above, but would extend within, and it would be of a kind which, after the hindsight of another century from de Tocqueville, we would call totalitarian. Now, whether that is true or not, you can see, I think, if you follow the narrative of the story of the Exodus, that the progression from the revolution against Egypt, the Exodus, to the imposing of the law is accompanied by a strong sense of this total participation and involvement in the new national experiment with the new community of Israel. Now, in the first place, a successful revolution, once it establishes its authority, becomes, of course, or at least very frequently does become, very strongly repressive when it comes to any further revolutions. The 13 colonies revolted in the 18th century, but then they fought a civil war a century later over the issue of whether there should be any further revolutions or separations. And in the story of the Exodus, we are told that there were many rebellions within the Israelite community in the desert. They were tired of living in the desert. They were tired of this inane pastry that God kept raining down from heaven to feed them. And many of them wanted simply to go back to Egypt. And the community of Israel in the desert is presented as a theocratic dictatorship under the direct eye of God. And God, of course, is the perfect counter-revolutionary because he always knows when there's a conspiracy against him. And so we read in the book of Numbers about the rebellion of Korah and his fellow conspirators, Nathan and Abiram, who were swallowed up by the earth. We read of murmurings among the children of Israel and of God sending fiery serpents among them to bite everybody who complained. And Moses, in this situation, has the role of a field commander who is on the inside track to the Supreme Commander headquarters and he goes and reports to his superior officer and issues communiques about his people's morale, and at times will take responsibility for what Israel does wrong. I have a friend who came back from the Italian campaign in the Second World War, saying that the most perfect description of that kind of campaign that had ever been recorded was the story of Moses in the desert. Very concerned about his people's morale, in constant touch with his supreme commander, issuing orders about the next move and the next encampment, and all the time he hasn't the faintest notion where the hell he is or how he got there or where he's going or why he's there in the first place. And that sense of a total organization, along with the kind of confusion that only a military atmosphere can induce, is something that runs all through the early books of the Bible. When we reach the book of Joshua, we find another modulation of the same kind of thing. If you look at the 7th chapter of Joshua, here we are told that the Israelites take a Canaanite stronghold known as Ai, and God's rule is that everything that they take from a plundered and sacked city should be devoted to him as a sacrifice. But there is one person among the Israelites who decides to keep something back for himself, and his name is Achan. And the result is that the next time the Israelites attack a Canaanite stronghold, they get taken to the cleaners. And Joshua says to God, now, what's this? After all, we're supposed to win this war. And God says, yes, I know, but you stole something from me at Ai, and you've got to look after that before anything else can be done. And so they draw lots, and the lot falls on Achan. And in verse 24, we are told about the condemnation of Achan. And Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan, the son of Zerah, and the silver and the garment and the wedge of gold, and his sons and his daughters and his oxen and his asses and his sheep and his tent and all that he had, and they brought them unto the valley of Achor. And Joshua said, why hast thou troubled us? The Lord shall trouble thee this day. And all Israel stoned them with stones and burned them with fire after they had stoned them with stones. In other words, Achan's whole family was wiped out with him. The line of thinking is that such a person as Achan represents a cancer in the community, and the cancer has to be cut out. And that goes for not only everything that he owns, but his family as well, his sons and his daughters. So that there you get a glimpse of the terrorism of an incorruptible society. And the fact that a society set up in that way is something that humankind can endure for only a very short time. Corruption is therefore an essential aspect of social living, because the people who take advantage of corruption are not invariably the criminal, but also those who find this kind of omniscient purity a trifle exacting to live under. Now, naturally, you would expect the same kind of thing to recur in the primitive Christian community, and the New Testament counterpart to the story of Achan is in the book of Acts, the 5th chapter. But a certain man named Ananias, with Sapphira his wife, sold a possession and kept back part of the price, his wife also being privy to it, and brought a certain part and laid it at the apostles' feet. But Peter said, Ananias, why hath Satan filled thine heart to lie to the Holy Ghost and to keep back part of the price of the land? And so it goes on, and Ananias and Sapphira are struck dead for these atavistic bourgeois habits and running counter to the perfect communism of primitive Christian society. Sorry? Well, it begins at the beginning of chapter 5. But it goes on down for the first 10 verses. Anything else there? Well, the stage of law is a stage which is accompanied by, that is, when it follows a revolution, is often a stage which is accompanied by purges. And the story of Achan is an excellent example of the purge, because the entire family of Achan is wiped out with him. But eventually, God decides that the purge, if it's going to be effective, has to be total. And so he lays it down that all the old line revolutionaries, that is, all the people involved in the exodus from Egypt, would have to die off in the wilderness, and that a new generation would have to grow up before they could enter the promised land. That is in the Pentateuch itself. It's also referred to later. You might look at Psalm 95. And verse 12. I refer to that because it's quoted in the Epistle to the Hebrews and becomes an important Christian argument as well. Sorry, it's verse 11. Unto whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. And the Christians, of course, elaborated this argument symbolically and said that the first generation that came out from Egypt, all of which had to die off, represented Judaism, and that the next generation, which was allowed to enter the Promised Land, symbolized Christianity. I don't know if I've mentioned this point earlier, but after the return from Babylon, the same symbolic theme is repeated by Jeremiah, and in Jeremiah 31, Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Have I mentioned this before, this passage? Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break. But this shall be the covenant. After those days I will put my law in their inward parts, and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people. So that Jeremiah is applying to the return from Babylon, which is prophesying, the same principle that the old covenant or the Old Testament is to be done away with, and a new covenant or a New Testament, which will be an inward matter, a spiritual matter rather than a matter of ordinances, will replace it. And Christianity, of course, promptly applied this prophecy to its own teachings and called its own gospel the New Testament. Any question that far? And I think I have dealt with the related theme of the passing over of the firstborn and the choice of the younger son. I have done that, surely, yes. There any other question on that then? Yeah.
If one sees that this law that was handed down in the desert was this harsh totalitarian law, does that set the law of the Bible against society if we accept the social law must allow it, or social living must allow it?
Well, in the Exodus story, there is no distinction between the divine law and the social law. Nearly all early communities think of their laws as divine in origin, and they similarly don't make that distinction. We, of course, do, and in most religions, including Christianity, as I may have remarked earlier, the conception of sin is something quite distinct from the conception of crime or moral wrongdoing, because sin is something that is a word that has no meaning outside a religious context. And the really serious sins in Christianity, at any rate, don't necessarily result in criminal or antisocial behavior. The what happens is that society finds it really impossible to live with a completely logical and consistent code of law, and certain relaxations, which are denounced at the time as degenerations, will creep into society and make it a bit more livable. And that is, again, part of Paul's argument that man cannot be saved by the law because the law cannot stimulate virtue. It can only define the criminal. As far as the law is concerned, every man is an honest man who has not been convicted of stealing. But no society could hold together if that were the only rule it had to go by. You have to have much tighter forms of individual and inner discipline than that for a society to function, even on a legal level. So that there is a constant insistence on the inadequacy of legalism as a religious way of life in the New Testament. And because anti-Semitism has been a long-standing corruption of Christianity, there is a widespread notion that in the New Testament, legalism and the religion of Judaism are being identified. But of course they're not. I mean, that is definitely not part of the teaching of the gospel of Jesus. When he attacks somebody, it's always a quite specific elite or pseudo-elite. In other words, it's what we would call an establishment. The chief priests, the scribes, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the people of his time who were concerned, as he saw it, with sitting on the energy of society. But it's not an attack on the religion in which Jesus himself was brought up. Yeah.
Presumably the idea of purge is to return things to their original pristine revolutionary state.
Yes.
Is that operating in that passage from Jeremiah, where he's talking about establishing something new?
Well, he's picking up the final decision that God made about Israel in the desert, that there were purges which were carried out on the social cancer principle. Here are the disaffected people. They have to be wiped out. And sooner or later, it becomes clear that everybody is disaffected at some time or other, so you wipe out the whole generation and start fresh with a new one. And it's that leads Jeremiah to this prophecy that the past is a washout because the Israel of the past were the breakers of the covenant. The Israel of the future will be able to observe it. It's really a different stage on from the purge, which is the attempt to retain the purity of a society by eliminating the diseased elements. And of course that is also carried on symbolically in ritual, notably the ritual of the scapegoat in the book of Leviticus, where at the Day of Atonement the goat has symbolically all the sins and wrongdoings of Israel transferred to him, and is then told to go to the devil, or more precisely to go to Azazel, the demon of the desert. The next stage on from law, if you're ready for me to make that transition, is the stage of wisdom, and the root of wisdom as it is presented in the Bible is the individual absorption of the law, that is, the law permeating the individual life and transferring from the community to the individual that sense of the logical consistency of obedience to certain principles and a continuity in observing them. If you look at some of the Psalms, for example, that long one, the 119th, which is so long because it's an acrostic poem with every section of it beginning with the same letter, and the letters follow the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And the general theme of that psalm is the individual's confession that he loves the law and that the law has become a motivating part of his own nature. And from there, we develop towards the more primitive conception of wisdom, which is practical sense. You can see glimpses of this conception of wisdom as practical sense if you look, for example, at the Odyssey. Ulysses is the crafty man of many devices. And when he comes back to Ithaca, he spends almost an entire book telling a completely fictitious yarn to a very faithful old servant of his, Eumaeus the swineherd, in which he represents himself as a Cretan and tells a story about himself totally at variance with everything else in the Odyssey. And there is one place where he's really stuck in a corner, and according to Homer, on this occasion he told the truth, not because he loved the truth. In fact, it hurt him like hell to have to tell the truth, but there was really no help for it. There was nothing else he could do. And it was these devices that got him out of tight spots, such as telling the Cyclop Polyphemus, when asked for his name, that his name was nobody, Utis. And he is guided in all his affairs by the one goddess who is consistently friendly to him, and that is the goddess of wisdom, Athene. And Athene, on one occasion, appears to Ulysses and says, "You know, I've got a lot of respect and affection for you. You are so superbly crooked. You're such a wonderful liar. And you're very like me, because among all the gods and goddesses, I hold the preeminence for subtle devices." And so we see that even the goddess of wisdom goes back to one of the most ancient categories of gods, the trickster god. And it's Athene who gets him back to Ithaca by a series of disguisings and putting false appearances on him. Well, that kind of practical sense is really a search for the means which, from day to day, does preserve your balance and your sanity and your well-being. And closely connected with this is the literary genre of the proverb. The proverb is very ancient, and nearly all the ancient kingdoms of the Near East, Egypt and Sumeria and Babylonia, all cultivated the proverb very extensively. And there are two general kinds of proverbs depending on their social context. There is the proverb which is the popular proverb and which is addressed to people who do not have great advantages in birth or wealth. And these proverbs are counsels of prudence. They tell you how to get along without antagonizing your superiors. You have to be polite to them. You have to study their moods and make sure you operate on them when they're in the right mood. But when it comes to your inferiors, don't be insolent or arrogant to them, because you never know. They may become your superior someday. And that is a form of proverb which has always been a popular form. It's still going strong in Benjamin Franklin in the 18th century America. It's still going strong in Sam Slick in 19th century Nova Scotia. And whenever Halliburton writes down a proverb at the end of his sketches that he thinks is particularly wise and shrewd, he prints it in italics. And that is, again, a sign of popular literature, and the proverb and the very closely allied fable are two literary genres of a type that come nearest to being what we might call democratic. And the most celebrated collectors of fables, Aesop and Phaedrus, were both slaves. Then there is another type of proverb which is very similar as far as content goes. But this is a series of maxims handed down by a king to his son to emphasize the continuity of the principles of order in society. And that is found in ancient Egypt, and some of this ancient Egyptian proverbial material reappears many, many centuries later in the book of Proverbs in the Old Testament. The context is placed in as different, but it's the same. They are recognizably the same set of proverbs. And this form of the father handing on the accumulated wisdom of his years to his son, again, is something that goes on all through literature. You find it when, in Hamlet, when Laertes is about to leave for Paris and Polonius reaches into his mental filing cabinet and pulls out the accumulated wise saws which Laertes must remember when he's in Paris. And it's still surviving in the 18th century when Lord Chesterfield wrote a series of letters to his son. Lord Chesterfield was a paragon of elegance and politeness and courtesy. His son was a lout. And Lord Chesterfield felt that if he wrote enough letters to him, he might make something better of him. And as a result, we have the letters of Chesterfield to his son, which, according to Samuel Johnson, combined the morals of a whore with the manners of a dancing master. but that's perhaps not too uncommon in that, again, in that genre. Now that leads us to another aspect of wisdom, which is that traditionally wisdom is something that depends on the accumulated experience of the community. And therefore, it is especially the property of the elders and seniors, so that the virtue of wisdom goes along with the respect for the authority of the elders and for the transmission of their principles in as unchanged a form as possible. You notice that in the book of Proverbs, which was assigned to King Solomon, there is the verse about chastise thy son, which is a verse that has probably been responsible for more physical pain than any other sentence ever written. But again, it's consistent with this whole conception of wisdom. Wisdom is what the elders know. The young people must be broken into this code. And the elders are wiser because they have had more experience in that wisdom of prudence that maintains their stability from one day to the next. So that wisdom is dominated throughout by the anxiety of continuity, the feeling that the same things ought to persist in as unchanged a pattern as possible. It's the kind of thing that makes our continuous institutions, like the law courts and the churches, so sacrosanct. The feeling that the continuity of the institution represents something superior to the individual who drifts in and drifts out of life. And that is perhaps the normal functioning level of most societies, where the supreme law, whatever the theory says, in practice the supreme law is the law of tradition and custom, doing things the way they have been done. And in some teachings, like those of Confucius in China, these precepts of wisdom are carried to very great lengths. There is a very popular story in the Near East which is called the story of Ahikar, A-H-I-K-A-R, and the H is some kind of Near Eastern gargle that I don't know anything about. It isn't quite Ahikar, but that will do. Ahikar, according to this story, is a counselor, naturally an elderly man, of the king of Nineveh in Assyria. He's a very wise and trusted counselor, but he has no son. So he adopts a nephew and makes him his son. The nephew turns out to be a scoundrel. He plots against his father and denounces him to the king of Nineveh as a traitor. The king of Nineveh orders his execution, and he's taken off by the executioner to be murdered. But the executioner, as happens in so many romances, finds he can't go through with it, so he lets him go. Ahikar escapes to Egypt, and there, again, he becomes a trusted advisor of the Pharaoh of Egypt. Meanwhile, the king of Nineveh finds himself getting into difficulties without his counselor, and says audibly at a council that he wishes he had his Ahikar back again. At that point, the executioner speaks up and says, well, it just so happens that I did let him go, and he is in Egypt, and he's a counselor there. So the king of Nineveh says, offer him anything and bring him back here. So Ahikar comes back to Nineveh and is reinstated, and then proceeds to take the most terrible revenge on his nephew and adopted son. He sits down and he keeps reciting one proverb after another to him, and after mostly an appreciable number of them, naturally, concerned with the inadvisability of ingratitude. And after several hundred of these proverbs, the nephew says, well, I think I've got the point now. Couldn't you let me off the rest of them? But Ahikar keeps on placidly reciting proverbs until, so the text demurely informs us, the nephew blows up and bursts. Well, with a story like that, of course, you can't miss. You've got the authority of the elders. You have the dangers of trusting anybody under 30. You have the hundreds and hundreds of proverbs to improve the mind of the reader who consults the story. And so we're not surprised to find that the story of Ahikar has embedded itself in all the literatures of the Near East. It is quoted in the Old Testament, and the book of Tobit in the Apocrypha concerns a man who is said to be the nephew of Ahikar, thereby establishing a link with another popular tale. It is said to be echoed in the New Testament, though some scholars disagree with that. Ahikar found his way into Greek literature under the name of Aesop. And there is even a surah in the Quran which bears his name, or at least another version of his name, although the Quran, for the most part, is even less interested in secular literature than the New Testament, which is saying a good deal. And so there you have, perhaps, the typical social attitude which goes with the more primitive forms of religion, the more primitive forms of wisdom, which is the prudent trusting to experience, the taking of short views, of getting around the next corner. And even some of the aphorisms in the Sermon on the Mount seem to spring out of the same cultural root. When Jesus says, take no thought for the morrow, he means a great many other things, but one of the things he means is take short views and do the immediate practical thing that you know will keep your balance for the time being. It's a pragmatic counsel, and it becomes the basis of the later forms of the more contemplative and disinterested attitudes that we think of as typically those of the wise man. The Proverbs, you notice, are an extremely popular and widely read form. There seems to be something about the proverb that stirs the collector's instinct. And there are many books, including 2 or 3 books of the Bible, which are essentially collections of proverbs. And the book of Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha is said to be a collection of proverbs made by the editor's grandfather, which he has inherited and which he has added to. And you get this collecting of proverbs, all through literature. In Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, for example, he is talking about melancholy, which he is treating as a disease. And among the cures of melancholy, he says there are certain consolatory proverbs, or what he calls remedies against discontent. And he says it's true that nobody was ever helped in the least by any of these proverbs, but nevertheless I've made my collection, so you're going to get it. And for the next 60 pages we have Burton's remedies against discontent in the form of his collection of proverbs. And the proverb is popular partly because it is believed to be a valid maxim of conduct. And at this point, you can see the distinction establishing itself between wisdom and knowledge. Knowledge is of the actual. Wisdom is rather a sense of the potential, a sense rather of the kind of thing that one should know. And the wise man is not necessarily the man who knows the answer, but the kind of person who has the sense of potential situations which he could then deal with. Well, we can leave it at that. And would you look over the book of Ecclesiastes in the Old Testament for next day, because I want to go on to the higher forms of wisdom. I was speaking of the development of the conception of wisdom in the Bible and of its being in its more elementary forms, the individualizing of the law, which you get in the 119th Psalm and various other of the Psalms, speaking of the love of the law and of its permeation of the individual life. And that leads to a sense of wisdom as founded on a sense of social continuity, and in particular of being embodied in institutions, and the continuity and the dignity of the institution is greater than that of the individual, and we still have a great deal of our sense of wisdom bound up with the sense of continuity as embodied in institutions of the nation, of the university, of the church, law courts, and that goes back to the fact of a social contract, that is the fact that we belong to something at least 9 months before we are anything, and that consequently 95% of what our lives are going to be is already predestined in the instant of conception. We were all predestined to be middle-class 20th century Canadians before we were born, and we sort of go on from there. And that sense of continuity is also embodied in many conceptions of education, and I was speaking of the curiously penal quality of education down to our own century, which is not founded really on sadism so much as on a sense that the existing tradition or custom is that to which the individual has to be assimilated. And if the individual doesn't do it, so much the worse for him. Well, on that basis, we get a sense of the wisdom of man as distinguished from knowledge on the basis of knowledge being knowledge of particulars, and most of those particulars being derived from nature, from the objective world, or from human society, or from whatever else is objective to the person being educated. Wisdom is rather a sense of the potential, a sense of the ability to deal with a kind of situation that may emerge, and hence we get more subtle conceptions of wisdom. That is, the primitive basis of wisdom is the acceptance of the permanent continuities of society. But society isn't permanent and it isn't continuous. Things happen. And so the question arises, what is the quality of mind that deals with changes in society or with unforeseen circumstances? If you look at this conception of wisdom as dominated by an anxiety to preserve continuity of doing things as they have been done, you can see that in many societies, such as Confucian China, that can be a very powerful basis of ethics. And yet, if you look at the history of Israel, with that manic depressive chart of ups and downs that I drew for you at the very beginning of this course, you will see that that is a different kind of sequence altogether. That a person who is going to live in that society needs something a bit more than a sense of the preservation of tradition and custom. Because one moment you may be in a relatively independent and prosperous country, the next moment you may be in a country which is occupied by an enemy and where your social circumstances and status may be totally different. If you look at the book of Proverbs in the early chapters, the 7th and 8th chapters particularly, you have the conceptions of wisdom and folly associated or symbolized by two women, wisdom represented by a wise woman and folly by a harlot. And the genuine wisdom speaks in the beginning of chapter 8 of Proverbs. Doth not wisdom cry, and understanding put forth her voice? She standeth in the top of high places, by the way and the places of the paths. She crieth at the gates, at the entry of the city, at the coming in at the doors. Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of man. And she goes on, and verse 12, I, wisdom, dwell with prudence, and find out knowledge of witty inventions. Now, as I say, wisdom is distinguished from knowledge, but here it is being spoken of as the power out of which knowledge emerges, as an attitude of mind which drives one to seek knowledge, even though one realizes that the knowledge itself is not all that one is after. And verse 14, counsel is mine and sound wisdom. I am understanding, I have strength. By me kings reign and princes decree justice. So that wisdom is associated also with the permanence of authority when the authority is embodied in justice. And as she goes on, it's clear that wisdom is essentially a preservation of a community, and the distinguishing characteristic of folly is its tendency to turn its back on the community, to be self-seeking, to regard the ego as the basis of all one's interest. If you look at chapter 9, wisdom hath builded her house, she hath hewn out her 7 pillars, she hath killed her beasts, she hath mingled her wine, she hath furnished her table, she hath sent forth her maidens, she crieth upon the highest places of the city. Whoso is simple, let him turn in hither. For him that wanteth understanding, she saith, Come, eat of my bread, and drink of the wine which I have mingled. That is, wisdom calls to people to partake of a communal meal, symbol of bread and wine, symbolizing, again, the actualizing of a community, because in the long run, the basis of the wise individual is the wise community. And it's that aspect of wisdom in which the social and the individual cannot be separated that genuine wisdom is addressing. Then in verse 13, we get the contrast, the foolish woman who represents folly, and her sales pitch begins with the same formula as that of the wise woman. Verse 16, whoso is simple, let him turn in hither. And for him that wanteth understanding, she saith, stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. That is, the sense of the egocentric knowledge, which is the possession that nobody else is to have. The secret knowledge, that is what is being associated in the Bible with folly. In the latter part of chapter 8 of Proverbs, wisdom, still being personified as a woman, goes back to the beginning of creation, when she was presumably a child, and says in stanza 22, the Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was. When there were no depths, I was brought forth, when there were no fountains abounding with water. And then she goes on to describe the process of creation and of herself as a part of the operation of creation, because in the biblical theory of creation, wisdom is an essential part of the creative act. And here, wisdom is spoken of as female, as a daughter of God, present with him at the time of the creation. In verse 31, she says, rejoicing in the habitable part of the earth, and my delights were with the sons of men. Well, that's the King James, but the King James Version is an extremely weak form of the tremendous Vulgate phrase which has haunted the imaginations of Western Europe for centuries, which doesn't say rejoicing, but comes much closer to what the Hebrew means, and says playing, and speaks of wisdom as ludens in orbe terrarum. And that notion of wisdom as playing before God at the time of the creation, I think throws an entirely new light on the more subtle forms of wisdom that are taught in the Bible. If you distinguish work and play, I think you may see that work is energy expended for a further aim in view, whereas play is the expression of energy for its own sake, or the manifestation of what the end in view is. A tennis player or a chess player may work very hard to win a match or to improve his game, but what he is doing when he actually comes in contact with chess or tennis is playing. And as I've tried to show in dealing with biblical imagery, the images of the revealed world in the Bible are the images of human work. The city, the garden, the sheepfold, the farm, and so on. But the word play is associated with wisdom, is the living in a way which is a manifestation of these forms when they are completed. And whenever you are up against a thing which exists for its own end, rather than as a means to a further end, you are up against something which is associatable with play rather than with work. That is why even such terrible and horrifying works as King Lear and Macbeth can still be called plays, because they manifest the way human life is as it is, and are not presented to you with any further end in view. And the wisdom which was present with the God of creation, playing before God at the creation, is again suggests a girl child, so that while the Greek goddess of wisdom is a goddess in plate armor with a petrifying Gorgon's head on her shield, the biblical conception of wisdom is something much more like a little girl with a skipping rope. And it's arguable, I think, that that is a far more convincing picture of genuine wisdom. That is, the expression of energy for its own sake. Certainly it is closer to Matthew's vision of the infant Christ being the goal of the journey of the wise men. Any question that far? Yes.
If wisdom is seen as something that dispenses justice and other ideals, would it be true to say that wisdom is, in a way, considered unattainable? Because if Israel had wisdom, obviously she wouldn't have that pattern of up and down.
Well, wisdom is unattained. It doesn't follow that a thing which is unattained is essentially unattainable. It is certainly true that the history of Israel recorded in the Old Testament is not a history of continuous wisdom. But it is possible to attain it, if only for brief moments at a time. All the way through the Bible insists that wisdom is not something you get or not something you have. It is something that you are, and consequently its basis has to be an existential basis. In the hymn of wisdom in the 28th chapter of Job, for example, um, it says that in verse 14, the depth saith, it is not in me, and the sea saith, it is not with me. That is, it is not something you can find, it is not something that is there. It begins in a here consciousness and is defined at the end by the fear of the Lord being the genuine wisdom, and the departure from evil. As I say, the basis is an existential basis, and that kind of life is nowhere presented as unattainable, difficult as it is to maintain it. Yes.
One thing I find difficult to understand is that wisdom is an anxiety to preserve continuity, tradition, and which would, to me, implies always going forward, looking over your shoulder to the past, and yet it's also a sense of potential, an ability to deal with what may come. But if you're always concerned about tradition, how can you deal with the future?
Well, I'm speaking, you see, of two different levels of the conception of wisdom. Of a primitive level, where wisdom is fundamentally doing what has been done before. And that is largely persisting in doing things out of habit, where the standard of right and wrong is the standard of that which is done and that which is not done. And you don't raise any questions about whether what is done is right or not. If it's done, it is right. But then you find yourself living in a very insecure world, so you find that you have to rise above this fixation on continuity with the past and realize that the thing that is continuous from the past is a more flexible thing. That's the difference, precisely the difference between, for example, religion and superstition. Superstition is persisting in a thing out of habit without investigating about whether it's worth persisting in or not. And there is continuity in wisdom, and there is consistency. Consistency in behavior is one of the sources of genuine human dignity. But of course, there is always inorganic consistency. And that is of persisting in things out of a habit which is really an automatic habit.
I'm wondering what the nature of folly was, like the nature of the folly that found stolen water sweet and like eating bread in secret. Does that have to do with trying to possess something as opposed to the existential state of living in it?
Yes, folly has to do with the conception of knowledge or wisdom or whatever as a secret, as something to be possessed, as something to be had, but not as something to be lived. It's a way of getting an advantage over the next person, is really the use of understanding, which is folly.
And then, as you said before, tradition would be primitive wisdom.
Yes, tradition for its own sake is the primitive basis of wisdom.
Was understood in both of those two forms of wisdom that you were talking about, the maintenance of the social structure and some content of thing, and the attention to the future seem to be how they reconcile with the idea of wisdom as simply play, which seemed to be what you were promoting.
Wisdom as
Ludens, play.
as
Talking about wisdom as merely playing or the play in that form. And that seems to be at odds with both of the two concepts of wisdom.
Yes. The primitive conception of wisdom is the permeation of the individual life by the communal tradition and prudence. But there are different degrees of absorption of that. And complete absorption comes at the point of complete spontaneity. And that is why I said that the figure of wisdom in the Bible, ludens in orbe terrarum, suggests the little girl with the skipping rope. And that is connected with the fact that Jesus places a child in the middle of his disciples, not as a symbol of uncritical intelligence, but as a symbol of genuine wisdom, where the absorption has gone to the point of complete spontaneity. There are many Eastern religions, such as like Taoism in China and some aspects of Zen Buddhism, that also stress the recovery of the child's spontaneity, that complete integrity of the rhythm of thinking and of doing as the goal of what they are teaching. And that, I think, is what the book of Proverbs is getting at here.
From the point of view of real wisdom, then, is all traditional wisdom false? Just because it's objective?
No, traditional wisdom is the basis of genuine wisdom. But genuine wisdom absorbs tradition and becomes a more flexible use of it than simply a mechanical or automatic following of it.
How do you reconcile the image of wisdom as the little girl with the image of wisdom that is portrayed in the Book of Wisdom? Because as I understand it, in the Book of Wisdom, its wisdom is personified, but not as a little girl who is playing.
In the book of wisdom in the Old Testament Apocrypha, you mean? The symbols used are a bit different there, yes. And that image of playing ludens is not, as I remember, employed in quite the same way. There it's associated with Solomon's dream and Solomon's prayer for wisdom, where he is thinking specifically of his responsibilities as a ruler. There are all kinds of aspects of wisdom, and the reason why the image of the little girl is important is to indicate the quality of spontaneity, or the integrity of acting and thinking. Because in practically all of our ordinary life, action comes first, and thinking about the action comes a second or two later. And as in T.S. Eliot's Hollow Men, where the shadow falls between the idea and the response. And that split second of time between acting and thinking about acting is part of what is meant in Christianity, at least, by the fall. It's the shadow thrown over life that is bound up with the passing of time, and that makes it so difficult for us to live the purely spontaneous life that is the recommendation of, for example, the Sermon on the Mount, when the comparison is drawn with the lilies of the field.
The Old Testament notion of wisdom as playing have influenced the New Testament relationship between work and faith.
Between work and
Faith and
Yes, I think that in Paul's argument, one works for a further end in view, and that is not the progress in the central thing that he's talking about, because that becomes a kind of donkey's carrot. You chase a retreating goal, and eventually find that the means don't lead to the end, because the means replace the end, and you lose sight of the end. And certainly some of the things that the New Testament means by faith correspond to what the book of Proverbs means by wisdom. It's the same integrity of action and reflection on the action, which is no longer schizophrenic, but the activity of a conscious being.
Is this aspect of wisdom as playing bound up with creativity and imagination?
Yes. That's why the book of Proverbs says, I dwell with prudence and find out knowledge of witty inventions. I think the sound of that in English sounds right. I don't know how close it is to the Hebrew, but the sense of creativity is I think included in the whole conception of wisdom. Yeah.
Is spontaneity sort of equivalent to enthusiasm as possession by the Spirit of God?
I'm sorry.
Would there be some equivalency between spontaneity and enthusiasm as sort of possession by the Spirit of God?
I suppose so. If one takes the literal meaning of enthusiasm as possession by a god, that wouldn't be in the Old Testament significance, except insofar as the wisdom there has some of the attributes of the divinity. But certainly in the New Testament, the word, where the word wisdom is perhaps used much less, the conception of faith, which in many respects replaces it, does speak of faith as attainable by a union with God, with the Christ in man, which again unites the power of action with the power of being conscious, which in ordinary human life is split. If we turn to the book of Ecclesiastes, one gets a little closer and a more an even fuller treatment of the conception of wisdom. The word Ecclesiastes is an attempt to render in Greek the Hebrew word which means preacher, koheloth, and the preacher identifies himself, of course, with the legendary Solomon, though he lived many centuries later than the actual King Solomon. And he is also, like so many wise men, a collector of proverbs. And he has a kind of touchstone, a phrase which is translated in the King James Bible as vanity of vanities, all is vanity, which he applies to all the Proverbs that he collects and quotes. Meaning, practically all of this is baloney anyway, and you don't need to take it too seriously. That is, the phrase vanity of vanities is from the Hebrew way of forming a superlative, as in Holy of Holies or Song of Songs. And the word vanity has a metaphorical kernel, which means fog or mist. And from there, it develops a derived sense of emptiness. And it's from the sense of emptiness that the Vulgate gets the word vanitas, which is the source of the King James vanity. So that to put the essential position of Ecclesiastes into the form of its central paradox, you would say that all things are full of emptiness. I think that there is no book in the Bible that has been worse served by its translators than the book of Ecclesiastes, and the King James Bible is, I think, particularly misleading. A translation of anything is likely to be, and certain to be, if it's a translation of the Bible, much more homogeneous than the original. And the King James Bible is extremely good when it comes to the solemn and rather somber eloquence that you get in so many of the prophets and the legal parts of the Pentateuch. But the closer the Bible comes to expressing a distinctively human tone, the further the King James goes astray, not so much in its rendering of the sense as in its rhythm and its sound. And when you get to Paul, for example, with his very lively conversational style and his abundance of commercial and business metaphors, you often find that modern translations are really closer to the mood of Paul than the King James, simply because they are modern, simply because the kind of English we speak now is closer to the kind of Greek that Paul spoke. And Ecclesiastes is a very late writer, and so his style is, on the whole, much less oracular than the earlier parts of the Old Testament. For example, if you look at chapter 2 and verse 3, the King James Bible says, "I sought in mine heart to give myself unto wine, yet acquainting mine heart with wisdom." Now what that means is that the preacher went through a stage in which he tried to be a sensible Epicurean. That is, he tried to get pleasure without hangover. And so he experimented in drinking without getting drunk. But when that is presented in language that sounds like something out of an oraison funèbre of Bossuet, the reader is badly misled, not so much about the sense of what he's saying as about the tone. And so when you read in the commentaries that the author of Ecclesiastes is a weary, old, pessimistic man who is tired of life, A, throw the book in the basket, and B, read the book of Ecclesiastes again, because you are being totally misled about the actual emotional attitude of a shrewd and humorous and tough-minded writer. Being tired of life is the very last thing he is. And in fact, being tired of life is the one disease that he has no remedy to suggest for. And you should get rather the impression of somebody determined to tear off all the veils of illusion and superstition that keep repressing our mental processes. We often speak of being disillusioned as something that leaves us feeling dismal, but of course we shouldn't feel dismal. If we get disillusioned, we ought to feel as though we've been let out of jail, because illusions are a prison. And the author of Ecclesiastes is a man who is determined not to be jailed by illusions. There was a time when we went to school to learn the 3 R's, but we now go to learn the 3 A's. That is the primer of 20th century man. And if he knows the meaning of those 3 words, he knows all the wisdom that the 20th century can teach him, which God knows is little enough. Anyway, the author of Ecclesiastes is aware of all these 3 A's, and he tells you how to get through them. Most of it, of course, consists simply in ignoring them, but there are other things to do as well. I think I've said before, in commenting on the imagery of the Bible, that in the Bible, as in other works, you find the world divided between visible and invisible reality. And there are many thinkers for whom the invisible world forms an order of reality superior to that of the visible world. And in commenting on creation, I suggested that while the Bible recognizes an invisible world, it doesn't think of it as a superior order of reality. It thinks of the invisible world rather as the means by which the world becomes visible. That is, if you start to think of things that you can't see but know to exist, the first thing you think of is the air. And you can't see the air because if you did, you could see nothing else. If you could see the air, you would be living in a dense fog or mist, which is one of the metaphorical meanings of this word vanity. You can't see the air because its being invisible enables you to see what is not air. And in the account of creation at the beginning of Genesis, the first things created are light and the firmament that is the basis of vision and sound. Because there is a sense in which you don't see light either. You see a source or reflection of light. And so when the author of Ecclesiastes speaks of vanity, he has in mind a conception rather like what some Oriental religions are talking about when they speak of the void. The shunyata, I think, is the Buddhist term. That is, everything is there, but everything is in nothingness. And the objective world is neither there nor not there. It is rather a forest that man has got lost in. And his schedule of behavior is connected with finding a way out of it. If he is oppressed by the objectivity, by the there-ness of the forest, he will find himself tramping around in a circle, which is the inevitable symbol of lost direction. If, on the other hand, he assumes that the forest is not there, he will very soon find himself bumping into trees. So to find the way out, you have to steer a middle course. There is something in the forest which is there and something which is not there. And when you find the wedge between those two things, you've started to find your way out. That, I think, is what the author of Ecclesiastes means primarily by vanity. And it means that he is abandoning all the things that I've called donkey's carrots. For one thing, the value judgment that wisdom is better than folly. He says that he decided that wisdom was better than folly. Then he found that that was vanity because the wise man and the fool both die, so there's no advantage in wisdom. Then, said I to myself, this also is vanity. That is, once you stop with the notion that there's no difference between wisdom and folly, you're in as bad a muddle as you are when you assume that there is a difference. If I could give an example of what is meant there, we may say that the village saint and the village sinner, in a small community, let us say, that the saint is the better man than the sinner, and all our moral standards would collapse into chaos unless we assumed that the saint was the better man than the sinner. And if they were both threatened with peril or disaster, the saint would be the more important man to save. And that's all right, except that the saint himself would be very unlikely to take such a view, and would certainly, in a crisis, be more likely to try to save the sinner than to save himself. And consequently, the axiom of his behavior is not that sanctity is better than sinning at all, and that he's got to a position where the this and this not are equally meaningless. And that is the basis of the ethic of the book of Ecclesiastes, which is very close to that of the Sermon on the Mount, which owes a great deal to it. I was speaking of the conception of wisdom in the Bible, and of the way in which it begins in its primitive form as a counsel of prudence, of preserving the ways of existence that keep your balance from one moment to another. It's a matter of taking short views and guiding yourself by tradition and custom. And from there, it develops towards an existential conception of wisdom, which is distinguished from knowledge, in that knowledge is of the particular and wisdom is rather of the general or universal, and that then the emphasis begins to fall rather on the inner integrity of the state of mind rather than on the quality of what is done. The book of Ecclesiastes is treated with great respect now. It is, I believe, the New Year reading in the Jewish calendar. But it was late getting admission into the canon, and there was some, perhaps, suspicion of it. For one thing, the author of it sounds as though he had a mind, and there is a very deeply rooted belief in all religions that God trusts only the anti-intellectual. And if you look at the closing verses of the book, you'll see that this suspicion of the book has been a very long standing. In the 12th chapter, he begins, "Remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the years draw nigh." And then there follows this wonderfully poetic description of old age and the failing of physical powers. The word creator is probably the word that saved it for the canon, but it's possible that it's editorial. The word used has a very close resemblance to the Hebrew word for grave, and it's possible that what the writer was originally saying was, think of the end of your life while you're still near the beginning of it, and get some idea of its total shape. And then he ends with his refrain in verse 8, "Vanity of vanities saith the preacher, all is vanity." And I've tried to explain that this word, Hebel, this word that we translate vanity, doesn't have that rather tired, cynical overtone that we might associate with the word. It has the metaphorical kernel of mist or fog, and from there develops towards the sense of emptiness or a void, the feeling that everything is within nothing, which is the cosmology underlying his conception of wisdom. Then I think a series of editors start, and moreover, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge. Still is 17th century English for continually, constantly. He taught the people knowledge. He gave good heed and sought out and set in order many proverbs, which links this book with other wisdom books, which are so frequently collections of proverbs. The preacher sought to find out acceptable words, and that which was written was upright, even words of truth. The words of the wise are as goads, and as nails fastened by the masters of assemblies, given from one shepherd. And then there comes what seems to be the first remark in the book that really is tired and cynical. And I think it was inserted here as a warning against taking the book too seriously. And further, by these, my son, be admonished, of making many books there is no end, and much study is a weariness of the flesh. And then either he or a still later editor, thinking that the book hadn't been sufficiently diffused, added another sentence, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or evil. Now, one wonders then just what is the point of view that was regarded with such caution. And the book begins with the great elegy over the cycles of existence and the fact that the passing of time is one cycle going around after another, and that consequently there is no introduction at any point of the new, of the thing which was never there before. In chapter 1, the sun ariseth and the sun goeth down and hasteth to his place where he arose. The wind goeth towards the south and turneth about to the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits. All the rivers run unto the sea, yet the sea is not full. Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again. All things are full of labor. Man cannot utter it. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing. And so on. And he draws the moral that, verse 10, is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new? It hath been already of old time, which was before us. And here, again, you can see the primitive basis of wisdom being built on. That is, the wise man guides himself by tradition and custom because he knows that he is never confronted with a genuinely unprecedented situation, that there is always something like it in previous experience. And this statement that there is nothing that is new under the sun, again, sounds by itself and out of its context like a rather weary and cynical statement that you've seen everything, and at the age of 80 or thereabouts you might as well throw away your glasses because there's nothing new to see. And so one needs to look more closely at the general context of the whole argument. And the next great poetic passage is in chapter 3. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up what is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up. So that we have these two principles. First, that there is nothing new under the sun. Secondly, that there is a time for all things. The two statements contradict each other, and they are intended to, because it is only out of contradictions that one can get anything that makes sense. And the particular contradiction here is that because everything has happened and nothing is new, therefore nothing has happened and everything is new. And if you don't grasp that therefore, the secret of wisdom will elude you. The point, however, is simply that if there is nothing new, then every instant is a point in the cycle. So that the statement, there is nothing new under the sun, relates to knowledge, because in knowledge, novelty is impossible, and what you know is the universal, the general law. The statement, there is a time for all things, refers to experience. And for experience, there is no such thing as the old or the repeated. Because in experience, there is no such thing as repetition. In knowledge, there is no such thing as uniqueness. Any question that far?
Could you just repeat what you just said one more time? No, pardon me, what I meant is just a bit about experience and knowledge. One being general and the other not being general.
Well, in experience, every second of your life is new. And there is no such thing as a pure repetition. You had breakfast this morning, and so you have any number of mornings before that. But as experience, it's a different experience. The very fact that it's in a different time means that it's a different experience. So that in experience, the conception of repetition really doesn't exist. It doesn't make sense. On the other hand, in knowledge, you can know only that which is general. You can experience the particular, but you cannot know it. So it's the balancing of experience and knowledge on which this writer bases his conception of wisdom. Sorry.
I was just going to say that if this phrase, everything new under the sun has its season, imposes a cyclic structure on knowledge, isn't that at odds with what we said at the beginning of the year, that the Bible goes always with the linear structure of history rather than cyclic?
Well, you remember my up and down chart. I mean, the historical narrative of the Bible also has, as a structure of the experience of history, of as a structure of knowledge, is a pattern of repeated stories of very much the same shape. That is what the history of Israel seems to the eye of the knowledge of the reader of the Bible, this descent and return. But in the actual experience of these descents and returns, each one is a unique experience. And so you can, from that, draw the inference, so this takes you a little outside the book of Ecclesiastes, you can draw the inference that there is a sequence of repeating cycles, which is a kind of solid basis for the knowledge of nature and of human history. At the same time, there is in the biblical conception of history, the conception of the restoration of Israel, or of the incarnation, or of the apocalypse, the conception of new dimensions opening up. And that those two things don't contradict each other except superficially. Taken together, they take together the two elements of life, of knowledge and of experience.
How are you distinguishing what knowledge is? Is it something someone tells you, or is it something you experience? How do you define knowledge?
Well, knowledge is something that somebody tells you, or that you tell yourself, or that you regard as your own experience when it's receded into the past and become objective. Experience while it is being experienced is unique. Experience when it has gone into the past becomes an object of knowledge, and so a part of that repeating round of existence in which you say that there's nothing new. So that at every second you are experiencing the new in a world where there is nothing new. I'm sorry, yes. Knowledge is always knowledge of something. It's not particular in the same sense. You're quite right in calling my attention to that. I am using the term particular in two different contexts. The knowledge is knowledge of something, and wisdom is rather the sense of potential situations. So that you consult an expert on how to repair a clock, but you consult a wise man on the kind of thing that might be best for you to do.
Are you associating knowledge with knowing why? Say that experience in particular, in experience in particular, you don't know why. I'm thinking there's one.
In the experience of the particular, you don't.
When we experience in particular, we know that something is,
Yes.
but we don't know why.
No, we don't know why. We don't know in the strict sense of the word at all. It's like the Kantian distinction between pure reason and practical reason. The thing which is known, which according to Kant is the phenomenal world, and where such a conception as God, for example, has no meaning, because for Kant there are no proofs of the existence of God. He's not an object of knowledge. In practical reason, which is the pulsation of experience as it goes on, the situation is very different. And what the author of Ecclesiastes is trying to do, I think, is to get you across that hurdle from the pure reason, the contemplation of the uniformity of the past, to the freshness of the present moment. Okay? Yeah.
Yes, you say that in regard to the Old Testament, that knowledge the Old Testament people need, be able to arrive at a point to say, I am. Is that a point of wisdom and knowledge, just be able to say that? Or is it following the precepts of God?
Well, you said I am.
Yes,
Yes.
be able to reach that point.
Yes.
Would that be considered to be a point of knowledge, of wisdom, to be able to say that?
Well, it wouldn't, depending on the context. Moses asks God for his name in the burning bush episode. God, in fact, does give him the name, Yahweh. He also gives himself another name, which is in the King James Bible, I am, or I am that I am. The scholars say that it would be better to translate it, I will be what I will be. In other words, the conception God cannot be fitted neatly into our grammatical frameworks. And so God is not simply a noun, because if he were, he would be an object of knowledge, which he obviously isn't. So you get a rather clearer notion of what God is saying to Moses about his identity if you understood the word God as a verb, and not a verb of simple asserted existence, but a verb implying a process completing itself. And that's always been the difficulty with with theologians, or at least one of their difficulties, is the difficulties they get involved in human grammar, in the fact that God is not an object of knowledge, because in the first place he's not an object, and consequently it's a matter of relating the conception from between knowledge, where nouns are found, and experience, where there is nothing but verbs.
For what reason does the author of Ecclesiastes turn our attention to experience over against knowledge?
Well, he's trying to get at the root of the wisdom that he is teaching. And the root is, or the kernel of it, is, as I described yesterday, last week, the way through, or the way out. That is, you are in this world of fog or mist, which is emptiness, which is vanity, and if you're in the position, as I used a figure, of a man lost in the forest, if you believe the forest is there, you will get lost in the forest and go around in circles. If you believe the forest is not there, you will keep bumping into the trees anyway. So you have to find a middle way between the there-ness and the not there-ness, the way out, the way through. And, and so he is making the transition from the traditional conception of wisdom as the way of the old, the way of the experienced, the way of tradition and custom, to that inner kernel of energy, which is in the middle every second of a new and unique situation, and has to live on that level. He is saying, in effect, that the way of tradition and custom, while it is the basis of wisdom, is not good enough for a genuine wisdom. Now, the kind of practical morality that emerges from this is again based on this principle of the time for all things, meaning that the kernel of life is the energy of the present moment. One of the shrewdest things that he says is, better the sight of the eyes than the wandering of desire. That is, the immediate concrete world in front of you is the world the wise man deals with. The wandering of desire is the mixture of the objective and the non-existent, which is always a labyrinth where you can always get lost. And similarly, he says a living dog is better than a dead a living dog is better than a dead lion. That doesn't perhaps necessarily mean that all celebrations of heroic action like the Iliad have to go into the garbage can, but it does draw a distinction perhaps between the hero's life and the human life. Any question that far then? Or, I said that the statement, better is the sight of the eyes than the wandering of desire, contrasts the reality of the present moment, which is what the wise man always wants to deal with the wandering of desire, which is the combination of the objective and the non-existent. The world of daydream or of fantasy, the world of the possible objective where you might be. And the morality he recommends has something in common with the classical Epicurean position, where he says, for example, live joyfully with the wife that thou lovest, for God accepteth thy works. And and yet the Epicurean position, which is that the gods are indifferent to human fate and that pleasure is the most sensible goal to pursue, is in many respects closer to Christianity and perhaps to Judaism as well than the Stoic ideal is. Because the Stoic ideal is the one that advocates the acceptance of natural law by man, and we've already seen that nature is not a part of the fundamental social contract in the Bible. the essential contract, the essential covenant is between God and man, but nature is not a party to it. And, and so it is rather the energies inside man that are important, rather than the submission or resignation to the operations of nature. And I said that I thought the author of Ecclesiastes had a very strong influence on the Sermon on the Mount and on some of the teachings of the Gospels. And there again, it is an emphasis on happiness and spontaneity much more than on resignation that, that is stressed there. Okay. This level of wisdom, I think, represents the highest normal functioning level of human society. There are other things in the Bible that we have to consider, and one of them is prophecy. And prophecy has a unique role and unique importance in the Bible, and so I should like to go on, if you're willing to discuss the role of prophecy next. The most important piece of wisdom literature in the Bible, the book of Job, we have not yet examined, but there are reasons why I think it'll be easier to understand what is being said in the book of Job if we deal with the element of prophecy first. Are you ready then for me to go on and discuss prophecy? Well, prophecy seems to be something of which the Western Semitic peoples in Asia, it is the Semitic peoples in Western Asia, made a very distinctive use. It's something that we also find in classical culture, as you can see from the story of Cassandra in the Trojan War, but it was a contrast to, for example, Egyptian culture, which, so far as we can tell, made use of wisdom and of magic, but was not particularly interested in prophecy. Very early, before biblical times, there is an account of an Egyptian envoy, which he wrote himself and which had been discovered by Egyptian archaeologists. He was sent by the Pharaoh to the court of Sidon in Phoenicia, and the Phoenicians, the Canaanites, of course, were a very closely related people to the Hebrews. And the Pharaoh who sent him was this curious, obsessed creature, Akhenaton, that's the way his name is usually spelled, who has been described as the world's earliest monotheist, though the kind of monotheism he practiced, as I tried to explain earlier, is of the imperialistic kind, not the biblical kind. And he was particularly a worshiper of the god represented by the disk of the sun, Aton, and he changed his name to get Aton into it, and he set up a new religion based on this sun cult. And as the priesthood of Ammon, who is the established Egyptian god, was already on the spot, they were in a far stronger position than he was, And as a result, he not only failed entirely to promote his new cult, but he nearly wrecked the Egyptian empire also. And so he sent his envoy, Wen-Amen, to Sidon in Phoenicia to emphasize the fact that he was the lord of Sidon and to demand tribute, which the king of Sidon had been rather delinquent on. The king of Sidon wondered for a while whether he shouldn't make the usual gesture of diplomatic courtesy of cutting off the head of Wen-Amen and sending it back to the Pharaoh of Egypt as an emblem of the respect in which he held him. And Wen-Amen felt rather uncomfortable while this was being deliberated, and suddenly he heard a disturbance in the corner of the court. And what was happening was that somebody had gone into a trance and had spoken with a quite different voice, which was assumed to be the voice of the local god, and had said that it was the will of the local god that Wen-Amen should not have his head cut off, but should be allowed to depart in peace for Egypt. So he went back to Egypt and wrote out his account of what had happened to him and gave us thereby the earliest account we have of a West Semitic prophet in action. And so it appears that the primitive basis of prophecy is a very different one from the primitive basis of religion. It has its roots in the primitive reverence for people with uncanny or unknown mental powers, and that the original prophet was a product of what has been called shamanism, from the type of religion, a primitive religion found in Siberia and other places, where the religion is taught by people who deliberately train themselves in abnormal visionary faculties. And our earliest glimpse of that kind of prophecy in the Bible is in the first book of Samuel and chapter 10. There, Samuel is about to crown Saul as the first king of Israel, and he says to him that he is to go out and go walking until he meets 3 men. And in verse 5, after that thou shalt come to the hill of God, where is the garrison of the Philistines, and it shall come to pass, when thou art come thither to the city, that thou shalt meet a company of prophets coming down from the high place with a psaltery and a tabret and a pipe and a harp before them, and they shall prophesy. Now the important verse is verse 6. And the Spirit of the Lord will come upon thee, and thou shalt prophesy with them, and shalt be turned into another man. That is, the original prophet was one of a group of ecstatics who worked themselves up with music to the point at which they would go into a trance, speak with a different voice, and that different voice would be taken to be the voice of the local god. And the prophet, therefore, had an independent, autonomous authority as distinct from the king or the priest, which he carried by virtue of being able to speak with the voice of the of his society's God. The thing is that it's not terribly difficult to develop the ability to go into a trance, and the Old Testament itself makes it quite clear that there were many, many prophets around the courts of the king in particular who had discovered that there was a very profitable living to be made in going into a trance and speaking with the voice of prophecy, as long as they didn't go far enough under to forget what the king wanted to hear. And so that is given you in the superb story of Micaiah at the end of the first book of Kings. In this story, the king of northern Israel, Ahab, and the king of Judah in the south, Jehoshaphat, have made one of their rare alliances and have decided to jointly to attack the king of Syria. Now, it is clear from what is said here that the first thing you did before you went out to battle was to call on the local prophets to see whether the God approved of this expedition or not. If he did, you would be sure to win, but if he didn't, you wouldn't. So Ahab gathers together the 400 prophets which are surrounding his court and asks them if he should go up to attack Syria or forbear. And the 400 prophets all say in chorus, "Go up and prosper, for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." And Jehoshaphat, who is portrayed throughout this story as having a bit more common sense than Ahab, is a little suspicious of this unanimity. And he says in verse 7, "Is there not here a prophet of the Lord besides, that we might inquire of him?" And Ahab says, "There is yet one man, Micaiah, by whom we may inquire of the Lord, but I hate him, for he doth not prophesy good concerning me, but evil." And Jehoshaphat says, "Well, let's try him anyway." So Micaiah comes to the court, and there are the 400 prophets all putting on their act. And one of them, a man named Zedekiah in verse 11, is carrying around horns of iron, that is as an emblem, saying, "With these shalt thou push the Syrians until thou hast consumed them." That use of emblematic instruments is probably one of the oldest forms of human communication. And you may remember that Diogenes in Greek culture used to go around with a lantern hoping that somebody would ask him why he was carrying a lantern in the daytime so that he could say, "I'm looking for an honest man." And so Zedekiah is carrying horns of iron to demonstrate the certain and assured victory of the king of Israel. And other prophets in the Bible are represented as making similar, though slightly subtler, use of the same kind of stage prop. And all the prophets prophesied so, this is verse 12, "Go up to Ramoth Gilead and prosper, for the Lord shall deliver it into the king's hand." And then the messenger, which is sent to bring Micaiah, says, "Now look, all these 400 prophets are all saying the same thing. It's obviously the right thing. Now you just play along and you say the same thing they are, and don't start rocking the boat." And Micaiah, verse 14, says, "As the Lord liveth, what the Lord saith unto me, that will I speak." So he came to the king, and the king said to him, "Micaiah, shall we go against Ramoth Gilead, or shall we forbear?" And he answered him, "Go and prosper, for the Lord shall deliver it into the hand of the king." Well, Ahab resents this because there's no point in having a yes man unless he says yes with conviction. And so Ahab says, verse 16, "How many times shall I adjure thee that thou tell me nothing but that which is true in the name of the Lord?" So he's asked for it. And Micaiah says, verse 17, "I saw all Israel scattered upon the hills, as sheep that have no shepherd. And the Lord said, These have no master. Let them return every man into his house." And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, "Did not I tell thee that he would prophesy no good concerning me, but evil?" And then Micaiah says that he had a vision just before he came, and that the Lord had said that he would put a lying spirit into the mouths of these 400 prophets, and had done so very effectively. And so Micaiah is given by the king the usual kind of reward that the prophet gets, who gives that kind of advice to him. "Thus saith the king, Put this fellow in prison, and feed him with bread of affliction and with water of affliction, until I come in peace." And Micaiah says, "If thou return at all in peace, the Lord hath not spoken by me." So the king of Israel and king of Judah go up and attack Syria, and the king of Syria takes them through the cleaners, and Ahab is killed in the battle. But that indicates, first of all, the very clear distinction between the people the Bible treats as authentic prophets and the phony prophets, who are essentially courtiers and attendants on the king's court. Then again, it indicates that they prophesy in somewhat similar ways. That is, they both possess abnormal visionary faculties. But Micaiah's are genuine, and the other prophets' faculties are phony. And finally, it's the authentic prophet who gets stuck in prison. And as we'll see, the prophets are regarded all through the Bible, including the New Testament, as forming a tradition which meets uniformly with persecution. We'll go on with that next day then. I'm not altogether sure what I was saying in those dear dead days with the weekend, with the reading week still to come up, but I think I said something about approaching the book of Job at this point in the course as something that has to do with the categories of wisdom and prophecy. If you look at the sequence of books of the Old Testament in the King James order, that is from Genesis to Malachi with the Apocrypha in a separate section, you see an order which is derived from the Septuagint translation. The Hebrew order is a much more schematic one, and it seems to be pure accident, but it actually makes its own kind of sense. The books from Genesis to Esther are concerned with three themes: law and history and ritual. And the closing one, Esther, is a story which explains the latest of the Hebrew rituals to be established, the Feast of Purim. And the second half of the Old Testament, from Job to Malachi, is concerned with three different themes, with poetry, prophecy, and wisdom. And in that order, which, as I say, may be pure accident, but still is an order, Job would occupy the place of a poetic and prophetic Genesis. That is, it deals with the theme of how man was plunged into his present alienating situation, but it deals with it in terms of poetry and prophecy and wisdom rather than of law and history and ritual. When Milton, after pursuing the English Revolution of the 17th century through 4 of its stages, was finally checkmated completely by the restoration of the monarchy, he settled down to ask himself why the bid for liberty among the English people had met with so inglorious a failure, and why the great exodus which had been undertaken in 1640 should have ended, in his phrase, with a captain back for Egypt. And that was why he told the story of the fall of man, which is based on the Christian conception of original sin, that is, the notion that man, being born in a state of mortality, is conditioned from birth with a kind of inertia that makes it impossible for him to achieve any of the things that he really wants to do without divine assistance. Man says he wants freedom, and I'm still paraphrasing Milton. Man says he wants freedom and thinks he wants freedom, but as a matter of fact, he does not want freedom. And if he gets freedom, it is only because freedom is something that God has determined he shall have. Well, the story of the fall of Adam is a story of a breach of contract, which has always made it dear to the hearts of theological lawyers, because it provides them with what passes for an explanation of the human situation. Why do we live in a world where we all die and where we suffer various inconveniences ranging from earthquakes to mosquito bites? And the answer in the book of Genesis is, well, it was like this. Many years ago, a hungry girl, long past her lunchtime, reached for an apple on the wrong tree. And as a result, all this has taken place. The answer is insane, it's psychotic, but then so is most theology. And at any rate, it is a kind of answer. And the advantage of studying the book of Job is that it deals with the same question. How is man in this alienating situation? But there's no contract. There's no alleged explanation. There's no, there is no quasi or pseudo-historical element in it. It is given simply in purely imaginative terms. When I was dealing with wisdom, I said that wisdom is conceived in the Bible existentially as more of an attitude of mind than anything connected with knowledge, because knowledge is specific, is knowledge of this or that, whereas wisdom deals more with the potential, and we think, for example, of Jesus as a wise man, but not necessarily as a knowledgeable man. That's not the point about him. And wisdom, we said, was an individual development of the conception of law, an individualized form of the way in which law permeates the society. And prophecy, we found, was an individualizing of the revolutionary spirit, which seems to be peculiar to the biblical tradition, and that the prophet is typically a figure who is isolated because of the unpopularity of the message he brings, and who is very frequently persecuted. And he is a figure whose authority no society knows how to deal with, because society by itself has no standards for distinguishing an authority above the law from an authority below it. That is, the prophet who denounces society cannot be distinguished from the troublemaker or the subversive type. And not only in the Hebrew tradition, the biblical one, but in Greek culture as well, as the figure of Socrates reminds us, most societies have this difficulty of distinguishing the authority of prophecy. Consequently, the assumption arose very early in both Judaism and Christianity that the age of the prophets was over, and this assumption was accepted with a great deal of relief. In medieval Europe, for example, there was a high king and a high priest, a pope and an emperor, but there was no place for prophetic authority as such. And the fates of such people as Joan of Arc and Savonarola indicate the same difficulty the society has always had. And the liberty of prophesying was one of the things that the Protestant Reformation was supposed to be all about. But Protestantism can hardly be said to have succeeded in establishing a prophetic authority. That is, its prophets never strayed very far away from pulpits. They were not really a distinct class from the priesthood. And so that position of the prophet as the isolated or alien figure who has an authority which is very difficult for his own society to determine enters into the structure of the whole Bible. The moral significance of the life of Jesus has always been traditionally assumed to be his perfect conformity to a moral code as the one man who did not sin. But perhaps equally important is his significance as a figure that no organized or established society could possibly have tolerated. That is, the Christian teaching about who crucified Christ is not that the Romans or the Jews or whatever people happened to be there did, but that you and I did, and that all human societies, without exception, are involved in the crucifixion of Christ. And that sense of the figure who is negatively as well as positively outside history is something that has to be taken into account in trying to see what the importance of prophecy is. Is there any question that far then? Yeah.
What do you mean when you say
Well, positively, the tradition is that, that the life of Christ was an incarnation, that is, something coming out of a timeless world into time. That is the positive doctrine of the incarnation. The negative side of the same thing is that it is an individual in society that no society can tolerate. Because society, in order to preserve itself, has to assume the priority of its interests to those of any individual. And what the high priest Caiaphas says in the Gospel of John, it is expedient that one man die for the people, is a statement that has been echoed by every human being without exception at some point or other. I want to approach Job primarily as an example of a book of wisdom which cannot be satisfactorily understood without some reference to this conception of prophecy as well. The book of Job is relatively late among Old Testament books, I suppose around 300 BC or thereabouts. And it seems dramatic in its construction. There are even things in it that remind us of certain things in Greek tragedy, such as having the catastrophe announced by a messenger. But it is extremely unlikely that the author of Job was thinking of any kind of theatrical presentation. In fact, it's unlikely that he had seen a theater or knew what a theater was. It is more likely that the particular idiom in which Job is cast is, so far as it is dramatic, something of an accident, because the dramatic form to which it is closest is not so much that of acted plays, where the tragedies are comedies, but to the Platonic dramatic form of the symposium, the discussion in which certain themes are pursued from different points of view. The story is an ancient folk tale, and this ancient folk tale, which is in prose, appears at the beginning and at the end of the book of Job that we have. But the author of Job simply cut the old folk tale in two with a pair of scissors, and that is, if scissors had been invented by that time. I'm a very sloppy scholar in some respects. And between the first and the second half, he put this enormous expansion of the theme, which is the book that we know. According to the story, then, we begin with Satan in the court of God, and that at once is unique. It's not just that it's a tremendous act of poetic originality and has haunted the imaginations of everybody, every great poet ever since, down to Goethe's Faust and beyond, but because it illustrates something which I have mentioned before, that in the account of creation at the beginning of Genesis, God is said to have separated the light from the darkness and the cosmos, the firmament, from the chaos, the deep. so that you can think of darkness and chaos as outside the creation and therefore as enemies of God. But the creation actually incorporated darkness as an alternate to light. It incorporated chaos in the form of the sea, as distinct from the land. And consequently, we can also think of chaos and darkness as incorporated dialectically within creation and as creatures of God rather than enemies. In most of the prophets, the forces of chaos and darkness are thought of as God's enemies, and certainly Satan is. But in the book of Job, and there alone, both Satan and the powers of darkness are treated primarily as creatures of God, as something which he tolerates within his creation. We've already seen that a legal metaphor runs all the way through the Bible, and it is appropriate, therefore, that we should speak of the end of all things as a last judgment, as a trial in which God is thought of as the judge, in which there is a defendant and a prosecutor. The role of prosecutor is the traditional role of Satan. The word means adversary, and his primary function is that of the accuser of mankind. And the Greek word diabolos, which is the origin of our word devil, originally meant or included the meaning of the person opposed in a lawsuit. So that all through the book of Job, this metaphor of a trial and a judge is hovering in the background. If you were killed in a feud, the person whose duty it was to avenge your death would be called your goel, or avenger, or the same word could be applied to someone who would go bail for you if you were accused, or in general would take the part of the accused person. And in the book of Job, Job expresses his own confidence that he has such a defender in Job 19:25. He says, I know that my goel liveth. The King James translation is Redeemer, which is perhaps an over-Christianized translation, but the general sense is that he is sure that there is somebody on his side in this lawsuit. Then the question is, who is his accuser? And much more important than that, what is he being accused of? Because if there is anything particularly nightmarish about a tyranny or a rule of terror, it's holding a person arrested without telling him what the charge is. That is a situation that you meet in Kafka's novel, The Trial, for example, and not only The Trial, but almost all of Kafka's writings form an extended commentary on the book of Job. And so Job says, why hasn't my adversary written a book? Why hasn't he stated the case against me? And that is, of course, the question to which the poem mainly addresses itself. First of all comes a disaster which wipes out his family, his goods and his possessions, all but his wife, and his wife turns against him as well. And then comes another disaster, which takes the form of boils. And we are told in the opening scene that Satan is taking his usual part of prosecutor, and he is telling God that according to the code of the book of Deuteronomy and elsewhere, he has really set things up in such a way that he can't lose. If it's to man's interest to obey the law and to follow the precepts of God, then man is an incredible fool if he does not. And if it is true that the just good man is always rewarded, and that it's only the bad man who is punished, then God has really created a race of automata who are motivated by a kind of cupboard love and not free beings at all. God said, well, maybe that's true, but there is one man called Job, and I think that he would stick to me no matter what happened. And Satan says, all right, let's try. And so the disasters follow. At that point, Job's 3 friends come to see him, and the 3 friends have become proverbial as stupid and unimaginative people. And we get this impression partly from Job himself, who says, miserable comforters are ye all. And so we tend to think of them as simply replicas of Satan in the lower world, that is, as carrying on the whole process of accusation. On the other hand, whatever one thinks of their friends, they are certainly not fair weather friends. They have nothing to gain from coming to see Job in his utter destitution. And in chapter 2 and the last 3 verses, which ends, so they sat down with him upon the ground 7 days and 7 nights. That's the ritual period of mourning. And none spake a word unto him, for they saw that his grief was very great. And so if we are tempted to think of the 3 friends as stupid and unimaginative, we should not forget either those 7 days of silent sympathy. At the same time, the 3 men, while they are devout, pious, and eloquent men, they're all fine poets, still they are very heavily conditioned by their own understanding of the law and the way it operates, the Deuteronomic code, that if you obey the law, you will be happy and prosperous. If you don't, you'll be miserable. Job is quite clearly unhappy and miserable, so he must have done something to break the law. And they begin to suggest this more and more deviously as time goes on. And there is even a suggestion that Job might have done something unconsciously without knowing it, as Oedipus did in Greek drama. But it is also said that Job has taken care of unintentional offenses by the sacrifices he has made before he fell into this state of things. And in any case, Job eventually begins to understand what they're saying. And he feels outraged, not because of the imputations on divine justice, but what he is really saying is that what has happened to him does not bear any kind of sane proportion to anything he could conceivably have done. So that if it's a question of punishment for wrongdoing, the situation is utterly insane, and it raises more questions than it could possibly solve. The thing is that all four men, the three friends and Job, remain devout and pious men. Consequently, one explanation that never once occurs to them and never possibly could occur to them is the one that has already been given to the reader. Namely, that Job is not being punished at all, but that he is being tested for something. And the reason why it couldn't have occurred to them is that the wager, the bet with Satan, suggests that God has a stake of his own in the matter. That they just doesn't come into their universe anywhere. But we have been told that God is actually risking something, and risking it on Job's fidelity. Well, the discussion reaches a deadlock, and we are told that these three men ceased to answer Job because he was righteous in his own eyes. That is an extremely unfair comment to make about Job, but is perhaps expressed from their point of view. Sorry. Yes, that we are not told, but we're not told that he's risking a thing, but that he is really risking his, if you like, the wisdom of his ways by submitting them to a potentially hostile scrutiny on the part of the devil, on the part of Satan, rather. But what the author's explanation tells us is that God actually cares about the result, that he is personally concerned in the result. And the kind of view of God that both Job and the friends have is that he could never be as vulnerable as that in his relations with human beings. So the discussion, as I say, reaches a deadlock, and then Elihu comes in. Elihu is a later writer's edition. He came 2 or 3 centuries later, probably. And and he says he's a young man, and consequently he is following the custom which says that the old fools have to speak until their senility is fully exposed, and then he will enter the discussion himself. However, he's a fine and eloquent poet, but he doesn't really add much to the argument. He just really sums it up again. And Job lets this go by without any comment at all, partly because, as I say, it may be a later edition. In fact, it almost certainly is. And then God himself enters the discussion and speaks to Job out of the whirlwind. Now, at first, we are very deeply disappointed in what God says. He's a pretty fair poet, too. He's not as good as Elihu, but he begins by saying, "Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge?" And if he means Elihu, he's a bit ungrateful because he's cribbed a great deal of his speech from Elihu. But in any case, his speech seems to consist of a number of rhetorical questions, all of which, as we say in Latin grammars, expect the answer no. The questions are all to the same effect. Were you around when I made the world? Do you know how it was made? No? Well then, why are you questioning the justice of my ways? And Job says, "Yes, Lord, I know nothing, and you know everything." Whereupon God says, well, that's better, and proceeds to restore to him everything he had before. Now, if that is what the book of Job actually means, then we can only conclude that some bungling and terrified poet took over the conclusion and spoiled what was originally one of the great visionary dramas in the world's history. And that is the view of it that, for example, Bernard Shaw takes when he speaks of the ignoble and irrelevant retort of God at the end of the book. And Bernard Shaw also has a story called The Black Girl in Quest of God, where a young African woman armed with a shillelagh, a knobkerrie, a big stick, goes out to find God, and the first God she meets is the God of Noah's flood, who makes thunderous noises at her, so she whacks him over the head with her knobkerrie and he disappears. And then she meets a God who says, "Now I do love to have my creatures argue with me so I can tell them how much wiser I am than they are. Now do you have any questions?" And she doesn't ask any questions, she just whacks him over the head and he disappears. Well, this is a conceivable view of the book of Job. I don't think it's the right one. But if the King James Bible is right when it puts in its marginal headings at the top of the page that God convicteth Job of ignorance, that seems to be almost the only moral that we can take from the story. So maybe we should retrace our steps a bit. In this speech of God, there is the series of rhetorical questions which I mentioned. Then he goes on, and there are two lyrical poems at the end, at least I'm going to assume that there are two, which are about these two fabulous monsters that we have met already in the imagery of the Bible, a land monster named Behemoth or Behemoth, and a sea monster named Leviathan. The New English Bible notes that behemoth is simply the intensive plural of the word for beast in Hebrew, and consequently it reduces them to one, to the Leviathan only, but I am going to ignore that. Traditionally, there have always been two, a land monster and a sea monster, and you'll find the two referred to even as early as the second book of Esdras in the Apocrypha. And God says, in chapter 40 and verse 15 is where the two great hymns start. Behold now Behemoth, which I made with thee. He eateth grass as an ox. And then he goes on to talk about Leviathan in chapter 41. The two animals seem to have developed out of the kernels of the hippopotamus and the crocodile. That is, they are both Egyptian animals. And it is perhaps significant that Job is not, although he observes the Israelite law, a Hebrew. He comes from Uz in the kingdom of Edom, and so is, strictly speaking, outside the jurisdiction of the biblical countries. But we remember that the account of creation at the beginning of Genesis, where God creates light from darkness and the firmament from chaos, is a later development of what was originally a dragon-killing myth, and that the dragon-killing myth has been referred to many times in the Old Testament, though always as a poetic myth rather than as a matter of belief. So we see, therefore, that these two creatures, Satan and the Leviathan, one appears at the beginning of the poem, the other at the end of it. And that everywhere else in the Bible, Satan is the enemy of God, and Leviathan, the dragon, who is to be hooked and landed in the last day. But here, Satan, as we saw, was a tolerated guest in the court of God. And I imagine that Goethe sums up the feeling of Job rather accurately in his prologue in Himmel in Faust, where Mephistopheles walks out of heaven saying to himself, I like to talk to the old boy now and again. It's really very decent of him to talk to me. And similarly, the Behemoth and Leviathan are not spoken here of as enemies of God or outside his order. God is pointing to them with something of the nervous admiration of an artist, saying, look, Job, aren't they splendid? Aren't they wonderful? I made them, you know. Don't you like them? And if you think of them in that context, you will see that it is not really a problem in the poem that we hear no more about Satan, and that at the end of the poem God makes no reference to the original deal that he made with Satan. According to our table of demonic symbols, which we had last fall, Satan and the Leviathan are metaphorically the same thing, but they're simply seen from different points of view. And by pointing out these two monsters to Job, God is implying, at least the author of the poem is implying, that Job is outside them. He must be outside them or he couldn't see them. And you remember that we are mythologically all born inside the belly of Leviathan, and that the whole fishing imagery of the Gospels is connected with that fact. So it's possible that Job is getting a genuine enlightenment and is not being just told to shut up. Further, if the conventional understanding of Job were right, that Job is merely being bullied by God into silence, then his three friends must have been right about God all along, because their point of view has been consistently throughout: God rewards the righteous and punishes the disobedient, and if that doesn't happen, then all we can say is that the ways of God are mysterious and too high for us to understand. And as I say, if that is the meaning of the poem as a whole, then the friends' conception of God is vindicated. But God says explicitly that the friends are wrong in what they've said about him. It's forgivable what they've said. They're not, they are welcomed into the community at the end. But what they have said is wrong. And another thing which seems clear is that if Job had suffered in silence all the way through the poem, there would have been no revelation either to him or to anybody else at the end. It is only because Job yells bloody murder that there is a book of Job at all. So that Job's protests, his loud demands why this has happened and so on, are the kind of thing that indicate the integrity that God insisted from the first he had.
And since God knew Job and knew the type of person he was, then he probably knew what was going to happen, and he knew that he could rely on him to withstand all of the tests that he had thrown at him.
Yes, undoubtedly he did know that. The only thing is that if you pursue that question a little further, you get fouled up in the human conception of time. That is, if God knew this in time as we understand time, then the whole story is just a frame-up from beginning to end. And somehow one feels that there's something bigger going on than just a previously cooked answer.
The implication is that Job is outside the Leviathan, then in some sense he's saved or redeemed from the Leviathan, and are the misfortunes that he suffered, are they part of the Leviathan, that he is not ultimately returned to the Leviathan? Is that the idea?
I think that is part of the answer, yes. If you ask an anarchist why he throws bombs at innocent people, or a nation at war, why they destroy the crops of innocent farmers in the enemy country, the answer is that if you're in a state of war, there are no innocent people among the people whom you have declared to be enemies. They are all guilty, and because they are living in that country. And you may say that that's a psychotic answer, but it's the answer that the human race has given to every act of aggression in history. And the same thing is true of Job. The things that happen to him happen because he is, from one point of view, in enemy country. He's in Satan's world, in short, in the world in which Satan has a certain amount of power. And the limits of that power are something we'll have to look at next day. I was looking at the book of Job and suggesting that because the dramatic form is closer to the Platonic symposium than it is to the typical tragedy or comedy, that we often tend to assume that the book of Job is a problem, and of course a problem is something that ought to have a solution. And I think that there are many wrong things about looking at Job as a problem, even though that is also the point of view of Job himself for most of the book and for the four people who are talking with him. And I suggested that in the first place, Job is not being punished for anything, but is being tested for something, that God himself appears to have some kind of stake in the matter, as seems indicated by his colloquy with Satan at the beginning. And that while it is no doubt true a priori that God foreknew the outcome in advance, we shouldn't let that get too tangled up with our ordinary conceptions of time, because if God foreknows the end of an action, then it's just like a fixed horse race. There is something about it which is not quite genuine, and even Milton in Paradise Lost fell into that difficulty. And certainly the book of Job does not impress us as a fixed race, as something which has been all worked out in advance. One of the principles involved is one that I may already have dealt with in this course, I'm not quite sure. But it has to do with the relation of question and answer. That is, when you answer a question, you accept the assumptions in the question, and so the answer, if it's a satisfactory answer, consolidates the mental level on which the question is asked. And if it's the right answer, it also annihilates the question. If you ask me where the nearest telephone is, I can accept the assumptions in the question, answer it, if I know where the telephone is, and consequently annihilate or abolish that particular problem which the question symbolizes. But if you ask me where is God, I can say only that conceptions of where do not apply to God, and that the only way of answering such a question is to refuse to answer it. That is, I cannot answer the question because I cannot accept the assumptions in the question. It's one of those have you quit beating your wife questions, in which the matter of accepting the assumption in the question is primary. Now, it's for that reason that no serious religion ever attempts to answer questions, because seriousness, whether it's in religion or in art or in science, is a matter of proceeding from worse to steadily better and more adequate questions. And in religion, the questions that you raise are not answered, except in the most perfunctory way, because if you think about it for a moment, you will see that to answer such a question as why do innocent people suffer, or why is there evil in a world created by a good God, or questions like that, you can see that getting an answer to such questions really cheats you out of the right to ask the question. And it certainly blocks your further advance. It prevents you from reformulating a question with rather better assumptions in it, and so proceeding in the way that the human mind does proceed in dealing with very large and serious issues, to trying to make the assumptions in the questions it asks more and more adequate. There is a very touching story about Gertrude Stein that on her deathbed, feeling that she was going, she called over her lifelong friend, Alice B. Toklas, and said, "Alice, what is the answer?" And Alice said, "Well, Gertrude, I'm afraid we don't know that." And Gertrude Stein thought this over, and then she said, "Well then, what's the question?" And that I think, is something of what is involved in the argument of Job. If you are looking for an answer to a question or a solution to a problem, then you start in this dreary chess game about whether God is or is not doing the right thing, which of course leads to a superego starting to scream that of course he must be, and you were a wicked blasphemer for questioning it, and another part of your mind remains quiet and doesn't comment, but is not convinced. There's another aspect of this problem, that if there's an answer, you never get out of the world of the question. The answer of God at the end of the book of Job has, as I said last day, been very much criticized as a kind of bullying and hectoring response. And Bernard Shaw speaks of the ignoble and irrelevant retort of God. But suppose there had been an explanation which took you back to the beginning and the original scene in heaven with Satan, then you would have had a God saying, "Well, you see, Job, it was like this." And a God who was full of glib explanations for what happened would be more contemptible even than a bullying and hectoring God would be. If there's one thing the book of Job cannot end with, it's God producing out of a hat a number of satisfactory explanations for the problems which have been worrying you. Job hasn't got problems, he's got tragedy and misery and boils. And the question of intellectual problems with questions and answers doesn't get very close to where he is. Is there any question that far then? Yeah.
Then is the question a part of the process that you come to the answer? We're trying to come to the question that there is no answer.
Well, if a scientist is conducting a dialogue with nature and nature doesn't say anything, somebody has to fill in the silence. And that somebody is obviously the scientist, who is driven by the silence of nature to keep reformulating what he is investigating and observing. Now, this is not quite what happens in the book of Job, because here there is a dialogue, and I don't remember whether last week I actually got to the question of the role of God's reference to the creation. Did I deal with that? I think that it was, what I was saying was that Job is in the world of time, which you can represent by a horizontal line. And when we live in the world of time, we're being dragged along this line backwards, with our faces to the past and our backs to the future. And so, naturally, any question about how did this happen to me and why did it happen to me is instinctively, according to all our normal mental processes, thrown backward into the past. And we're really asking questions about the origin or the cause of what happened. Well, the origin or cause of what happened to Job can only have been the origin or cause of everything that has ever happened. In other words, the creation itself. And everything follows from that original act of creation. What God appears to be saying to Job is, you weren't around when I made the world, therefore you don't know what's in my mind, therefore you shouldn't be questioning the judgment of my ways. What I think he may actually be saying is something like this. You were not around at the time of the creation. You are trying to find your way back there to understand what has happened to you. Don't try it. There's no answer there. I'm not there, or at least no part of me is there that you can get hold of. And bound up with that is, first of all, the fact that how Job got into this mess is far less important than the question of how he is to get out of it. And secondly, all that you can see of a divine purpose when you're looking along the horizontal line, back to the beginning of time, is that of fatality or causation. And those are pretty chilly attributes of a God who is represented as taking an active interest and concern in Job's situation. And that, as I'm pretty sure I was saying, is why the speech of God ends with these two poems on Behemoth and Leviathan, which look irrelevant to the problem of Job's boils and miseries and dead daughters and things, but are actually less irrelevant than they may seem. We saw in our analysis of the imagery and narrative of the Bible that Leviathan, used as a poetic image in the Bible, expands into the entire world of time and space in which we are living. That is a world in which Satan has a good deal of control. And we are all, as we saw in our study of the imagery, born inside the belly of Leviathan, which is why there is so much about Jesus as a fisherman in the Gospels. And for God to point out these two monsters to Job at the end can only mean that Job is outside them. Because he is outside them, he has been delivered from their power. Let's look at, at the final chapter, the 42nd chapter, just at the end of the speech of God. Then Job answered the Lord and said, I know that thou canst do everything, and that no thought can be withholden from thee. Who is he that hideth counsel without knowledge? Therefore have I uttered that I understood not, things too wonderful for me which I knew not. Hear, I beseech thee, and I will speak. I will demand of thee, and declare thou unto me. I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee. Wherefore I abhor myself, and repent in dust and ashes. Once again, the tone seems to be one of unquestioning submission. Yes, Lord, you know everything, I know nothing. You've got all the trump cards in your hand and have from the beginning, and so on. And yet, I think we shouldn't be taken in too much by this Oriental manner of speaking, because Job also manages to say a few other things. He says, I will demand of thee, and declare thou unto me. He still retains the right to speak and even argue with his Creator. And then he says, I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee. Which, of course, is a tremendous statement to make, because all through the Bible, the doctrine that God cannot be seen, as I think I mentioned in dealing with the imagery of the Bible, is invariable. The closest we get to it is Isaiah's saying that he saw God high and lifted up in the temple, and there is a very ancient legend that Isaiah was put into a hollow log and sawn in two on the charge of having claimed a direct vision of God. Yet this is what Job is claiming. There is only one reference to the book of Job that I know of in the New Testament, and that is in the Epistle of James, where James says, Ye have heard of the patience of Job, and have seen the end of the Lord. And that picks up the same metaphor. I have heard, but I now see. But of course, in James, there is still a Christian sting in the tail. That is, what James' readers have seen is the coming of Christ. And that can hardly be within the historical context of the book of Job itself. Well, we'll go on to the end of the folk tale in chapter 42. And it was so that after the Lord had spoken these words unto Job, the Lord said to Eliphaz, My wrath is kindled against thee and thy two friends, for ye have not spoken to me the thing that is right. Therefore, then he commands a sacrifice. And then in verse 10, and the Lord turned the captivity of Job when he prayed for his friends. God is traditionally regarded as a trinity of power and love and wisdom, and there's a great deal about the power and the wisdom of God in the book of Job, and it seems curious that there should be so little about love. you notice that people who have adapted the book of Job, such as William Blake in the series of illustrations to the book of Job that he did at the end of his life, or Archibald MacLeish in his play J.B., both Blake and MacLeish make the same alteration in the story of Job. They both make Job's wife faithful to Job throughout. And they both caricature the friends. In Blake, the three friends are simply incarnations of moral virtue, which for Blake means something like a lynching mob. And in J.B., Job's three friends come to see him only because they are spiritual vampires and they are attracted by the smell of misery. In other words, the notion of a Job cut off even from his wife is too tough for reasonably kindly and humane people like MacLeish and Blake to take in. And similarly, they can come to terms with the friends only by thinking of them as malignant. Well, it is true that for Job not to have even the support of his wife during this trial is tough enough. The only place where the bond of love would naturally emerge would be there. And he has dismissed his comforters as miserable comforters. And yet, we are told that the Lord turned the captivity of Job when he prayed for his friends. So that perhaps the love which is based on the love for these three blundering and blinkered and yet utterly well-meaning old buffers is perhaps closer to a genuine love than any other image that would be available to the poet. In any case, the redemption of Job is the same thing as the reestablishing of his community. We are apt to forget, perhaps, that this drama is not being carried out in solitude. Job is a patriarch with a whole society in the background, and that society disappears from the foreground of the action during most of the book, but it comes back again into existence at the end. And the Lord turned the captivity of Job when he prayed for his friends. Also, the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before. And then I'll come back to that remark in a moment. Then there came unto him all his brethren and his sisters, and all they that had been his acquaintance before, and did eat bread with him in his house. And they bemoaned him and comforted him over the evil that the Lord had brought upon him. Every man gave him a piece of money, and so on. So the Lord blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning. For he had 14,000 sheep and 6,000 camels and 1,000 yoke of oxen and 1,000 she-asses. He also had 7 sons and 3 daughters. And he called the name of the first Jemimah, and the name of the second Keziah, and the name of the third Keren-Happuch. And in all the land there were no women found so fair as the daughters of Job. And their father gave them inheritance among their brethren. Now, in your experience of drama, you notice that it is characteristic of tragedy that it points to the inevitable, and because it points to the inevitable, it points to the credible as well. That is, even if you don't believe that Hamlet actually saw the ghost of his father or that Macbeth saw the ghost of Banquo, you can still understand what state of mind Hamlet and Macbeth were in, and tragedy normally does not conceal anything from the audience. That is, we know who murdered Hamlet's father and Banquo, and we know what Iago's honesty amounts to, though the characters on the stage do not. And that is why tragedy is always associated with irony, which is a perspective in which the audience sees more of what is happening than the actors in the play do. And so when the tragic ending comes, it impresses us as inevitable, and we say to ourselves, yes, that is the kind of thing that can and does happen. And that is how we reconcile ourselves to a tragic ending, the fact that this portrays things as they sometimes can and do happen. In a comedy, what we often get is some card up the writer's sleeve, as some gimmick that he's thought up, whereby the action is suddenly twisted from an approaching complications and trouble into a happy ending. What happens in the ordinary new comedy that was the tradition behind Shakespeare is that a boy wants girl. Girl is a slave, or that is, she's a prostitute. Boy's father says nothing doing. It then turns out that the girl was kidnapped or stolen by pirates in infancy and is really the daughter of somebody respectable, so that the hero can marry her without loss of face, and boy gets girl. Well, in this comic action, there is a gimmick produced which of which your normal reaction is to say this kind of thing doesn't happen in ordinary life, but it happens in plays, and it's rather nice when it does happen. And the the acceptance, therefore, is based on your own preference for a happy ending, but not on your sense of probability in the scheme of things. Fate specializes in practical jokes in bad taste. Fate very seldom pulls out a card from the pack to help you. So, reading the book of Job, we are reading a drama which has always been classified with the world's tragedies, and yet is technically a comedy by virtue of the fact that everything is restored to Job at the end. But we can understand Job's miseries and trials. There's nothing about that that violates our sense of the probability of what happens in life. But can we actually accept this quite sudden restoration of Job to prosperity? That is what is incredible. Now, in the first place, there is a rule in comedy expressed in the title of one of Shakespeare's plays, All's Well That Ends Well. That's the only title in Shakespeare with a predicate, and it is a statement that is true of the structure of comedy, but it is utter nonsense as a statement about human life. The reason why it is true of comedy is that when a comedy ends well, that is traditionally the beginning of the real lives of the young people who get married at the end. But in real life, it is silly to say that all's well that ends well. Even in a society as patriarchal as Job's, a man who had lost 3 beautiful daughters would not be completely consoled by 3 brand new daughters, no matter how beautiful or how impressively named. And it's not like a matter of consoling a child for a broken toy by giving him a new toy. The loss of the daughters would be a permanent scar on one's existence. So there are several possibilities here. One is the possibility that if we had seen Job in the middle of his restoration of prosperity, we might not have seen 14,000 sheep and 1,000 she-asses and 3 beautiful daughters at all. We might have seen nothing but a beggar on a dunghill. And yet that beggar on that dunghill would have seen something that we have not seen and would know something that we do not know. Of his 3 brand new daughters, one of them, Karen Happuck, has a name that means a box of eyeshadow. See, she might not be there at all. And so our credibility in the restoration of Job would have to involve different levels of existence. Now, the most ordinary image for the 2 levels of existence comes from waking up in the morning, where we get rid of a dream world by simply abolishing the world and wake up in a world which we consider more real, probably on insufficient premises. So something of that might be happening here. Perhaps Job has wakened up from a nightmare world of loss and boils to find that it was only a dream. But if it were only a dream, then the end of Job is so discontinuous from the main action of the poem that there's hardly any point in the main action of the poem at all. So that's facile. It will hardly do. I think when you go back to the speech of Job, you get an impression that some kind of confidential look, almost a wink, seems to have passed between Job and God in that point, and that Job knows something in that instant from which we are excluded. So what is it that Job knows that we don't know? The answer is that by definition we don't know. And that's not helpful. Nevertheless, it is something which the statement that he is seeing God, the restoration of all his goods, the reestablishing of his family and community are all images for it. Any questions that far? Yeah.
Why do you suppose that God doubled everything he had except his children at the end? Gave him the exact number of children that he had at the beginning?
Well, I suppose it's the natural affinity of Job's rather mercantile society for compound interest. That is, Job is a trader, for one thing. If he has all those she-asses, it means that he must have sold the jacks to make mules. And consequently, he is a very prosperous trading farmer and rancher. And so that the increase in his goods is a metaphor that belongs naturally to that kind of existence. And again, it's part of the all's well that ends well formula, where Pericles in Shakespeare, who has lost his wife and his daughter at sea, faced with the prospect of seeing them again, says, "The kindness of the gods makes my past miseries sports." Again, that is something you can only believe in comedy, but the doubling of Job's possessions, I think, means primarily that out of the evil a greater good comes than there was before. I think that's fundamentally the reason for it. I've spoken of the form of tragedy, and tragedy is a form that people seem to have a constant itch to wish to explain. And early critics read in Aristotle the statement that the tragic hero must have hamartia, and nobody quite knows what that means, but it's the ordinary word in the New Testament for sin. Consequently, Aristotle has often been interpreted as proposing an extremely moralistic theory of tragedy, that the tragic hero must have done something wrong so that what he does is morally intelligible. But if you think of the tragedies that you know, you will see that that won't work. That the particular thing called tragedy that happens to a tragic hero does not depend on his moral status. He may be as good a man as Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, or as good a woman as Bernard Shaw's Joan of Arc, or Shakespeare's Desdemona. Or he may be as bad a person as Shakespeare's Richard III or Macbeth. But the particular thing called tragedy that happens takes no account of that. They may be good or they may be bad, but tragedy is tragedy, whatever the moral status of the victim or hero. I think what Aristotle means, partly by hamartia, is being in a certain place which is especially dangerous or exposed. And very often, the qualities that put you in such a place are the qualities of exceptional heroism. Because after all, an oak tree is much more likely to be struck by lightning than a clump of grass. So that Cordelia in Shakespeare's King Lear, for example, does nothing wrong to deserve her banishment and her eventual hanging. But she is standing in that spot, and the lightning strikes on that spot. And similarly with Job, I think, one of the issues raised by the story of Job is the issue connected with the word property, which in Aristotle means that which is proper to a man, that which is really an extension of himself. And so one of the questions raised by Job's disasters is how much can a man lose of what he has before it begins to affect the identity of what he is? And that question is answered in a rather brusque way, perhaps, by God's remark to Satan that he has to spare Job's life. He can take everything he has, but he must leave what he is, and then we'll see. And in that situation, the identity of Job is, of course, being isolated. It's being cut off from his possessions because it is still a question raised by Satan as to whether Job is not really a creature of his possessions, of his prosperity and his riches, rather than a creature of God. And after he has passed the test, his goods are restored to him because that question no longer means anything. The building up of the argument of Job and his friends comes to a climax in the beginning of chapter 26. It looks as though an editor, or perhaps even the original author, has cut down the proportions of the dialogue here because his scheme was originally to have the three friends all speak in turn. But in this round of speeches, the second man, Bildad, has a very curtailed speech, and the third man doesn't speak at all. But Job answers, and his answer carries on until the end of chapter 31, after which it is said that the three men ceased to answer Job because he was righteous in his own eyes. Now, as we've already suggested, it's only from the Comforter's point of view that he is righteous in his own eyes. The speech of Job itself is really the climax of the whole book as far as Job is concerned. It is his statement as a bewildered but still articulate victim of disaster. And there are insertions in it which make it longer perhaps than it needed to be, such as the hymn in praise of wisdom in chapter 28, which is probably a later interpolation. But Job's speech from chapters 26 to 31 is, it seems to me, the most tremendously noble and impressive statement that I know of in literature of what can only be called, I think, the essential dignity and responsibility of human nature. That is, Job does not claim virtue. He does not claim that he must have been unjustly treated. He stopped all that kind of noise. And he says merely that he wishes he knew what the charge against him was, if there is a charge. And he ends at the end of chapter 31 in the closing verses that begin around verse 35. Oh, that one would hear me. Behold, my desire is that the Almighty would answer me, and that mine adversary had written a book. Surely I would take it upon my shoulder and bind it as a crown to me. I would declare unto him the number of my steps. As a prince would I go near unto him. If my land cry against me, or that the furrows likewise thereof complain, if I have eaten the fruits thereof without money, or have caused the owners thereof to lose their life, let thistles grow instead of wheat, and cockles instead of barley. The words of Job are ended. It's the voice of a responsible ruler like Oedipus of Thebes. There's a famine in the country. Oedipus is king, therefore he's responsible. So he must consult an oracle to find out why there is a drought. And in the case of Oedipus, of course, the outcome is very different. He is told by a prophet that he has murdered his father and slept with his mother, and the gods are offended. And he says, but I didn't know anything about this. And the prophet said, well, that's just too bad. But in the book of Job, you have the same willingness to assume responsibility, the same essential dignity of a nature which is possible only to a conscious nature. That is, Job is doing what he can with the gift of consciousness and intelligence. And in ending on that tone, he makes it clear that God has won the wager, that Job's integrity is still there and still untouched. And after that, you don't need any more Satan or any more argument. What follows is the speech of Elihu, which, as I say, is a later interpolation. Elihu is a young man, and his following the three old men represents a kind of social cycle of moral condemnation and discussion and argument, which goes on and on. But Job lets Elihu's speech go by without commenting on the fact that it's extremely cocksure. Elihu says things like, suffer me a little and I will show you what I have yet to say on God's behalf, as though God had hired him as a lawyer. And he makes no comment on that. He makes no comment on the arguments of Elihu, which repeat the arguments of the three friends. He's heard it all before. It's all true and it's all nonsense. And he's waiting for a different kind of voice altogether. And eventually, out of the whirlwind, the voice comes. Okay. I was dealing with the question in the book of Job about the actual tone of the speech of God at the end, and whether he is really the petty, blustering tyrant that he may seem to be on a first reading, and that he has often been called by commentators on the book. He does seem to have a rather hectoring and bullying quality to some of the things he says, as in chapter 40, verse 7. Gird up thy loins now like a man. I will demand of thee, and declare thou unto me. Wilt thou also disannul my judgment? Wilt thou condemn me, that thou mayest be righteous? Hast thou an arm like God? Or canst thou thunder with a voice like him? This is the kind of thing, as I say, that puts people off a bit. And yet, if you think of the context, the situation is assumed by Job's friends to be a situation in which God must be justified because he's God, and in which Job therefore must be unjustified. And throughout the argument there runs the very primitive superstition, which at the same time is very, very difficult to eradicate in the human mind, that if you're unlucky, you must somehow or other have done something wrong, and that the unlucky are to be avoided, just as people carrying an infectious disease are to be avoided. In Homer's Odyssey, for example, Aeolus, the god of the winds, gives Odysseus a favorable wind, but his treacherous companions let the wind out of the sack, and the voyage ends in disaster. So Odysseus goes back to Aeolus and says that through no fault of his own, he's run into bad luck. And Aeolus slams the door in his face and says that an unlucky man is hated by the gods and he will have nothing more to do with him. But I think one of the things that God is expressing in this speech is the fact that you don't get anywhere with this situation by simply reversing it. That is, if you just turn it inside out and make it a drama in which Job is the noble, suffering hero and God is the malicious and malignant person, you've got a quite comprehensible dramatic situation. It doesn't fit the opening postulates of the poem very well, because a situation like that would identify God with Satan, and that, as I've had occasion to point out in this course already, is something that theologians are perpetually doing. It's one of their favorite amusements. But in the opening of Job, God and Satan are quite carefully distinguished. And even if Satan disappears from the rest of the action after the second chapter, the distinction is still in the reader's mind. Around the time of Christ, there were various schools of philosophy known as the Gnostics. And there were Christian Gnostics and Jewish Gnostics and pagan Gnostics. We know the Christian ones best of the three because they were so elaborately refuted by the Orthodox who quoted large passages from their writings to show how wrong they were. And but they were a large and influential party. They were just about as old as Christianity itself, and they are referred to in the New Testament several times. But the Christian Gnostic view was that the creator of the universe and the God of the Old Testament, Jehovah, could only have been an evil God. And it was from that evil God that Jesus had come to deliver us. So that the Christian Gnostic view then would have led to the complete elimination of the Old Testament and of the Jewish tradition from the Christian heritage. And that is one element in Gnosticism, the Christian one. What I was even more concerned with, and what I think is even more significant from the point of view of Job, is the pagan Gnostic position, which was really an attack on the order of nature. The Gnostic view in paganism was that the order of nature was a hopeless bungle, that nature is something totally alien to man, and that consequently it could only be, again, the creation of an evil being, and that man had to fight his way out of this alien nature as well as he could. There was a very strong attack made on the pagan Gnostics by the Neoplatonic philosopher Plotinus, who attacked them for holding what seems to us a most utterly obvious point. That is, that they said that all men are brothers, including the beasts, as Plotinus says contemptuously, but that men are not brothers to the stars. In other words, Plotinus' case was that the order of nature must be thought of as created perfect, and that man's destiny is to fit himself into this order and not to break away from it. So the Gnostics were actually raising a pretty important issue, and they were pressing it very hard. And although this is several centuries later than Job, I'm raising the point here because it is something that glints in the background of the whole Job situation. The same situation, dramatically at any rate, turns up many centuries later in Shelley's poem of Prometheus Unbound. Here, Prometheus, bound to the rock, is an image of suffering and martyred man. And Jupiter, the sky god, is the cruel, malevolent, malignant being that keeps man in a state of suffering and martyrdom. And sometime before the play has opened, Prometheus has pronounced a speech of defiance on Jupiter, including a curse on Jupiter, which is repeated soon after the poem begins. At that point, Prometheus says, well, I'm sorry I made that curse, and recalls it. And everybody, including Mother Earth, think that Prometheus has quit, that he's given in to the malevolent being, and they think it's all up with everybody forever. But what has happened is the exact opposite. Prometheus has realized that his defiance of Jupiter, his cursing of Jupiter, is in fact the only thing that keeps Jupiter in business. And that when he recalls the curse and has no further urge to defy him, Jupiter simply disappears. Now, I'm not sure how clearly I can convey the point in relation to Job here, but obviously a continuously defying Job would be similarly keeping the whole satanic part of creation in business by his defiance. And hence, Job's surrender at the end is not a simple surrender. If you look at chapter 42 and verse 6, he says, "Wherefore I abhor myself and repent in dust and ashes." Now, most Western readers of that verse would take it to mean that Job was simply saying man is always evil and God is always good, and consequently the best man can do is to abhor himself and try to be as much unlike himself as possible. But somebody trained in Oriental religions might read it very differently. He might read, I abhor myself more as meaning, I no longer consider that what I call myself, the ego, has any reality at all, and I am withdrawing from it. Or in the remark I may have quoted already from Rimbaud, Rimbaud says in one of his letters, Je est un autre. I is somebody else. And that may be, perhaps, Job's final discovery, that the person he has been calling Job, the Job ego, is in fact not there, and that you don't see with your eyes, you see through your eyes. The eyes are merely a lens. You don't think with your brain, you think through your brain. Your brain is a filter or an amplifier or something of that kind for the consciousness. And you don't live with the ego. You live, it's another kind of consciousness altogether that lives through it. It's something of that kind of intuition that comes to Job at the end. Yes? Well, the ego is the habitual positing of a division of the world into two parts, one of which is me, and the other of which is everything that is not me. Well, the sense of the subject as the perceiving ego is the kind of perspective we've been born with, and yet there are all kinds of experiences which make us realize that we are not, in fact, the starting point of our own experiences. And for one thing, we are social beings before we are individual ones. That is, we belong to something before we're born. We belong to something and we are something afterwards. Consequently, our individual egos are rooted in the society we belong to, and whenever we begin to use our consciousness, we find that we can be as objective to ourselves as anything else can be. And in fact, the central the central teachings of nearly all the higher religions has been precisely on that point, that man does not discover who he is until he gives up the notion that he is himself. That's not just Christian, it's Islam, it's Buddhism, it's Taoism, it's everything else too. And in another lecture or two, I hope to get to the Christian formulation of this, that that the individual man is in fact the universal man, Christ, who is the genuine individuality within each individual. It is something of this that Job is realizing, I think, at the end of the poem. And along with that, of course, goes the suggestion that Job was not a participant in creation. And because he was not a participant in creation, he can be delivered from it. Sorry?
How is that? Since he's not a participant in creation, he can be delivered from it?
Yes. That is, God's questions keep revolving around this same rhetorical question: were you around when I made the world, and do you know how it's made? And the answer, of course, is obviously no, but they are not simply shut up questions. They are questions telling him that he is not responsible for the creation, and that because he is not, he can be set free from it.
Which is to say he's not defined by his suffering.
That's right, yes. That is, Job is being told that he is not God, and that because he is not God but a man, he can be redeemed and restored. In the opening of Job, we are told that his wife urges him to curse God and die, and Job refuses this, and this is regarded as a great moral victory on the part of Job. And yet, there is a sense in which he has really gone much further than that. That is, when he begins to speak in chapter 3, after this opened Job his mouth and cursed his day. And Job spake and said, let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night in which it was said, there is a man-child conceived. Let that day be darkness, let not God regard it from above, neither let the light shine upon it. That is, in cursing the day of his birth, he is not expressing a wish to die, he is expressing a wish not to have been in the first place. That is an expression not of defiance of God, it is not an expression of doubt, it is an expression of despair, which is a much deeper state than a renunciation of life.
Malevolent creator come in?
Where does
You
it?
were speaking about the malevolent creator not too long ago. Where does that fit in with all this? I think in terms of the Gnostics.
Yes. Well, I was saying that the shadow of the malevolent or malignant creator appears in the background of the Job problem, but the postulates of the poem itself really rule that out. There isn't a malignant creator there, though it would be perfectly comprehensible if Job thought there was. But there isn't, because we have already been shown the distinction between God and Satan. And that, of course, takes us into the heart of the, of the tragic perspective in Job. If you've read the Shakespearean tragedies with any attention, you must have noticed often how characters in tragedy assume sources for tragedy that are much more mysterious than any that you can actually see. For example, in Romeo and Juliet, Romeo speaks of his mind misgiving him, that there is some consequence still hanging in the stars. He speaks as though a kind of tragic fate were being woven for him astrologically in the patterns of the stars. And when he hears the false news that Juliet is dead, he says, "Is it e'en so? Then I defy you, stars," and makes his own resolve to kill himself. But we who look at the play don't feel that we need any astrological explanations of the death of the young lovers. They have a perfectly specific, comprehensible cause in this idiotic family feud, the Montagues and the Capulets. I mean, that is what brings Romeo to his death. It's not the stars weaving their patterns in the skies, or at least we don't need them. And similarly, Gloucester, after he's been blinded, says, "As flies to wanton boys are we to the gods, they kill us for their sport." And yet, Gloucester's miseries have been caused by the treachery of his bastard son Edmund and by the brutality of Cornwall, who has put his eyes out. And again, the source of Gloucester's tragedy is perfectly human and comprehensible, and there's no need to postulate the existence of malicious gods. And outside Shakespeare, it's the same thing. In Tess of the D'Urbervilles, the final paragraph says, "Justice was done, and the president of the immortals had ended his sport with Tess." But that's only a literary flourish, which Hardy puts in to show how well read he was, because actually nothing happens to Tess in the story that does not have a quite specific locatable cause in human malice or arrogance or stupidity. So the general principle to which that leads is that the only mystery is in the existence of evil itself. There's no mystery about its effects. And it's, of course, that origin of the mystery of evil that Job keeps circling around, and the nearest that we get to it as readers of Job are in this, these speeches of Satan in the presence of God. And we have here, as we have so often in the Jewish and Christian and other Islamic, other religious traditions, the sense of God as being in charge of the order of nature, but without interfering in it. And there's always something of a very human feeling that if we were God, we would work harder to earn our keep. That if we were really in charge of what happened, we wouldn't make such appalling bungles as God appears to be doing. And but all these questions again focus on the question of the origin and the existence of evil itself. So that in the foreground, on what I regard as a relatively superficial level of the argument, we have this alleged problem of faith and doubt. That is, Job trusts in God and his trust is vindicated, whereas if he had doubted he would not have been vindicated. But one wonders whether looking at Job as a problem with a solution really gets us very deeply into it. In any case, what appears to be obvious is that Job is vindicated partly because he does protest, and consequently, doubt is not the enemy of faith. Doubt is the dialectical opposite of faith, and it is an essential part of faith. That is, a faith which never doubts is not worth having. And it's in the dialectic of faith and doubt that the reality of faith emerges. The enemy of faith is not doubt, but the sheer insensitivity of mind that doesn't see what all the fuss is about. And so you have to go from this intellectualized problem of faith and doubt down to a deeper existential problem. And here the virtue is hope rather than faith. And the opposite of hope is not doubt but despair. And again, despair is not the enemy of doubt, but the dialectical complement of doubt, the thing that of hope, rather, the thing that hope must fight against if it's to attain its reality. And so Job goes through the depths of despair, and because he does that, the hope is sustained at the end. Yes. And there's a poem of Emily Dickinson's about hope, in which she says that could hope inspect her bases, her craft were done, has a fictitious charter, or it has none. That is, hope is simply the will to believe the impossible, and without that basis in fiction or illusion, there could be no such virtue. There is a good deal of truth in that, perhaps. What it amounts to, however, is the question of illusion and reality. And all through the story of Job, there is the irreducible reality of Job's isolation, his misery, his boils, all the disasters that have happened to him, and at the core, the illusion that there is something on his side, though he doesn't quite know what. And at the end of the poem, we have the reversal of these relations of reality and illusion. The miseries all vanish into illusion, and Job's hope, whatever it is the one that becomes a reality. Perhaps if I could try to explain that by an analogy, and this might throw light on what I was saying earlier about withdrawing from the ego as the source of our knowledge of reality. We tend to approach things on the assumption that reality is what is out there, the thing that stares back at us when we stare at it, and that illusions are the subjective things that we have inside ourselves. But now, if we go into a theater and watch a play, we are at once confronted with an objective illusion. That is, what is on the stage is an illusion, but it's just as much objective as any other datum of sense experience. And there is no reality behind the illusion. You can prowl around the dressing rooms and the wings indefinitely without finding any reality behind it. And if you ask where the reality is, the nearest you come to an answer is that it is the mood generated in the audience by the play. So that the experience of entering a theater turns your ordinary experience of reality and illusion inside out by presenting you with an objective illusion and a subjective reality. And the reason why that happens in a theater is that is part of the creative world. That is, of the human creative world. And you begin to realize that a serious view of the world is impossible until you begin to recognize an element of unreality in what is objectively there, an element of illusion in the unchangeable world around you, and at the same time an element of reality in illusions and wishes and fantasies about what might or could or should or ought to be there instead. That is where the serious view of the world begins in which human creativity can operate. So that what is restored to Job at the end of the poem is in a considerable measure what the world that Job has recreated by his own endurance. Any question that far then?
How does this parallel, you were saying that Job is to realize he's not God, and so that he's separate, this is the issue, and then you're saying he's to recreate his own, in a way he's to recreate his own fruits.
Yes.
You seem to be saying in some way different things.
Well, it's the separation of Job from the Creator God is the thing that has to happen before Job is in a position to say, I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee. The implication of saying, mine eye seeth thee, means that he has, that he now feels an entity which is not the ego entity, which is a creature of God. God has placed him in a position where he can see Behemoth and Leviathan from the outside. In Greek tragedy, the hero is very often a god himself, like Prometheus, or a demigod, like Hercules, or he is somebody of divine descent, or he is somebody whose nature is somehow half divine and half human. And as the action of a Greek tragedy proceeds, the dialectic of tragedy tends to separate him from anything like a divine destiny. Well, of course, that can't happen in the biblical tradition. You can't have, in the Old Testament at any rate, a human being who is in part divine in his nature. Consequently, Job is not in the position of a tragic hero of a Greek tragedy. For one thing, he can't make any noble or heroic gestures. You can't make a heroic gesture if you have to stop and scratch a boil. And the fact that his courage is of the kind that expresses itself in patience and endurance is bound up with the fact that he is not, to begin with, the typically tragic hero of the Greek kind who is at least partly divine in nature. He doesn't have that nature in him. So it's a matter of achieving a fully realized humanity, and one of the things that the book of Job is saying is that a fully realized humanity is redeemable.
To what extent do you believe that this interpretation as we've been getting so far and everything, to what extent do you believe these ideas were implicit in the writers and compilers of Job, the thoughts that were on their mind and for the people who were reading these things? Was this the kind of thing they were taking in?
Well, I couldn't know less than I do about what was in the minds of the original authors. The critical postulate is never the writer says this and therefore must have thought this or believed this. The critical postulate is simply, this is what I find in the text. And how it got there is outside my orbit. I mean, the author can always say to me, were you around when I made this poem? And the answer to that is always no.
Did God have Job submit before it was too late, so that he could be redeemed and restored, or did Job do it all on his own?
Well, I'm not sure that it's an either-or situation, really. I think that it's that what Job has to say is really summed up in his final speech, which ends at the end of chapter 31. And that I've described as one of the most magnificent statements of human dignity and responsibility anywhere in world literature, that Job is not arguing, is not protesting, is merely saying, this is how I see the situation. Whether I'm wrong or not, I would like to know more. And that combination of the patience and endurance, which at the same time is not an uncritical patience or endurance, but an endurance in which the consciousness remains fully awake, fully observant, steadily wanting to know more if more is given it to be aware of. I think it's that does it, and that the enlightenment where Job abhors himself, cuts himself off from the subjective ego, also destroys all of these either or antitheses, such as does Job do it or does God do it?
Do you believe, as Christians, believe that the Bible is the inspired word of God?
That the Bible?
Is the inspired word of God.
Well, it would take me a long time to explain what I would understand by the words inspired, which usually go with some very dubious notions of psychology, and even more, as a literary critic, what I would attach to the word word. And in this whole course, I have been trying to explain how the Bible affects the imagination and how it has affected the imagination of Western culture. To do that, one has to bypass the question of its impact on belief, which is an existential question and is outside the orbit of classroom and of academic freedom. Yeah.
Could you clarify a bit more the idea of transcending perhaps the ego as a step towards better comprehension? Is it that there is not a separation between me and everything that is nothing?
Yes. That is a consciousness is incarnate in an individual which is not confined to that individual. And it's in the discovery of the realms of consciousness beyond the individual that all the teachings of salvation and enlightenment and so on in all the religions are directed towards. The principle that the ego perceives only what is vague and hazy in general, and that what perceives the specific and particular is something universal in the perceiver. I think a great many religions come to focus on that awareness. The main thing that I can leave this question here is we've been dealing so far with the perspective of wisdom, which can be thought of as a horizontal line. The wise man is doing what in the past has been the source of stability. And that gives him, in the present, a sense of what the book of Proverbs calls prudence. That is the ability to see his way most clearly into the future. from the prophetic point of view, man is more or less like this. A man who has, man in the state of Israel or in the state of Adam as mankind, who looks back to a time of a higher and wider consciousness and looks forward to a higher and wider consciousness again, but who in the meantime is down where Job is. Consequently, the argument of Job cannot be, although it's one of the wisdom books, cannot be understood, I think, with relation to wisdom alone. I think without relation to this prophetic element, it ceases to have meaning.
Is there any sense in which Job could be thought of as an artist, in which by denying his ego in himself, he becomes a point at which there is a union between the world nature has created and the world of the world as perceived, that he is sort of a synthesis for revealed knowledge and nature?
Well, he has both of these things, but the essential knowledge he has is existential knowledge rather than knowledge of nature. That comes out in the hymn on wisdom in chapter 28, where the deep says that it is not in me. That is, the real human resources and the real divine resources that Job has to call on are not to be found in nature. And that is why, as I say, the ultimate perspective of the work is prophetic. Well, I'd like to go on in the next few meetings that we have with the final phases, the gospel and the apocalypse, which have their roots in the New Testament. In approaching the part of the Bible that has its center of gravity in the New Testament, I want to first of all make some observations about the style of the Bible and the rhythm of it. The King James translation has been a great deal praised for its simplicity, and the simplicity is certainly there. But there are two kinds of simplicity. There is the kind that is a democratic simplicity, which is one person writing for other people in as lucid a way as he can, that is, so that he's not putting any barriers into his reader's path. But there's another kind of simplicity, which is the simplicity of authority. And you get that, the simplicity of authority, most clearly, I think, in things like military commands. An officer's orders in an army have to be as straightforward in their syntax as possible, what literary critics call paratactical, and they have to be given in the fewest possible words, because soldiers will not hang themselves on barbed wire in response to a subjunctive mood or a subordinate clause. And if there is adjustment or explanation to be done, it is for subordinates to do it. And hence, the simplicity of the Bible throughout is the simplicity of that kind of authority that comes from being unquestionably the boss of the operation. It comes through in the laws, of course, where it is the voice of divine commandment itself. And it comes through in the wisdom literature because the wise man is speaking with the authority of tradition behind him. It comes through in prophecy because the prophet's function is to say, "Thus saith the Lord." And of the discourses of Jesus, it is noted that he spoke as one having authority. And you notice that quite frequently what he says begins, "Ye have heard that it has been said unto you, but I say unto you." And that is that. So the style of the Bible is a rhetorical style, but it is a special kind of rhetoric. There are two aspects to rhetoric. In the one hand, it is an orator's attempt to persuade an audience. And on the other hand, it is a study of the figurative language, the figurative use of language, because oratory normally makes use of the standard figures of speech, of metaphor and antithesis, and it is continually falling into rhythms like Lincoln's "of the people, by the people, for the people," or Churchill's "we shall fight in the beaches, we shall fight in the hills." That kind of repetition of assonance, antithesis, that's all a part of rhetoric. So the study of figures of speech was part of the school training of contemporaries of Shakespeare, and was also the best possible training for poets, as well as for people who were going into the church or the law and would naturally need to be speakers. But the Bible's rhetoric is of a special kind, and scholars have given it the word kerygma, which is the Greek word meaning proclamation. And that proclamation is the core of what the Bible says. That is, it answers the existential questions of what one should do to be saved. And we notice again that this proclamation has the unquestioned authority of a divine origin. The earliest of the prophets who seems to have recorded his prophecies was Amos, who lived in the 8th century BC. And Amos prophesied in the northern kingdom, and as the prophets were very strong supporters of the worship of Jehovah, his criticisms of royal policy were not very popular. And so he was approached by an official of the North Israelite court and asked if he please wouldn't go down and prophesy to Judah instead of to Israel, because they were much wickeder in Judah. They needed it much more, and then he wouldn't be bothering the North Israelite king or the court. And so Amos says in chapter 7 and verse 16, "Now therefore hear thou the word of the Lord, thou sayest, prophesy not against Israel, and drop not thy word against the house of Isaac. Therefore thus saith the Lord, thy wife shall be an harlot in the city, and thy sons and thy daughters shall fall by the sword, and thy land shall be divided by line, and thou shalt die in a polluted land." The prophet may be right or wrong, and he may be reasonable or unreasonable, but the thing he does not do is hedge. And so that voice of authority, which you hear constantly through the Bible, is still there in the Pauline epistles, where Paul makes a sharp distinction between what he says, which he knows is the voice of God, and what he says from himself, which he warns his reader is not to be taken with the same degree of authority. But we notice that there are limits, or at least there are different levels, rather, of the way in which this authority is expressed. In the Ten Commandments, for example, you have commandments like, thou shalt not kill. And as we say now, period. There is no qualification of any kind. The Hebrew just says, kill not. And there is no provision to be made for justifiable homicide or killing in self-defense or going to war or executing criminals. Well, those things are, of course, taken care of in other parts of the Mosaic Code. Because, after all, the commandment is addressed to people who want to kill so desperately that they couldn't even understand an unconditional prohibition of killing, much less obey it. And but the point is that it's in that totally unconditional prohibition, kill not, that you hear the ring of authority most clearly. Now that means that there may be a difference in level between a law and a commandment, and that the commandment not to kill cannot be a law, because all that it means in the legal sense is private murder is wrong because it's unpredictable and it upsets established social authority. But going to war or executing criminals, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's really something quite splendid. That is the legal meaning of the commandment. And yet you are left with a kind of uneasy feeling in the back of your mind that there might possibly be some kind of community or some kind of state of things where kill not actually meant kill not. And at the opening of the poem, we're told of the various things that befall people who ill-treat animals. A robin redbreast in a cage puts all heaven in a rage. And later on in the poem, he says, he who to wrath the ox has moved shall never be by a woman loved. And your first reaction on reading that is to say that it is nonsense, that possibly it ought to be true that people who abuse animals should be unloved by women, but as a matter of experience, it is not in the least true. They're much more likely to be admired by them. And if you had said that to Blake, he would say, I never said that that was true in the state of experience. The poem is called Auguries of Innocence. That is, prophecies of an innocent world in which people who abuse and torment animals have no real place in the human community. Now, if you just take that title, Auguries of Innocence, you can see that possibly the Ten Commandments are different from many of the laws in the book of Deuteronomy and elsewhere, in that they are really auguries of innocence. That is, they describe a world which is not the world we live in, but nevertheless is the world which is the genuinely human world. when you turn to the Gospels, you find that Jesus is continually commenting or quoting the books of the law, the first 5 books of the Old Testament. You ask him what the greatest commandment is, and he quotes from Deuteronomy. And the Sermon on the Mount is, in very large part, a commentary on the commandments, but he is emphasizing a positive element which is grammatically not in the Exodus formulation. That is, the commandments in Exodus are given a negative form. Don't kill, don't commit adultery, don't steal, don't bear false witness. And in the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus says, in effect, the commandment says don't kill, but what that really means positively is a genuine enthusiasm for human life. And the law says don't commit adultery, but what that really means positively is a habitual respect for the dignity of women. And don't steal is the old formulation, but again, what that really means is an enthusiasm for sharing your goods with those who need them more. So that what that kind of commentary is doing is bringing out the aspect that I've called the commandment aspect, as distinct from the legal, from the aspect of legalism. That is the basis of the distinction in the New Testament between law and gospel. That is, it is not a distinction between one religion and another. As I've said earlier, nowhere in the New Testament is the legalism which it condemns being identified with Judaism. And similarly, the legalism and what is meant by the gospel are simply 2 aspects of what may be the same verbal formulation. They're simply different attitudes towards them. That all right, so now, if we just drop the question of the Old Testament or Judaic law for a moment and just think of law in its ordinary secular sense as the set of rules by which a society orders itself. You notice that in law, in that secular context, the crucial difference is between what is done and what is not done. That is, it's the act that either observes or breaks the law. And from the point of view of the law, therefore, in this secular context, a man is an honest man who has not actually been convicted of stealing. But naturally, no society could hold together if it had as vague a sense of morale as all that. There has to be a very much tighter sense of personal integrity, even in the secular sphere. The emphasis in the gospel teaching is at the opposite extreme of that of secular law, because it throws the entire emphasis on the state of mind rather than on the action. And in a sense, a wrong action is only wrong because it manifests a wrong state of mind. That is, if you take the the deadly sins, the mortal sins that destroy the soul, as they were classified in the Middle Ages, there were pride, wrath, sloth, envy, avarice, gluttony, and lechery. Not one of those sins necessarily results in criminal or antisocial actions. That is, sin is not error or wrongdoing or antisocial behavior. The word sin has no meaning outside of a religious context. Sin is the attempt to block the will of God, but it has no meaning otherwise. It has no social or moral meaning. Okay?
Isn't adultery immoral?
It may be immoral, but it's not criminal. Various people have tried to make it criminal, but that is another corollary of the teaching of the gospel, that when you interpret things that the gospel condemns as illegal and start passing laws against them, then you get the most fantastic tyranny. That's the situation that Shakespeare sets up in Measure for Measure, for example, where the hero is condemned to death because he's betrothed and legally married, but he hasn't made the public declaration of his marriage, and therefore he falls under a remarkably unenlightened law that provides the death penalty for it. So that the distinction is that these conceptions of law in the gospel are rooted in the state of mind of the individual and not in social welfare. Adultery in the Middle Ages would be regarded as a subdivision of the deadly sin of lechery, but lechery could take many forms which would hurt nobody except the state of mind of the person himself. Right? So that the emphasis is thrown on the state of mind of the individual, and recurrently throughout the Christian tradition there has been an attempt to incorporate the gospel in legislation, and that has resulted, as I say, in the most frightful tyranny, because the situation is really the one outlined in Plato's Republic, where Socrates erects the pattern of the just state, which would be absolute and unmitigated hell to live in. And then at the end of the 9th book, Socrates says, do you think any such state could exist? And those that aren't drunk or asleep by that time simply shudder and say, heavens, no. And Socrates says, well, neither do I. But the wise man will always live by its laws, no matter what actual society he may be in. And that is the conception behind the gospel, the conception of a spiritual kingdom of which we are citizens, and we follow the laws of that kingdom. But the kingdom cannot be incorporated into actual society in the form of legislation. So that Paul, for example, throws the strongest possible emphasis on the state of mind, which he calls justification by faith, as distinct from the person who who attempts to add himself up, to calculate his worth, so to speak, in legal terms as a matter of what he does. Okay? So that you remember the chart that we began this course with, where you have, first of all, the Garden of Eden, and then the Promised Land. And then the city and the temple of Jerusalem and Zion. And then in the New Testament period, these become the spiritual kingdom, which has dropped its connections with history and a specific society. When I say that it has dropped its connections with a specific with history and with a specific society, I mean that among other things, that it has disappeared from the world of time and space, and that its conceptions of the ultimate categories of existence take us beyond our normal ultimate categories, which are time and space. That is, one of the things that Jesus says about the kingdom of heaven is, the kingdom of heaven is within you, entos human, and the New English Bible, which seems to be very unhappy about this remark for some reason, translates it as among you and gives you 4 alternatives in the margin, which I dare say seems to mean we don't know what the hell it does mean. But the reason is, of course, that as everywhere in the Bible, we have to remember that the faith of the translator has a great deal to do with the translation he makes. And if you regard psychological truths as symbolic of the profoundest truths, then you will prefer the word within. The kingdom of heaven is within you. But if what you want is a social gospel, then you will say the kingdom of heaven is among you. And the New English Bible translators obviously had a social conscience because they preferred to say among. Now, the Gospel of Thomas, which was not discovered until 1945, but is a collection of sayings of Jesus, says, the kingdom of heaven is inside you and it is outside you, which makes a good deal of sense, I think. But it seems to me that the meaning of the statement in Luke, the kingdom of heaven is entos human, it may mean within you or it may mean among you. Those are subordinate meanings. The central meaning is it is here and not there. In other words, it transcends your normal sense of space, because everything in your ordinary experience of space is there. We live in an alienated world that keeps receding from us, and everything that we point to, even as the middle of our own backbones, is still there. If we want to arrive at a conception of here, we have to draw a circle around ourselves and say that here is inside it. And yet here is obviously the center of space. So you have here as the center of space. And if you apply the same categories to time, you find yourself in the middle of the same kind of reality and illusion. Time is the fundamental category by which we perceive everything. We perceive nothing that is real except in time. And yet time, as we ordinarily experience it, consists of three unrealities: a past that doesn't exist any longer, a future that doesn't exist yet, and a present that never quite exists at all. So we get our fundamental reality out of a threefold illusion.
What do you mean when you say the present doesn't quite exist at all?
Because the instant you said the present has become the past.
Yeah, but the present exists. It's the only thing in time that does exist.
Well, but in our ordinary experience of time, it never quite comes into existence. The minute you say the present exists, you made a statement in the past. And yet we feel that now is the center of time, just as here is the center of space. But again, as with space, the only way we can get at it is to draw a circle around the very near past and the very near future and say that now is somewhere inside it. And it is this sense of a genuineness of here and now that gives you what you might call a real present and a real presence. Now, of course, that's that's rather a heavy dose for people to take. And so you find over and over again that religious and theological works are shot through and through with our ordinary conceptions of time and space. And in religion, you get a use of two words in particular, the word eternal and the word infinite. Now, when practically everybody uses those words, they mean by eternal, indefinite time. That is, time that goes on and on and on and on and on and never stops. Similarly, by infinite, they mean space that just goes on and on and on and never stops. I think what they actually mean in religion is something more like the sense of a reality of now and the sense of a reality of here. But of course, the notion of a world that went on and on and on in time and never stopped, which would be unending happiness for the virtuous and unending torment for the wicked, was something that made something very unpleasant in human nature say yum yum. And consequently, you get doctrines of heavens and hells extending indefinitely in time, which were adopted primarily because they were powerful political levers. Another reason why there was so much emphasis on heavens and hells is that in Jesus' teaching, there is only, or at least the fundamental reality of things as he saw it, was a division into his spiritual kingdom of heaven and the world of unending torment that man keeps constructing for himself. That is, in his teaching, there are no realities except those of the spiritual kingdom and that which is without, which is outside the spiritual kingdom. But continued existence as we know it in time is a mixture of the two things. And so you'll get things like the parable of the wheat and the tares, that this world is a very badly sown wheat field which is full of weeds. It's no use trying to dig out the weeds and leave the wheat in ordinary existence. Yeah.
Spiritual kingdom is outside of history. If the spiritual kingdom is outside of history or time and space, does that necessarily mean that it can't be got at through time and space?
It has to be got at by passing through time and space because it's not really outside them. It would be a more accurate metaphor to say that it was inside them. That is why in the Gospels there is also an emphasis on the spiritual kingdom as immediate. That is, again, the general religious tendency was to keep postponing it into the hereafter, into a life after death. But Jesus' emphasis is consistently on its immediacy.
What would the relationship with the poor to time and space be that would make it seem special in the gospel in terms of reaching the spiritual kingdom? What is there in being poor that makes you relate better to time and space?
What is there in being what?
In being poor.
Poor.
Makes you relate better to time and space.
Oh, you mean the business about the poor and the rich?
Yes, and the kingdom.
Yes. Again, the emphasis is not on whether you're rich or poor, but on what your mind is attached to. Where your treasure is, there will your heart be, is what he says. And it's a matter of simply it's what you regard as precious, in other words, which is the important thing, rather than rather than the actual condition of richness and poverty.
How do notions of heaven and hell escape the boundless space?
How do what?
Notions of heaven and hell escape the boundless space. If they're able to escape the boundaries of time, how are they able to be the same space?
Terribly sorry, my ears are not what they were, but how do we know that?
How can we think of heaven and hell as being beyond the boundaries of space?
Yes.
If they can escape time,
Yeah.
how do they escape space?
Well, the thing is that the kernels of heaven and hell are inside the human mind. And if the kernel of the spiritual kingdom is inside the human mind, then Jesus' advice is to take the bushel off your lampstand and let the light have a chance. But if, on the other hand, the kernel of hell is what is inside your mind, then you will start producing effects of that fast enough in the world of time and space. That is, the origins of these things are being spiritual, also mental, but they come out from that spiritual world, which is within or among, into the world of time and space.
In light of the spiritual kingdom, is salvation history mean anything?
That's
In light of the spiritual kingdom of the here and now,
yes.
does salvation history per se mean anything?
Salvation and history. Yes. Well, in a sense, of course, it takes you into an area where you can see history as forming a kind of shape and as having reached a kind of fulfillment. Now, in our ordinary experience of history, that never happens. History just keeps on going. That was a great puzzle, we gather, to some of the earliest Christians who assumed that what Jesus meant was that there was going to be a tremendous fireworks show that would descend on us next Tuesday and would turn the sun into darkness and the moon into blood and would put an end to history as we've known it. That didn't happen. And so it's obvious that that fulfilling of history, the completing of history, must go on somewhere else. The implication then is that there are two levels of knowledge, and that when the thing which is described as knowledge of good and evil entered the world, that became the legalism, which is what the New Testament, well, the entire Bible, but more specifically the New Testament, condemns. That is, but it's also a very positive vision in itself. And this vision of legalism, which descends from the knowledge of good and evil, is the one that gives you that legal metaphor which runs all the way through the Bible and which thinks in terms of trials and judgments with defenders and accusers. And we've already seen that even in Job, for example, that Job is confident that he has a defender, a Goel, who will take his part. And he wishes that his diabolos, his accuser, had written a book and stated the case against him. But having read the first 2 chapters of Job, we can see that this legal vision, while it's utterly natural and inevitable that Job should take it, is nevertheless not quite the one that's there. Anything else there? Well, you look puzzled enough to make me think you've had a rather tough hour, so maybe I better leave it at that. I've been dealing with various phases of what is traditionally called revelation in the Bible, and it seems to me that what we said at the beginning of the course about the way the Bible is arranged with the Old Testament and New Testament, and the former being the type in the Christian reading of the antitypes of the New, is a principle that applies to here as well. You have, first of all, the conception of creation in the Bible, and what that gives you is the sense of an intelligible and controlled order. And the reality to which that points is the redemption of the people of God from a state of tyranny and exploitation. So that in that sense, the Exodus is the antitype of the creation, and in the references to the bringing Israel up from Egypt, it is spoken of as really the completion of the work of creation itself. We had that in Isaiah, I think it's Isaiah 51, where God is addressed as having destroyed the dragon of chaos at the creation, and then destroyed the force of tyranny with the deliverance of Israel out of the sea. The Exodus, again, gives to the biblical religions that curiously revolutionary quality which Judaism and Christianity and Islam all have to some degree. And we saw that a nation which has gone through that kind of revolutionary experience becomes a nation with a very strong sense of its own corporate unity because of the experience which they have shared. So that law becomes really the antitype of the birth of Israel at the deliverance from Egypt, or the reality to which it points. And then law, of course, is a social thing, and consequently is an approximate and incomplete thing until it is incorporated in the attitude of the individual. And we saw that wisdom in the Bible was thought of as essentially the individualization of the law. And then we saw that wisdom is a way of life which looks for continuity and stability, persistence in the same line of conduct, and faces the future with a mental attitude described in the Vulgate as prudentia, as prudence, or the stabilizing of future contingency by past experience. And that, we saw, was something that leads to a much more radical conception, a conception of prophecy, which individualizes the revolutionary feeling, just as wisdom does the law, and sees man as at the bottom of this U-curve of between his original state, hypothetical or actual, and his final deliverance. Then again, it is prophecy in particular that is regarded in the Christian Bible as fulfilled by the gospel, because whereas for Judaism, the book that Christianity calls the Old Testament is essentially a book of the law. In Christianity, the Old Testament is primarily a book of prophecy, and the prophecy is regarded as fulfilled by the gospel, which is the account of God in human form going through this U-curve that we described earlier, that is, as descending through the incarnation into the level of human experience and rising from that again in the resurrection. And I had to complicate my account of the gospel by talking about the different attitude to time, which it seems to me to require. And part of my reason for stressing that is that our notions of time still are apt to persist unchanged, and there's a great deal of advantage in an attitude which keeps its antitypes still in the future. As long as they are as yet unfulfilled, it's in a sense easier to trust to them. That is, Christianity was confronted very early with the dilemma that the redemption of mankind was supposed to have taken place, and yet history seemed to go on very largely unchanged. There is no difficulty about that as long as you remember the two conceptions of time are involved. But if you've only got one conception of time, it is a problem. So concurrently with the conception of the gospel, we have the notion of the gospel itself as being fulfilled in a second coming, which puts an end to history as we have known it. Now, actually, that is, at least metaphorically, true of the gospel itself, because one central fact about the conception of Jesus in the New Testament is that he is both master and servant. And symbolically, the dialectic of history ends at the point at which the master and the servant become the same person. The relation of the first to the second coming is again portrayed in that image that we found at the end of the book of Job. I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee. That is, the gospel is essentially an oral teaching, and a great deal of emphasis is thrown on the hearing of the word. The physical appearance of Christ is in a curious contrast to the things that he says. That is, his utterances are gathered up and recorded with great care, but the fact that he was bound to resemble some people more closely than others could never have been anything but an embarrassment to the church. And so we've adopted that rather vaguely Italianate compromise as as our visible conception of Christ. But the apocalypse is essentially an opening of vision, and the phrase that appears very near the beginning of the book of Revelation is that every eye shall see him. Now, what they see, of course, is the Word made an object of vision rather than something listened to. And I previously remarked, I think, on the fact that the book of Revelation is a dense mosaic of allusions to the Old Testament. And Ezekiel and Daniel and Zechariah and Isaiah and others are laid under they are made the stuff and texture of the vision that is portrayed in the book of Revelation itself. The author of Revelation seems to have been closer to the Hebrew text of the Old Testament than most of the New Testament writers. And so when he says that he saw this in a vision on Patmos, the statement is not a contradiction with the fact that his book is, as I say, a dense mosaic of allusions to Old Testament imagery, because in the terms that he was trying to present, there is no difference between what he sees in vision on Patmos and what he sees in the text of Ezekiel or Zechariah. Because what he is seeing is primarily for him the meaning of the Word of God. And that is why there is such an emphasis on vision in the book, although the book of Revelation is not at all a clearly visualized book. There have been many illustrators that have struggled with its 7-headed and 10-horned dragons, and their testimony is unanimous that the book of Revelation is not technically visualized. What is thrown into a pattern and more or less projected on a screen is the structure of imagery in the Bible presented as a single unity. And just as the conception of the relation of the gospel to prophecy relates the present event in the Gospels to the past, so the conception of the apocalypse relates it to a future. And so there have always been in what one might call populist Christianity a strong hankering for a dramatic end to history to come at a very short time in the future, which will end time as we have known it. The popular conception of time in Christianity is perhaps one of its least attractive features. The 17th century with Galileo saw mythological space replaced by scientific space, and the church managed to survive that. And we discovered that we could live without the metaphors of God as up there in the sky. And their remark of Khrushchev, when the early Russian astronauts started exploring outer space, as they didn't find any trace of God there, didn't really come as very much of a disastrous impact on the on any of the Western religions. That is, we've got past that particular structure of metaphor and don't need to project it anymore. But at the very time when that revolution in space was taking place, we had Archbishop Usher in 17th century England explaining that the world was created in 4000 BC and would last for 6,000 years plus 1,000 years millennium. I think I've gone over this. And consequently, because there had been an error of 4 years, the millennium would start in 1996. I think most of us are resigned to the high probability that the millennium will not start in 1996. In other words, we have got past the metaphor of time, just as we've got past the metaphor of space in connection with the existence of or activity of God. And during the 19th century, various millennial sects used to gather on the top of a mountain to wait for the end of the world. But the irony of their situation was revealed by the existence of the mountain itself, which had been there for millions of years and had every prospect of staying there for several million years more. So that is why I put the emphasis I do on the necessity of transcending our regular notions of time and space in order to understand what the Bible is talking about. When it talks of time and says the kairos, the crucial moment of time is at hand, it is not talking about the ticking of a watch. Any question that far? You notice that the word apocalypse, the name of the last book in the Bible, is a Greek word for revelation, which is why the book is called Revelation in English translation. And what John in Patmos sees in the book is a panorama of certain things in human experience taking on different forms. I forget whether I've given you the analogy, which seems to me a fairly useful one, of the scripture, the Oriental scripture known as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. But according to the Tibetan Book of the Dead, when a man is dying, the priest comes to his house, and when he dies, he starts reading the Book of the Dead into his ear, because the corpse is assumed to be able to hear the reading and to be guided by what is said. And the priest explains to the corpse that he is going to have a progression of visions of first of peaceful deities and then of wrathful deities, and that he is to realize that these are simply his own repressed thoughts and images coming to the surface because they've been released by death. And that if he could only understand that they are coming out of his mind, he could be delivered from their power because it's really his own power. It is also assumed that practically every corpse to whom this book is read will be too stupid to understand what's going on and will go on from one blunder to another until finally he wakes up in the world again, because the assumption behind it is one of reincarnation. But in the book of Revelation, something of that kind is going on too. That is, the sun is turned into darkness and the moon into blood. There are horses riding across the world. There are huge dragons emerging out of the sea. And the most fantastic events are taking place. But again, these are the repressed images of a persecuted people coming to the surface. And they are its consciousness of what is occurring, so that one wonders if one could go a step further and suggest that man creates what he calls history in order to conceal what is really happening from himself. And what applies to the apocalyptic vision in Revelation may also apply to the story of Jesus in the Gospels. That is, the Gospels are a fulfillment of prophecy. Therefore, they can hardly be history as we understand history. We think of history as trying to put the reader where the events were. History tells the reader what he would have seen if he'd been present, say, at the assassination of Caesar. But what the Gospels tell us is rather something like this. If you had been present on the hills of Bethlehem in the year nothing, you might not have heard a chorus of angels. But what you would have seen and heard would have missed the whole point of what was actually going on. So that the antitypes of history and of prophecy, as you get them in the Gospel and the Apocalypse, give you not what you would have seen and heard or what I would have seen and heard, but what was actually going on, which we don't have the spiritual vision to reach to. Yeah. Well, I mean that from the Bible's point of view, what is actually happening is this being fulfilled by that, and so on. And that this is the actual process of what is going on, whereas what we actually see is a phantasmagoria of events going on in clock time, one after the other. There isn't really much shape or sense to the progression of events as we see them in ordinary time. And so the progression of things we get here is not what we see in ordinary experience at all, but it is the reality that we are unable to see in ordinary experience because it is ordinary experience. We notice that the Bible ends in Revelation 22 let's look at the last 5 verses of the book of Revelation. I, Jesus, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star. And the Spirit and the bride say, Come. And let him that heareth say, Come. and let him that is athirst come, and whoever will, let him take the water of life freely. Then we go on to a caution of the type that one often gets in sacred books, saying, you are not to add to or take away from a single word of what is written in this book. Now, the superficial meaning of this book is apparently just the book of Revelation. But the more I study it, the more convinced I am that the author of the book of Revelation is quite deliberately making his book a coda or conclusion to the entire canon. I don't know how much he knew about the canon in his day, nor do I think it matters. But I think that this book has perhaps a much wider reference than the book of Revelation. And he says of this book that nothing is to be added or taken away. In other words, this is it. There is no more. That is where the Bible ends. You notice that it is a remarkably open ending. The Spirit and the bride say, come. Let him that heareth say, come. Let him that is athirst come. And whoever will, let him take the water of life freely. The suggestion seems to be that the Bible reaches in its closing words not an end, but a beginning. And that beginning is in the mind of the reader. So that the apocalypse in its turn becomes a type. And in that case, what is its antitype? And if you look over that list, you'll see that there's only one thing it can possibly be, and that is where we started, with a new creation, which is how Paul describes the gospel in Romans and elsewhere. In Milton, for example, you have a great many prose writings, and of course all this poetry, devoted to the general principle that the Bible must be given an authority independent of the church, so that the church does not interpret the Bible, or at least its interpretation is not definitive, but the Christianity takes the form of a dialogue between the Word of God and the church. And yet, while Milton places the authority of the Bible higher than the authority of the church, he also places the authority of what he calls the Word of God in the heart, that is, the reader's comprehension of the Bible, higher than the Bible itself. And that sounds as though he were setting up a standard of what is called private judgment over against the whole of history and tradition. But that's not the way Milton was thinking at all. For him, it is in the long run not the ego, not the individual I that reads the Bible at all, but the Holy Spirit within the reader. And that, of course, being God, being a person of God, has a unity that transcends that of the individual reader. So he's not worried about private judgment. the important thing is the reversal of perspective which takes place in the reader's mind, or should take place in the reader's mind, when he reaches the end of the Bible, which is also the beginning of his life. Bernard Shaw remarks about the mousetrap play in Hamlet that Claudius is enthralled by the play, not because it's a great play, but because it's about him. And that is true also of the Bible, that its meaning is de te fabula, the story is about you. And the recreation of the book in the reader's mind is the end at which it is directed.
Definitely felt that there's no sacrificial king involved. Is that something then that you relate to the idea of the millennium, or the new creation in that sense? Are you speaking of the millennium more specifically, or the idea of the millennium?
I'm not thinking of the millennium, no. The millennium is something referred to almost parenthetically in the book of Revelation as part of a symmetrical conception of history. The world was created in 6 days with a day of rest as the seventh day, and as in the Psalms, a day in the mind of God is 1,000 years, so history, according to Usher and others, lasts for 6,000 years, and then is followed by the 1,000 year of the Messianic kingdom, after which there's a bigger struggle than ever, and everything winds up. But again, one can only put this structure of time and space inside another perspective on time and space. So that the creation spoken of in Genesis is not for us primarily the beginning of nature as such, but rather the beginning of conscious understanding, where the primary defining limits are the beginning and the end. And it winds up with this divine creation, which God made and saw to be good, being recreated in the reader's mind.
If the book ends with this new creation taking the place of the creation we exist in now, does the book in that case propose does it kind of define a revolution in a way? Kind of an analog to the Exodus revolution, the new creation, another revolution.
Well, the new creation, I think, would actually incorporate the whole sequence. And it would start, certainly, as a revolution in the reader's mind. And it would also encapsulate the whole sequence down to the apocalypse itself. It's obvious that if these are all types and antitypes of a single process, they all have to be an essential part of the conclusion. They all have to be incorporated in it. Because there can certainly be no sense of a new creation without and a revolutionary expansion of consciousness. Yeah.
But there's a revolution within what happens outside anyway, because that's still going to have an effect. If we have a revolution in our mind, we still have to live in space and time.
Yes.
If there isn't some sort of revolution outside, where does matter come into this spiritual new creation?
It comes in by virtue of the fact that this new creation is not in the egocentric mind, it's not in the individual mind. It's in the mind of the individual reader as a member of a community, and it's in the community as a community within the Holy Spirit, the person of God. And so that is how, I keep coming back to Milton because he seems to put these things very lucidly. That is how Milton explains in his day why Christianity becomes a revolutionary force in history. It becomes a revolutionary force by trying not to. But every society is usually a pyramid of authority with one man at the top. The community united in the understanding of the Word of God is a four-square community where everybody is free and equal by their faith. Therefore, every structure of society has to come to terms with this indigestible cube in the middle of it, and eventually has to follow it. That is, you'll begin by dividing spiritual and temporal authority, and Jesus says that you render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, to God the things that are God's. The trouble is that there comes a point at which Caesar demands what is due only to God, that is divine worship. And as soon as that happens, the square community becomes a revolutionary force. It might not be theoretically true that a counter-revolution is impossible in the new creation, but you're hitched back on to the creating power that started in the first place. That is, when Adam was made a part of the creation, he was hitched on to an infinite power. He had the free will to break away from that, and consequently, it's the redemption out of bondage that has to be the antitype of creation. It is that because the creation included a falling away from creation. And in the new creation, one is again hitched back on to the eternal, to the infinite power that began it. And there would it would depend, of course, on the role that you ascribe to time. If ordinary historical time continues to be the central fact of our experience, there is still the possibility of falling away here. In fact, we see it happening constantly. But the whole Christian scheme, as expounded by Milton and everybody else, has a considerable dislike of the closing of the circle, which is what you get in Oriental religions with the conception of reincarnation. That is, in the Christian Odyssey, your one idea is to get back home like Ulysses, but like a baseball player, you have to go around the circle to get there. And when you get home, it isn't quite the same place it was when you left it. And so there is a kind of gap, a kind of spark between the creation at the beginning and the new creation at the end. If you close the gap and make it a completed circle, then you have the Hindu conception of incarnation as repeating itself at different times through history. I was saying Christian because I'd begun this with speaking of Milton and with this sequence here, which includes the New Testament. But actually, that is true of all the three great biblical religions, that they all resist the idea of reincarnation on a literal, that is, on a there's that man again basis. In the Old Testament, it is said in Malachi that Elijah will have to come again before the Messiah comes. And Jesus says that that prophecy has been fulfilled by John the Baptist. But when John the Baptist is asked if he is Elijah, he says no. But that's not a contradiction. It's just that Elijah and John the Baptist are metaphorically the same person, just as Nebuchadnezzar and Nero are metaphorically the same person. They are not the same person turning up again in time. Okay? Yeah.
If there's a possibility of a falling away in a new creation, could that circle, which is enclosed with a gap in it, could that not become one of those sine curves so that you have again the reaching up to the point, not quite the same as the point where you left, and then the falling away to continue so that the process continues and becomes the up and down sine curve rather than finishing there?
Oh yes, I don't think that there's any objection to that. I think that probably every cycle is just a failed spiral, and that history and nature collapse into cycles because they're too lazy to start again on another level. But there is the level by which you start at Genesis and end with Revelation, and that is followed by what happens in the reader's mind after you do that, which is again experience on a different level, and so on up. But that is something the Bible feels is not its business to expound. Yeah.
So you don't feel it's speaking of a once and for all ending time?
Well, I don't feel that there's an end to time postulated in the Bible as such. I think that the Bible is talking not about an end of time, but about a transcending of time. It's talking about a kairos, a crucial moment, which is not chronos, which is not the clock ticking. And the ticking clock doesn't stop, or at least it doesn't stop in a hurry. It's been going for 3 billion years and presumably will keep going. And the chronos time, so far as we can see, has no end. But the end the Bible speaks of is a metaphor for getting into another dimension of time. And that is what I meant when I said that the conception of heavens and hells as going on indefinitely in time as chronos is really a corruption of what it seems to me is really being taught. But that's a question we'll go on with next day. The traditional view of the Bible is something like this: to have the Bible as a verbal structure, and the units, the X's within that structure, are the words of the Bible, and In the traditional view of the use of words, you have a verbal structure known as A, and you have a body of phenomena, B, and whenever you read anything, your mind is simultaneously going in two directions. In the first place, you're trying to establish a context out of what you read, and that is a centripetal direction of your mind. You're trying to find out what this word means here. At the same time, you are recognizing the words as words having conventional or generally agreed on meanings in a world outside the book. So your mind is simultaneously going to what is in practice your memory of what those words mean. Now, at a certain point, you may become aware that these meanings, these conventional meanings in the world outside, are forming a structure which is parallel to the structure of what you're reading. And when that happens, what you are reading is descriptive in intention. Its intention is to set up a verbal counterpart to whatever the words are describing. And in descriptive writing of this sort, the criterion of truth emerges. That is, truth here means truth of correspondence. You have a verbal structure A, you have a body of facts B, which they are describing. And if your verbal counterpart is a satisfactory replica of the body of facts it is describing, then you say it is true. But sometimes you find that there is no external pattern which the words are describing at all. You are simply establishing a context and reading a structure of words for its own sake. And all the conventional meanings flow back into that verbal structure. And that is a sign that what you are reading is literary in intention. And when the intention is literary, the criterion of truth by correspondence does not apply. Aristotle explained that by saying that the poet makes no particular statements, and it's only particular statements that can be true or false. The poet tells you things which are universally true and are therefore self-contained, so that with literary structures there is a barrier between A and B. And then you find that literary structures can work on the emotions and on the imagination with a very peculiar degree of power. And eventually you realize that words can achieve descriptive truth only to a very limited extent. As long as you have one word, like iron or silver, or any concrete term like that, it may be connected more or less permanently and definitively with something in the outside world which it describes. But as soon as you have 2 or 3 words, you have started to elaborate a grammatical structure. And a grammatical structure is a fiction. It turns its back on the world outside and sets up its own conceptions of subject, predicate, and object. And so you have to allow, when you are discussing the truth of a verbal structure, you have to allow for the fact that the words conveying this truth are conveying it within their own self-contained structures. You might try to get out of it by saying that subjects and predicates and objects are in fact built into the nature of external reality, but eventually you discover that they are not. And the difference between these 2 kinds of structures could be illustrated by the difference between the words story and history, which at one time were the same word. A history is a verbal structure which is supposed to be parallel with a body of events in the world outside. The historian makes particular statements. They are judged as to whether they are true or false. In the story, there is no such systematic external reference. The story is told for its own sake. Now, applying this principle to the Bible, you find that the traditional view of the Bible is that the Bible is related to a group of phenomena external to it, historical events or concepts or doctrines, and that the Bible is literally true in the sense that it is a definitively accurate verbal counterpart of historical events outside it. And that is what is often meant by the word revelation, which means that something behind the Bible is shining through the Bible on the reader who is here. Now, that view of literal, that the Bible is literally true in the sense of transmitting with definitive accuracy a body of phenomena behind it, was originally intended to exalt the Bible to a uniquely sacrosanct position. But by a curious paradox, it turned out to do exactly the opposite. That is, it turns the Bible into a servo mechanism, into something which is subordinate to something else which is not the Bible. Now, what is behind the Bible is not simply a record of historical facts or of doctrines, but ultimately, according to those who have been most deeply concerned with it, what is behind the Bible is the presence of God. And traditionally, in Christianity, the phrase Word of God is applied both to the Bible and to the thing which the Bible transmits as a revelation, the person of Christ. At the same time, when you examine the language of the Bible, you begin to suspect that it was never tended to be a replica of facts outside itself, because literature can express, words can express that kind of truth only vaguely and approximately, as we just seen. What words do most powerfully and most accurately and most precisely is hang together. And when we look at the words of the Bible, we find that they do not have the qualities that you would expect from definitively lucid, descriptive writing. That is, the Bible, although nobody would call the Bible a poem, nevertheless it is full of poetic language. It is full of figures like metaphor and simile and metonymy and hyperbole, all the elements of language that relate words to one another instead of to a world outside. Therefore, what the Bible seems to be doing is insisting on its own authority and autonomy as a word, that it is, it is cutting you off from anything which is behind itself. And whatever it is presenting as something inside itself. As long as you think of the Word of God as a book, transmitting the Word of God as the person of Christ as something outside it, then the two aspects of the phrase, Word of God, are simply illogically and ungrammatically related. But if what the Bible transmits is not separable from the Bible, then at least it makes grammatical and logical sense. Now, along with that traditional view of literal meaning, came the view that the writers of the Bible were writing essentially from dictation, that they were essentially holy tape recorders who were writing through some kind of external impulse over which they had very limited control. Now, if there is one thing that the scholarship of the Bible seems to have established beyond any reasonable doubt, it is that authorship counts for very little in the Bible. We have always traditionally thought, for example, of the author of the third gospel as Luke. But with the possible exception of the first 4 verses of Luke, there is not a word in the Gospel of Luke of which Luke is in any sense the author. According to what is still the general theory, Luke used Mark and another document of the sayings of Christ, which the scholars call Q, and which he shared with Matthew. And he also has some material of his own, some of the parables, and some of the hymns like the Magnificat and the Nunc Dimittis, which he is most unlikely to have been the original composer of. So that Luke, like practically all the books in the Bible, is an edited, compiled, composite document. And so, if the Bible is to be regarded as inspired in any sense whatever, sacred or secular, then all the glossing and all the editing and all the redacting and all the splicing and all the editing processes have to be taken as inspired too, because there is no way to distinguish the voice of God from the voice of the Deuteronomic redactor. And this kind of editing and compiling and conflating is a highly conscious and deliberate practice. So whatever the authors of the Gospels were doing, they were certainly not working in a trance. They were working with their minds extremely agile and alert. Any question that far, though?
You say that the Bible does not then transmit something that is behind it, but is whatever meaning it has can only be found in the structure of the Bible itself.
What was the last?
That any meaning that the Bible has can only be found within its own structure.
Yes, yes, that's right. Yeah.
What proof do you have that there is editing?
That what?
That there is editing? How do you base that?
Well, there isn't a page of the Bible where the editing process is not utterly obvious. In the first 5 books of the Bible, there are 4 or 5 major documents, and they are generally distinguished by the different uses they make of the word God. That is, one of them is called the J account because it refers to God as Yahweh, and the other is called an E account because it refers to God as Elohim. And then there's a priestly document and so on. And you also notice that certain editorial changes occur. In the book of Samuel, you are told that God was angry with David and therefore tempted him to take a census so that he would have an excuse for bringing a famine on him. Well, the chronicler, who was basing his work on Samuel but writing later, is uncomfortable with this, and so he changes God to Satan. And it was Satan who tempted Satan to take the census. Satan who tempted David to take the census. And in Mark, which is almost always regarded as earlier than Matthew and Luke, Jesus looks around the crowd met orge with anger. And Matthew and Luke transcribe this sentence, but they leave out the words with anger. And the conception of the God superior to anger is obviously taking shape. And there are hundreds and hundreds of signs of editing and glossing in the Bible of that kind. And then, of course, there is also the tremendous amount, which has been forming very largely the bulk of this course, of self-reference within the Bible. That is, of the whole typological structure, which says the only proof that the gospel story is true is that it fulfills the prophecies of the Old Testament, and the only proof that the prophecies of the Old Testament are true is that they are fulfilled by the gospel. That, in other words, all evidence is hermetically sealed within the Bible itself. There is no evidence worth anything that Jesus had any historical existence outside the New Testament. And it's obvious that the writers of the New Testament preferred it that way, because they could easily have collected such evidence if they had wanted it. They didn't want it.
As our idea of the nature of inspiration with respect to Scripture changes, how should our idea change with respect to the God who inspired in order to be consistent?
Well, What I'm suggesting is that what the Bible means literally is what it says. That is, the answer to all questions of what does the Bible literally mean are the same. The Bible literally means just what it says, but there are two ways of applying that answer. One is to make an immediate jump from what the text of the Bible tells you to what you guess about the historical event or whatever behind it. The other is simply to accept the word in the Bible and gain your understanding of its meaning in the way that we gain understanding of all meaning through its context in the Bible itself. And so the presence of God comes to us not in the form of a history transmitted through a book, but in the form of a story in which the book itself is autonomous and definitive. The only time you can take the word literal seriously is when you read something in the same way that you are reading a poem, where you accept every word that is given to you without question, but do not make any premature association between every word and something in the world outside. That is, your whole attention is directed towards putting the words together. And that is why, as I tried to explain in commenting on the book of Revelation at the end, that while the Bible does come to an end, and quite a well-marked end, it is nevertheless a remarkably open end. It adds a few verses at the end saying this is it, there are no more books. And just before that, there is the invitation to drink of the water of life, which means that the reality beyond the Bible is not behind the Bible, but in front of it, and starts in the reader's mind. The reader, in his turn, is one of a society of readers. The point of view that I'm trying to express has nothing original about it. It's the view, for example, of John Milton, who speaks of the Word of God in the reader's heart as having an authority superior to that of the Bible itself. And if you say to Milton, well then how do you avoid the chaos of private judgments of every individual reader setting himself up as the judge of what the Bible says? Milton would say that the reader is not an ego, he is not a self-contained individual, he is a man with a socially and culturally determined consciousness, and behind that consciousness, according to Milton, there is the real reader of the Bible, who for Milton is the Holy Spirit. And that doesn't go wrong. And whenever one thinks of that as a doctrine, nevertheless, the general principle is I think true, that by eliminating what critics call a referentiality of the Bible, that is the world outside it, which it is transmitting, you are at the same time eliminating what is private and egocentric and subjective in the reader's mind. It would take another course to explain that sentence fully, but the point is that when you have a structure of words of this kind, the ordinary gap in experience between the subject, who is here, and the object, who is here, disappears. And you have something in the middle that becomes both subjective and objective. Okay? I'll say how much of it again.
Very last line, subject and object becomes the difference.
Yes, we normally divide the world between the subject and the object. And the subject is me, and the object is everything that's not me. And we tend to think that reality is whatever is objective, whatever lies around in front of us, whatever stares back at us when we stare at it. And that illusion is something inside us, something that depends on private association or emotion. So in ordinary experience, the reader represents a subjective world, and the world of historical fact, or philosophical doctrine, or scientific description is objective. And the first fact of experience is the gap between the two. But the whole point about created things like the Bible or like works of literature is that they destroy this barrier between the subject and the object.
If the story of the Bible is a story that concerns itself with the meaning of events rather than with the events themselves, their structure, their sequence, and so on, then is the grammar of the Bible that we're talking about, the meaning of the grammar, the grammatic structure, that is a structure of meaning rather than a structure of syntax?
It's a structure of fictions, and it is a structure of syntax, I think, rather than meanings. When the Bible becomes an instrument of social authority, as it was through the Middle Ages and the Reformation periods, then it becomes extremely important to enclose the Bible in an interpretation, which is the right way of understanding the Bible. And you understand the Bible through this interpretation, or else. But the interpretation is really one of the obstacles that society puts in the to deflect us from the reality of what it is. It's as though you had a kernel of a nut and then went around looking for a shell to put it in, which is an extremely perverse approach to nuts. But that's what you do when you have an artifact like the Bible and then look for an interpretation to put around it as a means of imposing uniformity and authority on a society.
This model you have drawn here, could you put another work beside the Bible there?
The Bible occupies socially and culturally a privileged position among other books. But if the principles don't work when you put the Bible into a non-privileged position, they won't work when you put it into a privileged position either. That is, unless the same essential principles work for any work of which is an artifact, it's they won't work for it either. And that, for example, if you go into a theater and see a play, what you see in front of you is an illusion, and there is no reality behind it. You can look in the dressing rooms, you can look in the wings, you can look wherever you like, but there's nothing real behind the illusion. The illusion is objective. And whatever reality there is the mood generated in the audience, so that your notions of reality and illusion are turned upside down. And that is why one of the greatest of all plays, Shakespeare's Tempest, takes a group of people who are immersed in a very low level of reality and soaks them in all kinds of illusions and hallucinations, and then sends them back home again with a considerably improved notion of reality. And somewhat the same is true here. And what is different is that I think nobody would say that the Bible was a work of literature because, well, it isn't, but nobody would say that it was, although the language it uses is, for the most part, poetic language, like the language of literature. But what the language of the Bible is fundamentally is what the German theologian Rudolf Bultmann calls kerygma, which is a Greek word meaning proclamation. That is, the language of the Bible is rhetorical language, and rhetoric always uses the figures of speech that you find in poetic language. But it's rhetoric of a very particular and unique kind. It's not the orator's rhetoric, which is designed to persuade you of something. The word proclamation suggests that within this biblical structure there is something which is not yourself, that you have to fight with the way Jacob fought with the angel. Now, the language in which this proclamation is contained is the language of myth. And by myth, as we saw, we meant the self-contained narrative unit, the story, rather than the narrative unit related to something else, or the history. Now, Bultmann, the silly ass, decided to talk about demythologizing the Bible, that is, removing the language from the Bible, which is like, you know, removing the skin and bones from the body. I don't understand the 20th century attraction for these antiseptic-sounding words beginning with D. I don't know why Bultmann speaks of demythologizing the Bible when he means remythologizing it. And I don't understand in literary criticism why Derrida speaks of deconstruction when what he means is reconstruction. But that's just original sin. The kerygma, or proclamation of the Bible, is not the same thing as a literary story in the way that Homer is a literary story, but it is conveyed in that language. It is impossible to demythologize the Gospels because every syllable of the Gospels is written in myth. Now, the language of myth. It's notable that in the New Testament, in the later parts of the New Testament, like the pastoral epistles, which are made out of Pauline materials after Paul's death, the Bible is getting sufficiently self-conscious to talk about itself. And in the New Testament, the Word of God is spoken of as though it were a dialectic. That is, as Jesus said, he came not to bring peace but a sword, and similarly the Word of God is spoken of as a two-edged sword and as dividing the word of truth. But that kind of dialectic seems to be very different in its application from the usual aggressive or thesis dialectic, the argument dialectic, which you have in so many philosophers. And there are no true rational arguments in the Bible. There are passages like the Epistle to the Hebrews that look like them, but they all turn out to be various disguises for proclamation. The Bible is not interested in arguing, because if you state a thesis of belief, you have already stated its opposite. That is, if you say, I believe in God, you have already suggested the possibility of not believing in him. So that in that kind of dialectic, every statement is really a half statement, which needs its opposite to complete itself. And so that's not what is meant, I think. I don't see how it can be what is meant by saying that the Word of God is a dividing thing. What I think it divides is the two elements of reality as they are exhibited in the New Testament, the elements that we call heaven and hell, the kingdom of life, the kingdom of death. It is that which is divided, and divided by an eternal separation. And that means that the language of the Bible has to be a language which somehow bypasses argument and refutation. And again, it is very like the language of poetry, because, as Yeats says, you can refute Hegel, but not the Song of Sixpence. You can't argue with a poetic statement because it is not a particular statement, and it is not subject to verification. So that is why, I think, the Bible presents what it has to say within a narrative and within a body of concrete images which presents a world for you to grasp, visualize, and understand, but the end that it leads you to is to see what it means rather than to accept or reject it. Because by accepting it, you have already defined the possibility of rejecting it. So, the Bible uses the language of symbolism and imagery because the language of symbolism and imagery, which bypasses argument and aggressiveness, and at the same time clearly defines the difference between life and death, between freedom and slavery, between happiness and misery, is, in short, the language of love, And according to St. Paul, that is likely to last longer than most other forms of human communication. Okay.